as well that governments are like giving out as well. So check out the sustainability zone here in the hub, or go to the Cisco website and learn more about that to know how you can spend those grants. We're gonna go back to the studio right now where Rob and Nish are. So hey guys, are you there?
We are here. Thank you so much, Cedric. Wonderful job. Come back over to the studio, man. We are almost ready to wrap things up for the day here. This, again, was the final show, and we've just got a few housekeeping items to cover. But first, before we do that, Nish, I haven't been with you all day. How's your day been? What's a highlight of your day?
Gosh, what is the highlight of my day, Rob? Well,
one take is all you get.
I know, it feels like we're somewhere tropical. I was just thinking with all of these. But we're not, we're in Amsterdam, and that's got, you know, it's great just to be back live in person. I think I'm just gonna have to say connecting with people. That's been my favorite thing. All the conversations we've had, all the things we've seen. I know I've been vague, Rob, but it really was all amazing. It really was.
We've talked through a lot of details today. You don't need to be very specific. Well, we've still got more days left, right? So guys, thank you so much for joining us as we've covered these shows, because this has been a ton of fun, and it's going to be a ton of fun tomorrow as well. Tomorrow, you can expect stuff coming. The next chapter of hybrid work, look at my notes, accelerating secure innovation, frustrating attackers, new IoT innovations. So we get into more details around industrial IoT, which we've alternately teased about and delivered some information, but honestly, there's so many storylines in that area. That's going to be a very good one to keep up with as well. Remember, everything you need is online, so you can go back and take better notes if you missed it, or go back and get exactly what you need. My name is Rob Boyd on behalf of Nish, Cedric, Steve, and an incredible crew behind us. That's the end of day one. Who loves you?
Hybrid work is here. It's there. It's everywhere. But for someone to be able to work from here or here, there has to be someone here, making sure everything is safe, secure, consistent. So go ahead, log in from here, dial in from here, sit in from here, assured that someone is here with a view of everywhere, ready to fix anything, anytime, anywhere. Even here. That's because nobody, and I mean nobody, makes hybrid work better. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
We're all connected, which means the more healthy people we have in this community, the healthier this community, and this community, and every other community will be. Good health is made possible by great care. And great care is made even greater by connections. And only Cisco can securely connect patients, providers, and staff with healthcare technology to power a more inclusive future for all. Between good health and great care, there's a bridge.
Every time someone logs into your site or uses your app, it's an opportunity to create a lasting relationship, as long as nothing breaks. But what happens when something does break? Even with the ability to see everything, you may not know what to look for. How do you pinpoint what went wrong and where? Most importantly, how do you fix it before you lose a customer or an employee or your reputation? There is a way. As you invest in tools for full-stack observability, Cisco Intelligent Insight Service will help you make full use of their capabilities. We'll help you create seamless customer experiences using custom intelligent dashboards and predictive analytics that find and correct latency issues in real time. Our experts will work side by side with you to align roadmaps, guide implementation, and eliminate risk through rapid assessments. And will isolate and resolve issues across your entire network, including the SaaS apps that your business depends on. Make full use of your capabilities, optimize customer experience, and grow your business with Cisco Intelligent Insight Service.
A huge welcome to all of you to Cisco Live EMEA. You know, the last time we were all together was 3 years ago in Barcelona. Isn't it great to be back together again?
I get to talk to you about two things. One is around innovations that we have in market today and what's coming up in the future. Then we have a whole bunch of new things going on in full stack observability. But today, when you think about ThousandEyes WAN insights, you can analyze diverse data sets, forecast potential performance issues, and recommend optimal paths in your SD-WAN environment. And by the way, in a few months, we should be able to give you that option to automate that action as well. So fabulous product. At the company, we're looking at generative AI. How can generative AI enhance the use cases, our products and solutions today? And how could it build on more, from infrastructure all the way to applications? Cisco's responsible AI framework includes things like ethics, risk, security, privacy, responsibility. It's going to take all of us coming together to make responsible AI happen. We believe OTel, or Open Telemetry, will see more adoption in 2023, driven by this need for a standard way of instrumenting, of collecting, and exporting telemetry data. You, as partners or customers, can ingest the visibility, insights, and actions from what we're building into your business processes and flows, and you can quickly identify what part of the business is impacted. You can prioritize based on the business context in terms of what matters most and return the systems to a healthy state. With application security, our goal is to be able to protect the application. This is the first time, as of a couple of days ago actually, that we've released a first-to-market business risk observability. We've integrated AppDynamics business transactions with API security, threat intel from Talos, and with Kena vulnerability scoring as well. You want to be able to triage issues in real time, whether it's at the user end, mobile or app, the application, internet, or third-party SaaS services. And this is why we're doing a deeper integration with AppDynamics and ThousandEyes, sharing bidirectional telemetry data. We're closing the internet visibility gap as the application's journeys to the cloud and being able to deliver this with the customer digital experience monitoring solution, especially as the adoption of hybrid work goes out, you can enable a much richer experience for the user.
I lead the Cisco networking team that is transforming infrastructure around the globe. Cisco networking builds the products and technologies that power the most sophisticated networks across the planet. This includes hyperscalers and service providers, public sector companies, enterprises, small, medium businesses. All that critical infrastructure depends upon Cisco for providing those unified experiences. And for end users, those unified experiences simplify technologies, it simplifies applications, networks, and solutions to go and act as one. Cisco's strategy for unified experiences begins with one simple vision: to simplify IT for everyone, everywhere and anywhere, and at every scale around. Simplification begins with platforms. Think about Nexus, DNA Center, Intersight, ThousandEyes, and of course, Meraki. Now you can monitor and manage Catalyst products using the simplicity of the Meraki dashboard. 9 out of 10 enterprise decision makers believe that wireless networking and IoT are important to their future as businesses. I'll give you an example. Ford Motor Company worked closely with Cisco to become a first mover in transforming transportation. The automotive industry is over 100 years old. Colossal changes are happening in that space. You have electrification, you have automated manufacturing, you have autonomous driving, and you have what we all love, these in-car experiences. Today, cars do so much more than move us from point A to point B. Cisco is all in on simplifying IT everywhere and at every scale.
Hybrid work is still an experiment that we are also still learning from. And that's because hybrid work is both harder and different than how we worked in the last couple of years. We are reimagining workspaces everywhere, whether that's the home or the office. Second, we are optimizing collaboration across your ecosystem to enable new kinds of interactions. We just announced Cisco devices support for Microsoft Teams Room natively. So this gives you a choice, right? You can use the native WebEx experience, which allows you to join all those platforms, or you can use the Microsoft Teams Room experience. There's no real reason for you to use any other competitor's video device equipment with your Microsoft Teams Room ecosystem. I'm happy to announce a preview of our latest innovation in WebEx Control Hub, Carbon Emissions Insights. It shows IT Scope 2 CO2 emissions from their collaboration devices based on usage and consumption.
If you have an end-to-end view, if you can see from the point where a user clicks on a link to the point of access, to the point where an application actually talks to the data, you lay out these puzzle pieces, the patterns become very, very clear. And we can figure out friend from foe. And so this is very much the vision behind the Cisco Security Cloud. You're going to see a consistent, clean, intuitive interface where we take this complex kind of jumble of information and turn it into actionable data that you can use to protect your infrastructure. The Security Cloud is built using cloud-native applications, modern techniques. It's independent of infrastructure, heavy investment and emphasis on automation, AI, and machine learning, so we can identify friend from foe. We've introduced new, very high-performance firewall appliances. They offer very high performance levels, terrific price performance, and perhaps most importantly, we have returned to pre-pandemic availability levels, so you can get this stuff where you need it. And I know this has been a big issue. We're building these products with sustainability in mind, and we're building security controls that are designed for this highly distributed, remote, and multi-cloud world.
It's fantastic to be here and to see this incredible venue so full of interesting people. We are living in very complicated times. Everything is changing so fast, and we can't make things easy always. But what we can do, we can make them feel easy to the people that we care about, and that makes all the difference. Solving complex business challenges may be hard for us, but we should always make it look simple to our customers. Good news, the answer is yes. Yes, we can do that together. You and us, we can do that. We innovate with you, using our bespoke solution because we want to make you future ready.
Let me say a little bit about City Football Group. We're the world's leading owner and operator of football clubs. The group has total or partial ownership of 12 clubs in 12 major cities around the world. We seek to empower better lives through football. Connectivity for us is absolutely mission critical. So it's connectivity with the communities that we operate in, it's connectivity between these 12 wonderful clubs, and it's connectivity with millions of fans around the world and those that visit our stadia. Football is the most popular sport in the world. It's the most watched sport on television. It's the #1 sport on TV in 75% of major markets around the world. Within that, the Premier League is the most watched and most competitive league, with a total TV audience annually of over 3 billion. And within that, Manchester City have featured in 4 of the last 5 most watched Premier League games since 2018-19. We have over 120 million followers on our own social platforms. More than 800 million people around the world will say that they are interested or very interested or following Manchester City. So we are a club overall that demands the very best at all times in everything, and that absolutely includes technology. So let me tell you just a little bit about what Cisco support for us on match day. the network, first of all. The network swells to expand and house and accommodate 50,000 people that want to get connected, keep in touch with friends and family. They want safe, fast connections. We have Cisco Meraki cameras throughout the stadium. They help us monitor queue times at our food and beverage concessions, getting the right information to fans. And we've brought real-time information into the stadium for public transport, for our fans to help them get home. All the car parking is operated by ANPR. Again, all relying on the network.
Have a fantastic week. I'll see you all soon. All the best.
Where will you be in 5 years? Where will we be in 5 years? In 25? In 50? Let's be here and here with her and him and they. Let's connect them. Let's connect everyone. Let's deliver technology that gives them access to power opportunity. Let's set a new standard for data security and personal privacy. Let's change the system. Promote equality and fairness in the workplace. Let's tear down the barriers to social justice for a more inclusive world. Let's clean house. Zero carbon, zero waste. Because the health of our family is tied to the future of our home. Let's gather resources and partners, steer toward our greatest challenges and accelerate. For the benefit, for all. Cisco has made it its purpose to power an inclusive future for all. Where will we be in 50 years? Let's go see. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Hi there. How can I help?
Hi, I have a few questions about the family savings plan. Can I set this up so that any member of our family can contribute to the savings plan?
I'm actually not sure, but I can contact an expert for you if you can give me 1 second.
Okay, great.
Hey, I have a special request from a customer.
I'm pretty sure Plan 3C should allow for this.
All right, great. I've found a plan that is going to work really great for you, and if you're ready, I'll send you a secure link right away.
Okay, thank you.
No hay tiempo y dimensión, y lo único que escucho es el ritmo de la canción.
A cyber attack can grind everything to a halt. Cisco Security keeps your network and your company moving forward. Because if it's connected, it's protected. Cisco.
And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be tuning into the broadcast all over the world. Welcome back to Cisco Live 2023 Amsterdam. We are so happy to have all of you with us here on the stream. My name is Steve Moulter. I am one of your 4 Cisco Live hosts, coming to you from the beautiful Rai here in Amsterdam. And guess who another one of my fabulous hosts is? Good morning, Nish Parker.
Good morning, Steve Moulter. We are back, day 2, really excited. How are you feeling?
You know what? I feel fantastic. I really do. I'm loving the energy, the dynamic. The voice is not cooperating with me, but we soldier on. We do what we need to do, right?
You know, the thought of missing out on a Cisco Live feed, I think it actually breaks my heart a little bit, a lot.
This is what Wendy was talking about yesterday in the keynote, right? After 3 years of delay, we're actually back in the room. The last time you and I had a chance to do this was in January of 2020 in Barcelona.
Right.
And it's just been far too long, and just that alone, I don't care what my voice is doing. I'm going to be here in the room with everybody.
I know, and I mean, it comes around a week a year, every year in each region, like in EMEA, so it's like a very special week for us, definitely a highlight of my year. And I know for a lot of attendees, exactly the same, right? So many people are here, they're excited to connect, they wait for the year to come by and for the event to come by, and we've had such a jam-packed first day.
It's just amazing. 10,000 people with us here in the room. Heaven knows how many of you streaming online. Let's talk really, really quickly about the highlight of the keynote, and really what I thought yesterday just kicked this off in such incredible energy by Wendy and by Liz and by Jonathan and Javed Khan and Tom Gillis and Adela Trombetta. It was an incredible mix. Great inspiration, great motivation, excitement, all based around new technologies, based around hybrid, based around security. So what we should do right now, I think, is take a look at a couple of the highlights of yesterday, and then you and I can come back and chat about them. Here we go.
A huge welcome to all of you to Cisco Live EMEA. When we come together, we can achieve incredible things. Together, we are building an inclusive and sustainable future for all. And I know that we are all in.
So there you go. I mean, what a great sense of the energy and what it's like to be here in the room for Cisco Live 2023 Amsterdam. And, you know, I loved exactly what Wendy kicked off with yesterday, right? And you just heard it right there. There's so much opportunity. There is so much untapped potential when we come together, customers, partners, the entire Cisco ecosystem. We really can build that inclusive, sustainable future for all. And ultimately, I think that's what this whole event is about, right, Nish?
Absolutely. And, you know, I was really lucky to have some really cool conversations. We had lots of different guests in the studio yesterday. And a lot of them talked about the journey that they're on with customers. We had a lot of Cisco leaders who were sharing that. And actually seeing how people are in different stages of the journey, but we're all in it together and we're all working towards, you know, a lot of the same things and trying to achieve a lot of the same outcomes. Sustainability was something that was, you know, front and center in the keynote, and through all the conversations that I certainly had with guests, and I know, you know, we all did as well. So
exactly. Sustainability, by the way, the sustainability zone right down the hall from us here in the hub, right? We're going to come back to it a ton today. We talked a lot about it yesterday, and again, great conversations. It's just so much fun to talk with people, right?
Absolutely. And speaking of talking with people, Steve had the opportunity to go around the show. So let's take a look at this quick, really fun video.
we are all about technology. We're the world's best technology company. Great. But the technology we produce here at Cisco, it only makes sense if it also supports and empowers the people who use it. Your people at home, your people at the office, your people anywhere, and the people here at Cisco Live this week here in Amsterdam. And I want to go find some of those people. Come on with me. Let's go. How many Cisco Lives have you done up until this point?
I've been to about 14.
You're almost a triple net vet here at this point. You realize that, right?
Yeah, well.
Congratulations.
This is my first Cisco Live.
This is not your first Cisco Live.
It's my first Cisco Live.
Isabella, it's your first Cisco Live? Oh, that's so great. Where are you from?
Yeah, I'm from Paris.
I could tell by the accent. Paris as well?
Paris, France, yes.
One of my favorite places in the world. How many Cisco Lives have each of you been to?
It's the fourth.
This is your fourth one?
Yeah.
And?
Fourth one as well.
This is my first.
This is your first Cisco Live? Yes. What made you want to come to the show this year?
Actually, I was encouraged, I was told by my company, by my friends, that this is a very exciting opportunity for engineers, for developers, for anybody who likes technology.
What are you looking most forward to here at the show this week?
For Cisco ACA.
Yeah.
Yeah, and DNA.
For the community, for the people here. For me, I'm waiting for the breakout sessions, but the show here is pretty nice.
You never have the chance to get so much information.
It's the connections you can have. You can't have those anywhere else. It's getting here in person, connecting with people, like-minded network engineers, people in the same IT fields, pushing the boundaries of what tech can do today.
What's your thought so far?
It's been amazing. This is the first day and so many days to come, and it's exciting.
I love that so much. I hope we will see you many, many times throughout the course of the week. Do me a favor, come back and visit us over here in the studio.
Okay, yes, I will, definitely, I will.
Welcome to the show. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
What a pleasure to talk with you.
Thank you, absolutely.
Thank you. There you go. This is a human first story, right, Nish? It's all about the people, and I just had such a good time. I want to remind everybody, if you missed anything in yesterday's broadcast, don't worry at all. You're going to find it all in the on-demand library at CiscoLive.com. You can check it out there. So, Nish, I want to talk a little bit about what's coming up today, right? We're going to look at the next chapter of hybrid work. We are going to look at accelerating secure innovation. We will look a lot at FSO, for modern applications, full stack observability, zero trust for multi-environment IT. We've got new IoT innovations here at the show that really help to simplify IT for industrial networks. So much on the way today.
I was going to say, is that all in one day?
Well, I mean, look, that's
a lot, right?
Fraction of what we're going to do, right? All the way up to that closing keynote. What are you looking most forward to today? What do you think is going to be most exciting?
Well, you know, I had a guest in the studio yesterday who was saying you really have to be selective about how you use your time at Cisco Live, and the beauty of it is that if you miss something live, that's okay because you go and watch it on demand. So I'm going to make sure I, have a mix. I think we're going to be, speaking to some guests out in the world of solution. We'll be heading to the Cisco Showcase, back here in the studio, spending lots of time with our wonderful audience at home, and obviously dancing along to the DJ because that's keeping me energetic. And
you've been dancing so much. You just took the coat off a moment ago. Yeah. You know what I want to do? I want to remind everybody, please stay connected to us using hashtag Cisco Live EMEA. And in fact, as long as we're talking social media, I'm going to send it directly back behind us, where my buddy Cedric Duvalder is hanging out in the social media circle. Good morning, Cedric.
Good morning, Steve. Good morning, Nish. I am so excited to be here at day 2 for Cisco Live EMEA. And as you said, Steve, social media is important for us. It's so important to hear from you at home. And even if you're at the conference, so I'm here at Social Media Central, where actually we have a whole team that's engaging with us. So just let's have a further look. So over here, we have actually a big screen, as you can see, where all of your tweets and all of your social media interactions are being shown at the conference live here at Cisco Live using the hashtag Cisco Live EMEA. So let's check out what's on the screen right now. So, of course, oh, Nicole is there, Chief Stroopwafel Officer. I still need to get one. So, Nicole, if you hear this, keep one aside for me. But also, I have here with me Kathleen, who is our social media manager. So, hey, Kathleen, how are you?
Great. It's another great day at Cisco Live. Yeah.
Great. So social media, we are past COVID now. We have it back in person, Cisco Live, but still, we have a lot of viewers on the broadcast. So social media is such an important part for Cisco Live. So what are you actually doing here?
Yes, we're monitoring the conversation and engaging with our delegates and encouraging the conversation. We love to see the relationships that start before the event and then they connect on site, or those who are participating online, engaging in the conversation, and then the friendships last long after the event. So we love to see the conversation continue all year long.
Great, and I'm assuming you're not doing this alone, right? Like, there is a whole team behind it, so how's that going?
That's right, we have a whole team because we want to make sure we see all the posts and engage with all the delegates participating in the conversation.
Great, and they're actually on the other side over here on the social media, so let's just have a quick look there as well, so you can see, like, maybe they can wave. See, like, that's the team over there. And also, not to forget, Kathleen, we have a hashtag Cisco Live EMEA, but we also have hashtag DJCLEUR. So what's that about?
Yes, we have a DJ on site, and you can request a song by tweeting to DJ Clur, and he will play your song.
Awesome. So if you're at home and like you're not here, first of all, I'm telling you, you have to be here next year, right? But second of all, if you want to live the spirit of Cisco Live, use that hashtag DJCLEUR, and Kathleen will make sure that your song that you tweeted is being played. We're going to go back to Steve right now to the studio. So Steve, are you there?
I am here, Cedric. A great job. Please send our thanks over to the social media team. My favorite thing that you just said, if you are home and you are not here. If you are home and you are here, then we absolutely have to chat with one another because that's a completely different scenario. We want to hear what it means to you to be with us here at Cisco Live. How did you prepare for the show? What is the best quote that you have heard from one of our speakers? Did you post a great photo, maybe of yourself, great selfie or something with you and your friends? Just remember to add hashtag Cisco Live EMEA. So I think we're going to head on out to our own. No, we're going to head out to Rob Boyd in a moment, I've just been told. So, Nish, did you pick up on any really fun tweets? Did you see anything over on the tweet wall over here at social media?
Well, I did not realize that DJ Claire was taking requests.
I know.
So I'll be getting my Bad Bunny and my Ozuna, Latin songs in, because that's like my dance jam.
Oh,
which,
absolutely.
Gets me ready for the day when I'm getting ready in the morning, ready to come to studio. That's what I'm listening and dancing to.
All right, I'm going to be looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Now we are going to head out to our own Rob Boyd. Rob's going to talk security out in the WAS, and the show isn't even open yet. Rob, what are you seeing?
Well, this is a lot of fun over here. This is what I'd call kind of a casual, relaxed approach to security. Now, technically, I'm just behind you guys as well, just over your shoulder. One hop right over from the social media area in terms of right here in the front when you walk in. You can stop by here and get coffee, tea, make sure your refreshments taken care of. The lines are generally quite decent. But if we pan around, we'll start over here. They're doing live presentations with different expert speakers with Q&A that can get quite in-depth. They're also collecting information for testimonials. So customers are stopping by and giving video testimonials about their experience with various Cisco security solutions. But in general, there's also, not in general, specifically, there's also quite a few technical demonstrations going on over here, all in the area of cloud and cloud security. So from here, we've got cloud security, of course, firewall network security, and zero trust with Duo. With Cisco now moving more specifically into the SSE space, as we have been in SASE and technically have all the components for SSE, now we're bringing all that together when you talk about combining Duo as well as, what was the other technology now I'm forgetting? XDR, and that brings it all together. These guys are always bailing me out. But anyway, I encourage you to stop by the security booth on your way by into the show.
All right, thank you so much, Rob. Really appreciate it. Great preview for the day. So many great security products here at the show, right, Nish?
Absolutely. I mean, here in the World of Solutions, also in the showcase, we had the honor of going there yesterday and taking a look. Lots going on.
Indeed, so much going on. SecureX, cloud native security, threat detection and response, Talos, great visibility across your whole threat landscape. And what's really cool is every step of the way, whatever we attach security to, it's always about serving people. How do we do that? How do we grow community? How do we benefit as many people as we possibly can? One of the best ways that we do it, as we were talking about earlier in sustainability, net zero, right?
Yes.
How do we do it? We constantly increase the energy efficiency of our products and our services. We embed circular economy. We accelerate where and how we use renewable energies. Right? Big investments in carbon removal. We're going to replay one of our best stories yesterday, accelerating our journey to net zero with Cisco Solutions. Go for it.
Thank you so much, Toby. Welcome and good afternoon. I have been waiting for a really long time to ask this audience one question. How many people are familiar with scope accounting? Hold on, keep them up. So I've asked this question now for about a year. And in the various places I go, I get a lot of blank stares, maybe one or two hands. But this region, as the slide and the data here shows, is supposed to be far out ahead. This region of the world is leading in our journey to net zero, from regulatory perspective, from a technology perspective. And it's so exciting to be here in this region, back in person, to be able to ask that question. If you're not familiar with scope accounting, we're not going to go into too much detail, but what I will simply say, it's a great way to get grounded into understanding what it means to get to net zero. It's a common denominator where all languages and organizations and companies are learning how to count greenhouse gas emissions in a way that provides checks and balances. The one thing you need to know about scope accounting, if you don't already know it, it's that Cisco's Scope 3, we have 3 scopes in scope accounting, is our customers and partners Scope 2. That's how these things are balanced, right? So in order for Cisco, when we say we're going to get to net zero by 2040, and you may be part of companies and organizations that have put your own goals and commitments, in order for us to make those commitments, it has to be done together. So we recently launched an IDC study. We recently got the results back. We launched it quite some time ago. And globally, the data has come back to validate that, yes, in fact, Western Europe is ahead in its importance of sustainability. The biggest driver of that is to do good for the people, the planet, and its employees. So good on you. This region cares about its people, the planet, and its employees. Now, we see more and more organizations making commitments to net zero, making commitments to sustainability. And yet, Accenture came out with a study that said, of all of those organizations, 93% are on track to fail. They're on track to fail because, based on their progress to get to net zero by these dates, they're nowhere close to needing to have actionable plans, metrics in place to actually get there. So what does that mean for us today? Cisco feels not only a responsibility, but an obligation at the intersection of sustainability and technology. In the last couple of years, we have continued to ramp up our dedication in our programs and our commitment to sustainability. We've committed to net zero by 2040, which you've hopefully seen in today's keynote. Our goals and our plans have been approved by the Science Based Targets initiative, which is considered one of the gold standards of the industry. We are one of the first technology companies to have our plans approved. We're part of the European Green Digital Coalition. We've put money in Cisco's foundation to specifically go after sustainability in all of adjacent markets and innovations outside of our immediate focus areas so that we can bring everyone along together. And with our Global Problem Solver Challenge and our partner organization, we're investing in solutions, hackathons, programs. This last one recently came out with Rockwell as one of the key innovators on a water leakage detection program, right? So again, where are we solving for in real time with our extended ecosystems and partners? When I think about how does this technology scale, we aim to do one thing in our commitment in our portfolio. And it's to keep it very simple for these ecosystems to bring everyone along, because we recognize that everyone is at different stages of this journey. And so I'm going to walk you through 3 key solutions. And these solutions are here to stay. We are building long-term roadmaps against these solutions in our products, in our offers, and how we bring these to market. It's going to take time. So while the innovations inside of these solutions may come out as new and exciting, every time you see us, every event we have, these solutions will stay intact. The first is sustainable data centers. And Jeremy will be here to walk you through in detail what that looks like, and hopefully it's no big question as to why we're starting with sustainable data centers. The second is the built environment and smart buildings and workspaces. And we think about the intersection of hybrid work that we need to enable, the intersection of how we're building and all the materials that go into creating buildings. There's a lot of opportunity in this space. The third solution is really making sure that in every place of the ecosystem of every layer of the internet, all the way down to the service providers and how we provide internet for the future, that we are looking at every possible place in the network to build sustainable and scalable technology and solutions. Underpinning all of that, of course, are sustainability, our industry solutions and what I'm calling ecosystems. Think about the broader ecosystems that come to play when we start to expand beyond the IT networks to the OT networks and beyond. These ecosystems of partners are newer than what we've seen in the past. Clean tech and all of the expanded additional TAM that we'll start to see becomes very, very interesting when you consider how much investment is going into this area. Just last week here in the EU, there was an announcement around the Green Deal. Between the Green Deal and the US Infrastructure Act, there is cited over $1 trillion in the clean tech industry. $1 trillion of investment, and that all goes into the solutions like these. So without further ado, I am very happy to introduce Jeremy Foster to take you through sustainable data centers.
Thank you, Denise. There's some folks back there looking in. Feel free to come in, grab a seat. Let's cram in here and talk a little about two of my favorite things, sustainability and the data center. Now, when you think about the space and what the data centers have done for us, they've done some amazing things. Like imagine your life if you didn't have the data center. Phone wouldn't be very good, it'd be a lot different. But it also uses an amazing amount of energy. And that's why it's such a great place to start making a big dent in those initiatives that Denise was talking about at the beginning. It's the big blue bar there, by the way, at the bottom. So how do you put that into motion? Well, the first thing is you want to work with vendors like Cisco who build our equipment from the word go to be sustainable. And we'll talk about that. The second thing is you'll have to deploy that equipment. And so how do you take advantage of that biggest consolidation possible in your data centers as you go through it? And the last thing is when the fun really starts, which is once you get through the deployment, now you have to manage that data center. And what about sustainability? And how do you do that? And how do you keep that top of mind for the next 5 years? Well, we'll start with the basic building blocks and some of the things that we're building. This is Nexus 9800. It's a new 400 gig switch. It's part of a new 400 gig lineup. And 400 gigs great, 100 gigs great. What it'll allow you to do is reduce the number of ports you have, which automatically is going to help you reduce the amount of power that you're using, which makes sense. But this is using Silicon One, which is new technology that we're bringing throughout the entire Nexus lineup, which is very power efficient. Just an example of the types of things we want to build so that as you select building blocks, you know you're going to end up in a great spot. The next one is UCS. UCS-X is the most sustainable server platform on the planet. There's a million features, more than I can talk to you about right now. Of course, it has things like 100 gig end-to-end networking, again, reducing the amount of ports. Has 60 different zones for cooling, so that as you're actually using the system, it's smart enough to know where does it need to cool down, and cools down where it needs to, as opposed to just having all the fans going all the time and not being super efficient. So this has been our fastest selling server platform ever, and it's something that we keep at top of mind is sustainability when we're engineering equipment. So we just wanted to talk through those briefly. Deployment. So what's it look like when a customer deploys these types of solutions? We'll take this large financial customer as an example. Almost exactly as Denise described, they have net zero initiative 2035, trying to figure out how do you sort through the data center and move through this in phases. The first phase was 500 servers. Those 500 servers were about 2 to 3 generations old. And when you look at the consolidation ratios and the type of outcome that they're able to deliver, I mean, the results are huge. So if you take today's modern equipment, you're talking about this customer going from 500 servers down to 136 servers. That's basically 2/3 reduction in the amount of physical space required inside of that data center. But what's even better about that is they also saved all the other things that you need to support the environment, like the software costs, 27% off the software that is associated with operating that environment. 39% off the maintenance and support within that environment, ultimately yielding 31% reduction in the overall amount of power that they would be using inside the data center. So while you may be thinking, wow, these are big numbers, but you said 500 servers, that's a lot of servers. The ratios I'm talking about, the numbers you see on the screen, doesn't matter whether you apply them to 50 servers or 500 or 5,000 servers, that's what the technology drives, are those kinds of consolidation ratios that you should expect as you're looking at modernizing. Now, how do you operate that environment? And this is a lot of new stuff here that we've really been working on. I think something you should be looking at as you're looking at the tooling and the infrastructure as well is how do I operate it and how do I keep sustainability at top of mind? How many people are familiar with Intersight? A lot of the folks up front. So what is Intersight? Intersight is our infrastructure management platform that covers compute fabric, and networking together. And what Intersight really does is it's a SaaS-based platform, so it lives out in the cloud. It allows you to do, it helps customers do things like stay up on security and compliance, proactively support the environment. In other words, let's say you have a memory DIMM that's going to go bad or an SSD that's about to go bad. We can actually tell you before it fails so you can take it out of service and avoid any type of downtime. But what types of features we've been adding is around sustainability. So with our workload optimizer, you can actually make sure your workloads are running in the right places within that virtualized environment to make sure that you're using it in the most power efficient way possible. And you'll see in the next few weeks us deliver some sustainability dashboards to that tool, which really give you a nice way to visualize how are you doing on your sustainability journey as you're working through your Cisco Intersight and server, network, and storage. Speaking of network, Nexus Cloud. Nexus Cloud is a new service that we just delivered, announced a few months ago. It's currently also in tech preview. It will and does run on top of the Intersight platform. So it's an example of us bringing Nexus and UCS kind of networking compute within the data center closer together. And some of the most important features are things like this example you see here, which is the dashboard that talks about sustainability. And you can see some really interesting data, things like not only how much you're spending, but where is your spend going based on the utilities that are near that particular data center. So how much of the power is coming from wind, how much of the power is produced from solar, how much of the power is produced from nuclear power. And you can get these types of breakdowns in effectively real time, which is really pretty neat. And speaking of Intersight, a lot of the folks in the back of the room didn't know what it was. We have an instance that primarily is in Americas. We're really, really excited to announce that we're going to have an EMEA instance that's entering tech preview in the next 90 days. So anyone here who's interested in Intersight or Nexus Cloud can get a local instance and have local access to that here in EMEA. And the last thing we wanted to talk about here is our sustainability offer. So if you're out thinking about how am I going to consolidate, maybe I should look at some of these newer modern tools, UCSX is available. If you're interested in purchasing a few servers, we've actually put together a package where we give you the rest of the infrastructure, the chassis, the compute fabric, and we've included the services to help you get up and running with Intersight. It's a web page. It's really easy to use, but it's important that you can learn some of the higher end features, right? And then you can get a really great discount on Workload Optimizer with the sustainability dashboards that I talked about, and those implementation services will include that as well. So if there is any question about anything, you just head over this way, look to your right. You'll see the hybrid cloud section within the world of solutions. The Nexus and UCS is all there. We're ready to answer any questions. And thank you very much. Denise, I will turn it back over to you.
Thanks so much, Jeremy. So data centers consume about 1 to 2% of the world's electricity today. Smart buildings and workspaces and the built environment represent 37% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. Now, this, of course, includes steel and concrete and other things, but the built environment and the ongoing operating use of electricity that goes through all of these buildings represents 37%. So while data center is a major opportunity for the ICT industry, the built environment is a major industry for the world at large. Remember, I talked about ecosystems and IT and OT converging. Well, to play off of the platforms that Jeremy was talking about, smart environment automation continues to play into buildings as well. You may or may not know, but the typical building manages over 30 different systems in its day-to-day. Between HVAC and security, think about all of the systems you need to talk together. Now think about all of the systems sucking up and consuming energy. And what better thing can you possibly put to connect all of those things together inside of a building than the concepts of networking, right? Visibility, insights lead to some analysis and hopefully some automation. So we are working in this portfolio to really bring together the consolidation of power and data on the same line. I'll talk a little bit more about that. And then the overall integrated fashion of sustainable design. So how do you build circularity into an overall process? If we think sales cycles are long in a refresh cycle or for switches, just think about the sales cycle or the development of a building. So let's start with sustainable design. The integration of what creates this hybrid work environment or this future workspaces, again, that consolidation of all of these systems into one, we look at a platform like Cisco Spaces that's reading from sensors, and now we're looking at contactless, touchless, HVAC systems, occupancy. How many of you have recently gone into an office that was on, cold, or hot, and there weren't very many people in the office? The concept of always ready but not always on is something that we are building into our platforms, right? The ability to take every endpoint and every device and connect it to the network is something that we're looking after as a way to consume and more, like less electricity, but make it more energy efficient. When you think of the safety and security of these buildings, there's so much that goes into every environment, whether it's stadiums, buildings, airports. All of these things need to have the flex to go up and down with occupancy. And COVID has taught us, in addition to just the physical safety, there's also the proximity safety of, you know, when we needed more social distancing, or you wanted more HVAC or more air filtration, what's happening on the outside. All of these things work together. One of the technologies sitting at the backbone of smart buildings is our Catalyst 9K series. So you look at Catalyst 9K in that switching portfolio, you look at the access points, you look at the Meraki portfolio, and then you look at Cisco's industry-leading 20 years of Power over Ethernet. Power over Ethernet is something we came out with many moons ago, but it takes power and data on the same line. Now, the limitations of PoE is it goes up to 90 watts. But today what we're seeing and what we've built into many of our own offices is we're taking switches that are smaller, compact, fanless, putting them up in ceilings and enabling new use cases to power lights, window shades, automated desks, and all sorts of new things that, again, because you're connected to the network, will allow you to conserve energy. Not only does Power over Ethernet make it easier to navigate from a networking perspective, it is a much simpler cabling methodology. So if you are familiar with anything that goes into building a brand new build, you have a lot of steel and a lot of copper wiring in the conduit. All of that is removed. You may or may not be familiar that native, clean, renewable energy is DC native. Power over Ethernet is also DC. So without having to do the conversion of line loss AC-DC, AC-DC, right, depending on how many times it takes to get from your generator to when you're flipping a switch on, now you have cleaner, more efficient energy. Getting that visibility into an overall building also allows you to have more automated control. In our One Penn office in New York, we retrofitted a building that was built in 1972. And in 3 years, we've seen close to 40%, right, 39% of an overall energy consumption. That it does not take into account the thousands of pounds of steel that were saved, copper that was saved, conduit that was saved. Not only an experience from a workplace perspective that actually draws people into the office. So in that one floor of the building, there were close to 20,000 pounds of steel that we removed from all the copper, all the ceilings. And when you see all of those connection points and all of the PoEs come together in this one room, it's so simple and it's so elegant. and it's safe, right? You don't require all the same amount of electricians to go through and wire that up. But let's take you through a couple of other examples. When you look at the built environment, sometimes you don't have the luxury of taking everything out and completely rewiring. So in our Singapore office, we simply did a retrofit. We replaced all of the lighting to be PoE. We created more collaborative workspaces, right? Lots of video endpoints. And then we maximize the space. Again, Singapore, not a whole lot of real estate space, but this is drawing people back into the office for a better experience, occupancy load, and now we can start to control the energy consumption and measure that. For those of you who aren't getting on a plane to New York anytime soon, this is a VR code with an actual VR experience that you can click, and it will take you directly to the lobby of the Penn 1 office. You can walk around, look around, and click on the various technologies and see how it plays. What I love about this is there are 5,000 endpoints in one floor. And you can see how all of Cisco's technology, again, it's Meraki sensors, it's our WebEx devices, it's, of course, our Catalyst switches, all working together for a completely different working environment with a large conference room, a small conference room, a huddle room, and all of these things that you don't necessarily think of, but when you're there and you start to collaborate in it, it really works. One of my favorite rooms in that building feels and looks like a living room. So the people on the other end of that, there's no desks, there's no laptops. It really is a collaborative workspace, and it's designed as such. Another room there, some of the desks are actually built to fan out, so it's not a rectangle, so that the view in the screen, if you've ever sit at a table, you can't see people at the end if you're on camera. This is literally designed to be able to see every single person in that room. So there are these small things. Think about what I said, the ecosystem partners. There are new ecosystem partners that are coming. Furniture that can be connected to the internet and monitored. All of these things are coming into play. A little bit closer to here is 22 Bishopsgate, which was a brand new build. Partway during COVID, they built it up, they tore it down, and then they said, we want to go with a fully integrated design that will have the latest and greatest technology to not only make it a collaborative workspace, but to have all of these integrated systems work together. So the building management system, the HVAC system, the security system, these all work together to maximize the number of use cases in that building for, again, both hybrid work and efficiency. How many people remember the heat wave last summer across Europe, but particularly London? In that building, there's 62 floors, beautiful view from the top. 62 floors, one tenant in one floor said, we do not want to automate our window shades. Every other floor said, please automate to your heart's desire. The glass, the solar, everything was built in to be automated to raise the blinds up and down at the particular times of day. After that heat wave, that one floor had double the cost of electricity bill for that 1 week. And the data laid it all out because it was all integrated into one building management system. So I encourage you. I'm actually heading after Cisco Live over to Canary Wharf for an outdoor, again, kind of a working living space of the future, because there's some other projects back in the States that are leveraging that technology. The third solution that I referenced in the beginning is really around the Internet of the Future. And for those who may or may not remember, a couple of years ago, Cisco announced Silicon One. We're taking that Silicon One chip and all of the efficiencies of that chip and expanding it across the rest of Cisco's switching portfolio. Not only does that increase the energy efficiency, reduce the footprint and the shipping costs and all the things associated to it, but it allows the actual internet at its core layer to be more sustainable. So we're building and working with everything from our service providers to our governments and our major enterprises at every point in the network to help for a more sustainable and scalable solution as more and more demand for our internet continues. This morning, if you had a chance to catch the keynote, you would have seen a couple of very great industry examples and how this comes to play. The one thing I would call out is sustainability must be integrated into the business. There is a massive shift in what our research is telling us just in the last 12 months from regulatory and compliance not only to helping the bottom line, but actually helping the top line. And that's very visible when you look at industry solutions, because industries aren't going to stop, right? What we need from our medical facilities, what we need from our stadiums as they come back online, how we travel, even airlines are less predictable today than they were before COVID. And the integration of all of these IoT devices, visibility into the network, security, all of these things working together. I had an opportunity to visit. I live in California, wine country that had outfitted water IoT sensors and water leakage across their fields, and you may or may not be familiar, but California is in a perpetual state of drought up until this last season. And so water leakage is extremely costly and can cost an entire crop, an entire season. So what we're starting to see is the application of sensors in all different places, whether they're mega factories, in agricultural. The regulations that are coming out in EV alone is going to move the needle and allow for the stimulus money to accelerate all of these solutions in these different ecosystems. In the EU, after 2035, there will be no more gas-powered gas cars sold, right? Well, what does that mean? The infrastructure and the technology has to be able to withstand the transition and be ready for that. So there is so much opportunity across these industry solutions, across these ecosystem partners, and I hope at a minimum your wheels are turning at where are those potentials, and hopefully Cisco can help you along that journey. Right? Where is Cisco going to help you along the journey, and how are we together going to tackle the next trends of the future? There are a couple of key things I wanted to call out here because sustainability, clean tech, they're going to introduce a lot of new skill sets into the market. They're going to call upon skill sets that we didn't quite think may have intersected with IT once upon a time. And it's going to take all of us to educate, make more aware, and to bring others along on this journey. So first is renewable energy systems, right? We know clean energy, we need more and more of it. The cost of clean energy is actually at par, if not cheaper, than our traditional coal-powered. That's the first time, and that's a recent that's recent data that's come out. Cloud managed sustainability. Jeremy walked you through Intersight and Nexus Cloud. You saw earlier today the WebEx Control Hub. We are helping across their entire portfolio build an energy management ecosystem of data to help you get real-time views of the grid, the energy mix, the cost per kilowatt hour wherever you are. It's a fun, interesting thing to talk about, to ask someone where they're from and what their cost per kilowatt hour is of energy, particularly in this last year. It's become very dynamic, right? It's not a commodity that we all take it for granted anymore. When we think about this concept of putting power and data on the same line together, we're effectively networking energy. Imagine the concept of energy networking and what that can do to all of our existing IT systems, combined with the expanded TAM and the expanded opportunity of the ecosystems of OT. And then eventually imagine a DC microgrid. Imagine building or retrofitting a building where you have solar coming right off the glass of a window that you may not even own the building, but it's coming right off the window and powering your desk and all the lights in your office. The technology for all these things exists today, and how we move forward and how we put it together is going to be underpinned by this backbone of technology and that intersection of networking. I'm going to leave you with two things. First, Cisco is on this journey with you, and we are committed throughout the entire life cycle. When we think about what buying models are available, how you move things as a service, we're incentivizing with 5% up front to give our product back at the end of its useful life, because Cisco, in its #1 supply chain, can guarantee 99.9% responsible recycle, remanufacture, and reuse. And I still have yet to see another company that can offer that. It's so exciting. We actually have a demo of it right there through the hub to walk you through what that teardown process looks like. There's also, I want to call your attention to 4 and 5. Working with our partner ecosystem, we have a specialization, and we also have a number of organizations that are keeping track of all of the stimulus money to help you unlock that stimulus money. It is so critically important that we try to simplify. I mean, we know, yes, there's a lot of money out there, but I heard from many partners and customers just yesterday how cumbersome of it is, how much paperwork, how many rules there are. We have teams in place in countries around the world working with these organizations to unlock and match our technology and these solutions to help you take advantage of these programs. And last but not least, this QR code will take you to an ebook that walks you through in great detail all of Cisco's solutions. Feel free to grab that and save it for later. There are 17 sessions across Cisco Live in the next couple of days, so please keep a track of those. The demo lounge that I mentioned in that other room has 6 different stations, and there'll be tours ongoing for the rest of Cisco Live. And again, last but not least, that ebook will continue to be updated with every big event that we have. So if you take that QR code and you save it, it will continue to get refreshed, but it has in great detail all the programs, all the solutions that we walked through today. I cannot thank you enough for being here today. If it's not really clear, I thoroughly enjoy my job and my role, which is to embed sustainability into all of Cisco's products and solutions. But I can tell you it is not something that can be done with any one vendor, any one company, or even just the folks in this room. So I encourage you to learn more. We're just getting started. This is going to be a long journey. The last year, if it's any indication, the amount of growth in this topic, in this area, just continues, and it doesn't look like it's going to stop. So thank you. Have a wonderful Cisco Live, and I hope to see you soon.
Right. So I'm the co-founder and CEO of ThousandEyes, which means I'm responsible for pretty much anything you do not like about ThousandEyes. So if you have a list of complaints, make them now. And we talk a lot about signal and noise and separating signal from noise. And there isn't another better example than the signal and noise in this area here. So hopefully you're able to hear me and follow through this presentation. So I'm going to talk a little bit about ThousandEyes. Just show of hands. How many people know ThousandEyes? Right, that's good. So if you know ThousandEyes, we're going to tell you more. For those who don't know ThousandEyes, we're going to tell you a bit about ThousandEyes. And I always believe in this notion of we want to show more in real product than slides. So we have a few slides, but there's 2 highlights that you have to look forward to. One is Jason's going to show up, come up on stage, and actually show you real data, real events, even including the outages that happened as recently as a couple weeks ago. And then we have a customer, Karen from EasyJet, who's going to share her experience. So those are the 2 highlights that I'm going to try to make sure we don't delay. So before we go into ThousandEyes, it's really around why, what's changed that is important. And I think the crux of this is we're living in a very different world where everything is becoming more and more fragmented. Apps are moving out, people are moving out, the enterprise perimeter is no longer a perimeter, it's a borderless network. That's the reality of what today's enterprise looks like. And if you think about digital experience, it's going across all these different elements. It's DNS, CDN, data centers, home environments. And traditional monitoring has been very focused on looking at what's going through a device. But as you think about the digital experience and the end-to-end chain, you don't control the devices anymore. And so we have this notion of a borderless enterprise and the fact that your responsibility of digital experience doesn't end where your purchases end. And what I mean by that is, you purchase routers and switches and all that, and that's the periphery typically, but that's not where your responsibility ends. So if you think about these trends, really, cloud is the new data center, SaaS apps like Office 365, the new app stack, home is the new office. This has especially been accelerated over the last 2 or 3 years, and this really makes the internet the new network. And what is really incredible is the amount of dependencies that are external to your environment that are becoming a fabric of what you are responsible for. When this happens, you obviously lose visibility and control. And what is really critical is this massive blind spot that is being created that you're responsible now to manage, right? Is it DNS? Is it CDN? Where is it breaking? And I'll tell you what, we started the company after 7 years of research, doing a PhD in internet, and we thought we knew every way the internet would break, and 13 years later, there's still new ways people break the internet. There's still new ways people break systems. So the possibility of scenarios is near infinite. And I'll share one quick story before I hand it off to Jason. When we moved to our first proper office as a startup in San Francisco, we started in 2010. 2020, we were acquired by Cisco. We'll talk about that in a bit. But when we moved to our first office, this was in 2011 in San Francisco, the lights would go off at 7 p.m. to save energy. It's a culture of like saving energy. And at 7 p.m., we had to pick up the phone, like a physical line that was attached to the wall. We would pick up that phone, dial a number, and enter a 4-digit code to turn the lights back on. That was the system to have the lights back on, which makes sense. For about 7 days, it made sense for us because we were working till 9 p.m. And then my co-founder said, this is stupid. We can't do this. We have to automate it. And so he wrote a script with Twilio. Are you familiar with Twilio? The API automation for SMS, etc. So he wrote a script with Twilio. And at 6:59, we would run this cron job to automate the whole process of turning the lights on, which worked for about a week. And then the lights go off. And if you are a normal person, when the lights go off, the first thing you would do is you would walk up, pick up the phone, and turn it on. But we were debugging the code in the dark, trying to figure out what broke. And what we found was that Twilio was fine, our script was fine, but Twilio was hosted on Amazon in the East Coast data center, and there was a power outage because of a storm. So because of that, Twilio actually had an issue. As a result, our script was not working. And think about that. Our lights in our office in San Francisco were controlled by an Amazon outage on the East Coast of the data center. So that's the new reality of what you live in, and that is what we're going to talk about. We are in this business of really helping you understand every digital experience, no matter where the boundaries are of what you own and what you don't own. And there's two things that we can promise to you. One is help you see beyond your environment, not just from a network, but an application experience standpoint. And the second is to help you collaborate better with third parties. And this is one of the things that is very unique to ThousandEyes. If you think about every SaaS company that you may rely on, pretty much every one of them uses ThousandEyes. So if you see an issue with a Salesforce, you can actually share data with them. So that is the promise. And in order to see this in action, I want to invite Jason Warfield to the stage, who's going to share a little bit more and show you how the product actually works.
Thank you, Mohit. Cisco Live EMEA. So I had to wait 3 years since the ThousandEyes acquisition to be here. So if you can't tell by the big smile on my face, I'm incredibly excited to be here. What I want to walk you through before I dive into the actual demo is our 3 primary use cases. And my role here at ThousandEyes, I lead the solution engineering and adoption engineering teams. And we work with customers closely every day to really show and prove the value of the technology. And it really centers around 3 use cases focused on the first being what we call customer digital experience. So think about any internet-facing, revenue-generating, or citizen-facing service, helping you assure a consistently great experience no matter where in the world they're accessing that service and no matter when they're accessing that service. And the way we do that is by leveraging over 600 points of presence around the world to help you understand the user journey, accessing the service, all the different providers that they traverse across the internet that delivers that service, as well as the ecosystem that supports delivering the service, whether that be content delivery networks or the actual data centers in which the application is hosted. That could be on-premise, that could be in the cloud, it could be a hybrid deployment, but having visibility into that full ecosystem to allow you to consistently deliver great service to your customers. The second is around workforce digital experience. So how many people here work at least part-time remote? So workforce digital experience really helps you assure productivity for your employees no matter where they choose to work. Part of that is making sure that they can access the applications and the services they need to do their jobs on a day-to-day basis. But that also means that we extend that visibility down to the last mile in the local network on which they're connected to. Because a lot of times the issue is not with the service or even the network transit, it's in the home, the coffee shop, on the plane, wherever that user may be working. And it can be very challenging to really support remote workers without the visibility down to both the service and their user experience accessing the service, as well as the full ecosystem, including the local network in which they're connected to. The last major use case focuses on what we call enterprise digital experience. One example is, as our customers have been reopening offices around the world, giving them data they can use to assure when employees come in and they work in an office that they'll have a seamless, consistent, and great experience accessing the internal and SaaS applications they use. Another use case is focused around SD-WAN. And when you think about SD-WAN, really being able to leverage ThousandEyes across the full SD-WAN lifecycle. As you're selecting which service providers to use at a given location, using data to select the best service provider for that location. As you deploy, having visibility into the performance of the services being delivered across your SD-WAN environment. And then once you have deployed and you're in production, being able to both assure the productivity of your users, as well as being able to leverage the data and the analytics to actually predict which path is best for a given site to optimize performance. So those are our three primary use cases, and as Mohit mentioned, let's show them to you in action with a demo. So the first demo we're going to look at is something that's been top of mind for our customers over the last couple of weeks. How many people in here were impacted in some way, shape, and form by the Microsoft outage on January 25th? So let's walk you through the visibility that ThousandEyes provides in the context of what we're looking at here first is a synthetic test that we have set up running to our SharePoint, Microsoft SharePoint. And what this is essentially a page load test, which help us understand the user experience. We're running this test from 22 locations around the world, or points of presence, leveraging our cloud agents so that we have visibility from different countries and cities globally. And what this allowed us to do is when the issue occurred, right now everything's green, everything looks great, users are able to access SharePoint and other services. However, if we move forward to 7:10 UTC, we can see that at this point, immediately, users around the world were having an issue. So, the first thing we understand is there's a definite impact from a user perspective, not being able to access the services, the Microsoft 365, and as you'll see, other services. And really the question that we help answer in real time is this an application issue or a network issue? Is it a issue you own and can control and can fix yourself, or is it one you need to work with a provider? And then what's the root cause? So one of the things we can see here is users were having issues from everything from trying to resolve the host name, trying to connect to the services, trying to get information back from the services, really all the way through the HTTP stack. So oftentimes this is pretty indicative of a network problem. And we were able to validate that very quickly, or immediately I should say, where we were able to see what we're looking at now at the top is the end-to-end loss for all the sites in aggregate. So we know for a fact we're seeing a lot of network loss. So we're highly confident this is a network issue at this point. We can look at loss per site if we wanted to do that. And when I talked about ThousandEyes being able to dynamically understand the user journey, what I mean by that is here we're representing user experience for users in Tel Aviv. On the right-hand side is the actual SharePoint service that we're providing visibility into. And every time we run our synthetic tests, we capture the path, or in this case, multiple paths that the user actually takes to access that service. So this is how we're able to quickly identify any issues and the root cause of those issues. So we certainly see there's an impact on the Microsoft network, which is highlighted in this case by this red circle. But in this instance, we know this was actually a BGP-related problem. So if we scroll down and look at our BGP view, what this is really highlighting is the dotted lines are showing all the routes that were withdrawn. So essentially, at 7:10, we identified that almost all of the BGP routes that Microsoft had established were withdrawn. And that's what caused a direct impact on the users. It really started the chain of events that led to this outage. And if we simplify this a little bit and just look at it from one monitor, it's very interesting what we saw. So in this case, we're looking at this from one BGP monitor's perspective. We see that the dotted line was the direct path between Tiggy and Microsoft. That was withdrawn, and we see that the path actually was extended, and we added a provider, Work Online, in between. However, what was most interesting is if we look at the actual path changes, we can see an incredible amount of flapping where routes were introduced, withdrawn, introduced, withdrawn, introduced, withdrawn. And that's why you saw there was intermittent ability for some users to access the service throughout the outage. But because of all of these BGP route changes, users weren't able to consistently connect and actually interact with the services. And this went on for roughly an hour and a half. And I won't go through the whole time period, but I'll show you just visually how this looked, where we see routes withdrawn, routes added, routes withdrawn, and then about an hour in, hour and a half in, almost 2 hours in, we see that, let me go back one period, we see that the BGP routes were restored for the most part. And then we start to see the services from a user perspective improve, and more users able to access the service. So this is the type of visibility that ThousandEyes provides for any digital service. And all this information is dynamically captured really from two pieces of information: the URL for the service, and in this case, the 22 cloud agents or 22 agents that you want to gain visibility from. And that could be a combination of cloud agents, which are over 600 points of presence around the world that we control, or agents you deploy inside networks you control. The one other thing I'll highlight is, as part of this outage, it wasn't just the Microsoft services that were impacted, but it was also other services that were hosted in Azure. So you see LinkedIn, SuccessFactors, SAP, and Netflix. All right, so the last demo I want to highlight focuses on hybrid work. So here what we're doing is providing visibility into end user experience, accessing digital services from anywhere they work. And what I want to highlight is a couple things. One, we have a number of different users. They're in the middle. And there's a number of services they're accessing, one of which is Office 365. So we can see Office 365, the experience is a lot worse than all the other services. So let's focus on that as part of this demo. Filter out everything else. And then what we see here is for Sean Eustace in particular, he's having an issue accessing Office. I can see on the left that Sean, I can see his network connection in his home looks good. He's connected via Wi-Fi. Gateway looks good. But between his gateway and the service, there's 90% loss. So there's certainly an issue in the transit network in between. And being able to then drill into the network layer, being able to see the path that Sean's taking from his home, and then being able to identify, in this case, there's an issue inside the Microsoft network. You could identify the root cause of the problem, tell Sean, yes, we know you're having an issue. It's related to an issue in the Microsoft network. We'll reach out to Microsoft and get back to you. So let me wrap up there. From a demo perspective, because what I want to do is transition into one wrap-up slide and then my favorite part of the session. So in terms of the actual business impact that ThousandEyes delivers to companies, and this is from a economic impact study we did, from an ROI perspective, being able to deliver 173% ROI And a lot of that is driven by what you see here in that second box, having less than a 6-month payback period. The reason why, we can very quickly and easily get going in terms of getting the service deployed, getting the ThousandEyes adopted, and delivering and showing value. And literally, from the first day of a deployment, you're immediately seeing value in terms of the visibility that we're delivering. In terms of productivity, being able to help increase productivity over 50%, and a large part due by being able to reduce the time it takes to identify and resolve outages. We've had customers literally have over 100 people on a conference bridge, internal, external providers, trying to figure out the root cause of a problem. They've looked in ThousandEyes. They immediately identified what the issue was, whether it's CDN or otherwise. 90+% of the people were able to drop off the phone, and they could work with the provider to resolve the actual issue. And then being able to reduce both productivity and the impact in terms of revenue delivered back to the business. So with that, let me introduce Karen Bullen, Head of Technology, Networking, and Hosting at EasyJet.
Hi, Jason.
Hi, Karen. So I'm sure most people here know who EasyJet is.
I hope so.
For the few who may not, could you please tell us a little bit about EasyJet as well as your role?
Sure, okay, yes. So EasyJet, if you don't know, is a European airline. So one of our strapline is making low-cost travel easy. So that's what we're here to do. We are here to get our customers to the places that we need to do. So my role at EasyJet is the head of networking and hosting. So I'm accountable and responsible for anything we host, whether that's in data center or in the cloud, as we transform and move more to the cloud space. Connectivity. So as you mentioned, how our crew, how our end users and our campus sites connect, but also around our remote working, as we are a hybrid company in terms of workforce. And then what's more important here, we've also introduced observability and AI ops as well as part of our full platform service.
And could you share with us how EasyJet's changed since you joined the company?
Yes, so I have a background in infrastructure and operations for the last 20 years, and I joined EasyJet in 2021. And we were just very much looking at transforming these services that I've spoken about in terms of cloud and hosting and observability. So it's very much looking at putting down the foundations, doing their transformation, and then looking at that innovation piece going on. And so we were very much looking about, in terms of business value, the going to cloud, bringing that agility, and how we can be faster to market and provide those services to our end customers in a much more agile and in a better way, providing that value for our customers.
And how have you been able to address and accomplish this?
So as I said, we mentioned in terms of, it was back in the summer of last year, as I said, we were just laying down the foundations in terms of observability. And we worked with yourselves, and it's great to have done that. So we looked at how we can get ourselves ready for summer flying 2022. And our enterprise stack of monitoring tools wasn't really enough. Yeah? So we wanted to look about how we can, as you'd mentioned, in terms of as we're moving to cloud, as we're using direct internet access, having those pieces, bringing them all together to have that full stack observability. So we partnered with yourselves, not doing a massive rollout. We looked at our critical business services for flying and also for selling tickets, because obviously that's the heart of EasyJet. And we partnered with yourselves and were able to roll out ThousandEyes, so from an enterprise point of view and from our endpoint agent point of view, to roll out the ThousandEyes across the business services that we wanted to concentrate on.
And where would you say you've seen the most value from ThousandEyes?
Well, absolutely. It's been tremendous in terms of our journey working with yourselves. Very much in terms of what you're saying, in terms of the headline straps you had earlier. It's around reducing that MTTR, so that the reducing that time to resolve or even identify potential incidents, and that's what we've been very much looking at. So it just relieves that. So rather than spending hours trying to go through and find out where the root cause is, we are now sort of focusing much more on what the business value really, in terms of rather than our engineering spending hours and hours on incident calls and, like you say, multiple people coming to those incidents, we now can focus those engineering capabilities in providing new services for the business and therefore our customers.
And what are some of the lessons you've learned during this transformation, both positive as well as constructive?
So in terms of transformation, yes, so we are moving away from the network but going through a data center. We're very much moving to the cloud, being the center of our network, and using the cloud services. So I think that's really key to say, because that's going to add value and what we're going to do for our business. But again, it's not a case of a big bang rollout, right? We are really concentrating on the value add, doing that proof of concept with the critical services that we knew that we needed for being able to fly, being able to sell those tickets to our customers. So it wasn't a big bang approach in terms of our rollout. And there's more to do, yeah? So we just laid down those foundations last year. So we're working with you to do more in that transformation. But then it's then moving across to innovation and that continual service improvement and optimization. That's where we need to get to in the future.
Yeah, it sounds like an agile approach and continue.
Very much an agile approach, exactly, yes.
I love it. And last question. So looking forward, what are some of your strategic priorities for EasyJet?
Yeah, so as I said, if we take using ThousandEyes or observability as a whole, it's very much we've gone through that reactive phase, very much in that more proactive way of looking at it, and now we're looking at more predictive, right? So we want to spot things before they happen. We want to be able to detect those anomalies, etc. So that's very much what we're looking forward to. Very much looking at the full stack observability and AI ops. That's what we're looking forward to next.
Awesome. Well, first of all, thank you for joining us here today on stage, and thanks for sharing your story.
Thank you very much, Jason.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mohit, I know I said this was my favorite part of the session, but I love your presentation too. So let me turn it back over to you.
Thank you. So we're going to do a quick wrap here, but let me capture a few things that are critical. I mentioned earlier, it's been a 2.5-year journey inside Cisco, and one of the things that has been really exciting is ThousandEyes decodes the internet and these hybrid environments, and it threads through every part of Cisco's business. So these are some of the core areas we're working in. On full stack observability, you hear a lot about that. We're working closely with AppDynamics on that. There's a lot of work going on hybrid work to support remote employees, work from anywhere, working with WebEx and AnyConnect and the likes. And then there's a bunch of activities around just the WAN edge, secure access, et cetera, where we're doing a bunch of stuff with Cisco networking as well. Now, one of the announcements we have at this Cisco Live is the support for open telemetry, OTel. And this is one of the first kinds from the data we have. So it adds a new data set to everything you're building on your observability practice and takes away all this bespoke integrations that you have to do. So we're excited about this. I think this is going to be big. And the first manifestation of this is our support for full stack observability. This is where we have a really powerful integration with AppDynamics. We're able to really exchange data between the network and app tiers and really be able to correlate these things together. So this thing will only get better, and I encourage you guys to go and check out the demos. There's various pods. There's the ThousandEyes pod, there's AppDynamics, and there's also the FSO pod, so please do check it out. And then finally, something really exciting, and this is where the power of ThousandEyes coming inside Cisco is really, really powerful. When we think about ThousandEyes, for 10 years, we basically were building this picture of what's happening on the internet. And in the internet, you can't predict outages in a lot of scenarios because you have a beaver chewing on cables in Canada that takes down parts of the internet, or an undersea cable being bitten or cut by bitten by a shark or cut by a boat. So there's outages you can't predict, but you can see. That's the power of ThousandEyes. But what we have realized is collaborating with groups inside Cisco, we can actually learn from behaviors within your local environments. And WAN Insights is about one of these where you can understand past behavior and be able to forecast certain kinds of issues, recommend optimal paths. The demo for this particular capability is available on the ThousandEyes demo booth, so please go check it out if you want to do more here, but more coming from a network AI ops standpoint. This is a code that we captured. I'll flash it for a second from someone who was using WAN Insights, and it was really helpful to find the optimal default paths without any configuration hassles. Finally, here's what I'd like you to take away from this session. Our entire journey is around helping you control every digital experience, no matter what. And so if you think about issues that you're having that may not be with a specific server, it's just general digital experience issues, and you want to figure out what's going on, that's where our power lies. So definitely check us out for that. And this is my last slide, a few action items. By the way, if you want to check out, a very simple thing to do with ThousandEyes is thousandeyes.com/outages. If you go to that portal, thousandeyes.com/outages, you will see a live view of what's happening right now. If there's a key network outage or a key SaaS outage, that's one way to look at it. But please check out the website, check out the booths that we have here, explore the website. We have a lot of blogs on past outages. We do actually always share live information anytime there's a major disruption, so you can subscribe to the blog and you can get all this information. And finally, talk to your Cisco rep. I know we all like human conversations again since we're getting back, so hopefully you can use the time to do that. I appreciate the time. Thank you, everyone, and look forward to working with all of you. Cheers.
All right, hello everybody, and welcome back to Cisco Live 2023 Amsterdam. We've just come out of an innovation talk, the replay of identifying internet problems before they become end-user problems with ThousandEyes. It was really great to be on the ThousandEyes booth yesterday. We covered some of that, so if you've missed it, make sure you go take a look at the replays, and you'll be able to see everything that we brought to you. Also, as a reminder as well, if you are joining us from home or you're here at the show, be sure to use @Cisco Live EMEA and hashtag Cisco Live EMEA as well. Just let us know how you're experiencing the event and how much fun you're having. In addition to that, if you're watching from home as well and you're watching the stream, I can't remember where it is on the screen, but you will see there's a set of emojis. You can use those to let us know how much fun you're having, so thumbs up if you are having a great time. Now, we're just about to head out into the world of solutions in a moment, and we're going to take a look at the air traffic control booth. This is run by the Cisco Country Digitalization Acceleration Program, and it focuses on how they're going to digitize some of the national infrastructure that's available. So, Rob, out to you to show me what you have.
Incredible. Thank you so much, Nish. Yes, I'm here in a booth that actually, as I saw from a distance, I'm like, wait, what is that thing over there? And then I kept being busy and I couldn't come by here and check it out. But if you look here, we've got what I thought my initial response was, oh, they've scaled down a tower. So we could talk about some technology we're doing with a tower. But then I found out when I got over here, that is not a scaled down model. That is a life-size device, that's oversimplifying it, but there's a life-size tower that's being used in unique ways that no one else is doing. And so I want to talk about the partnerships that Cisco's brought together to make this kind of thing happen. And Niels, I would have you come in first, and we're going to talk to a few different people, but I wonder if you could kind of highlight what is it that we're showcasing here and what's important to take away from it?
Sure, Rob. So thank you for having me, and great to be here. I'm part of CDA, which is Country Digital Acceleration for Cisco. And this is maybe one of the perfect examples on how we digitally accelerate the transformation for national critical infrastructures by bringing multiple parties together, which we will talk about in a little bit. But we are really helping the transformation work for, how do you say that? The impact on the lack of people, or the people that bringing multiple places to centralize operations for a complete country's air traffic environment.
So my understanding is, in a nutshell, this is a tower like you might expect people to sit in normally, looking out over the airfield with their eyeballs to determine what's going on, how do we make sure no one runs into each other, safety, it's running 24 hours a day. These are very critical jobs. They depend on critical infrastructure, but we're now bringing the infrastructure in to do this from a more remote standpoint so that they can extend the possibilities of what they cover.
Exactly, that's exactly it. So basically what we bring is augmented reality to life, using our technology and a broad country's fiber optic network to have these remote cameras make the centralized air traffic control feel as if they look out of the window in real time to different airspaces at the same time, while they're responsible for all air traffic for our complete Dutch airspace. And probably most of you that are here flew in with airspace on Schiphol, but there's a variety of smaller and medium-sized airports that we have in the country, which we centralize with this technology. And Cisco works out making that happen together from a CDA perspective on national critical infrastructure.
Very good. So CDA is Cisco's group for country digital acceleration, exactly. I believe, and this would be an example of one of the projects. We were talking about the Medibus earlier. We're probably going to talk about it again, but these are all examples of Cisco bringing together parties that are sometimes hard to bring together, it feels like, to pull this kind of thing off. Now, I know there's a number of people here that kind of represent different phases of this project. Who should we talk to next?
If we talk to Edward right now, then he can
all
explain
right.
a little
We'll have you step aside. Thank you so much, Niels. Edward, tell me your name and what you're responsible for, who you're with.
Yeah, my name is Edward Schaap. I'm head of the CNS and infrastructure department for LVNL. LVNL is air navigation service provider. We're responsible for the safety use and efficient use of the Dutch airspace. And I think most people here at the Cisco Live event, I think they arrived at Schiphol Airport, so they must have been serviced by one of our air traffic controllers and landed in a safe way, so I'm very happy to do that.
Perfect, so we have you guys to thank. So what is your involvement in a project like this? What's involved and what's important to understand?
Well, what is important to understand is that Schiphol Airport is, of course, our biggest hub airport, but we also have quite a lot of smaller regional airports in the Netherlands. And we have like more than 500,000 movements at Schiphol Airport, but for the smaller airports it's like 60,000, 50,000. And it's very difficult to keep the local facilities maintained over there. So we have the housing, we have the local infrastructure. We have quite some problems with staffing and having enough personnel for air traffic control, keep it in service. So what we're trying to do is by using modern innovative technologies, especially in the network infrastructure domain, we are bringing the services to Schiphol Airport. So we are, by using also the use of, by help of Consia and Cisco, we're modernizing our vital infrastructure nationwide. So we do that at the airport of Schiphol, we do that at the local airports, and we connect the different airports to our headquarters at LVNL at Schiphol Airport. By using the infrastructure, we are able to remotely control some services from central Schiphol Airport. So if you look at the camera mast here, there are 14 cameras inside of this tower, and this gives us 360-degree situational awareness.
Yeah. So there's cameras behind each one of these?
There's cameras in there, 14 around 360 degrees. The air traffic controllers are able to remotely see the images coming from the cameras. It's 4K quality. And in such a way, they have like 360 degrees situational awareness for the smaller airports as well.
So this makes me think of the fact that you're also probably enabling smaller airports or someone that doesn't have the consistent traffic like a Schiphol. You enable them to maybe have more, better oversight over what than what they're used to, because now you've got shared resources you can take advantage of.
Yeah, we have shared resources, so sometimes we have trouble in servicing all day long. So by centralizing it to Schiphol Airport, we are able to remotely control, and eventually we also would like to use one air traffic controller for multiple airports. Yeah. So as soon as we've installed this system and it's working operationally good, we can ask the controller to service different airports. So, and in such a way that's much more efficient from our side in costs.
Well, these are valuable people as well, so we have to enable them to do their job well. Thank you so much for your time and sharing the information. I'm going to have you're the integration partner, I believe, on this project. I wonder if you could follow me. I'm Rob. What is your name there?
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey. Thank you so much. I'm going to, so we're moving over here because of the sunlight and such, but actually I wonder if we could step over to the screens. Do you mind showing me a little bit about, as we explain what we have going on? I'm curious because the screens have been drawing my eye, fascinated with this, but can you tell us a little bit about what's been showing here? But first, let's start with who you work for and what you guys have been responsible for on this project.
Yeah, so my name is Jeffrey Denel, so I'm the CTO of Consia Netherlands, and what we are all about is 24/7 environments, right, that we serve, for instance, in the Netherlands, but also Consia group-wide. And a typical 24/7 environment is what we're seeing here, right? It's a Dutch air traffic control. So I think it can't be more critical than this, right? And what you also see is a bit of digitization of this mission-critical environment. For instance, you're getting really the air traffic remotely controlled, right? So this is next level.
Yeah, no, this is fascinating. This is where it really sunk in for me. You were showing me earlier on these screens, and Steve, I don't know if you can see the screen okay here, but can you tell us kind of what we're looking at here? And feel free to change the screen. Do we need to move out of your way? We certainly can, but this is a live shot of an airport, and I noticed the screens look like they're stitched together to give us a better view.
It's the rounding, right, of the tower, right? And normally every camera has its own screen, right? And what you also see here is a drone. So the software also sees that's a drone, right? Instead of like this is a truck. So it really recognizes various devices, right? So it's more than just the camera. It's getting more also the software to have more interaction what it actually sees.
Yeah, one thing I like is the fact that it's obvious it's tracking anything of movement, so it draws my eye. And then I noticed, not on this screen here, but earlier we saw a plane coming in for a landing in London, and it was identifying the flight number and other things like this digitally. I'm like, oh, I want this for my home surveillance. This is great. Is this UPS? Is it Amazon?
Great, right? Yeah. For home, for home situations. Yeah, but you see actually more and more airfields are getting the remote airfields. There is not a lot of traffic there, right? So it's good to have like remote airfields, remote towers there, and have it centralized handled. So that's actually what you see, but also very airfields with a lot of traffic, like London City Airport also has one, right? So there are various use cases for this to do so.
Well, perfect. We're running out of time now, but I thank you. You guys have been fascinating. I'm sorry we missed a chance to talk to we were going to talk to the Dutch air traffic controllers, but this is fascinating. Guys, stop over here as soon as you can. Nish, we'll go back to you.
Thanks so much, Rob. I love the work that the Cisco Country Digital Acceleration team is doing and really making a difference, right? We obviously, saw that air traffic project. We saw the Medibus the other day as well, and as part of the Reimagined Germany initiative they have, and it just feels like the possibilities are endless. Obviously, with the Medibus, it's a healthcare environment, so it's where we have lots of different Cisco technology on there. I don't know if we've covered these yet, but it's actually got astounding results. We've had over 12,000 patients that have been treated, over 496 locations that the bus has driven to, over 11,000 kilometers, over 204 hours of video translation, and in just 301 days. So really amazing to see those results. We're out to the world of solutions. Cedric, you're out there. What are you going to show us?
Well, Nish, I am still exploring the hub on the second day here at Cisco Live. So I'm just having a wander around. Like we have we have the sustainability zone there, but actually something really cool caught my eye. It's a super big screen, so I just want to go and check it out. It's the threat wall over here. I'm not really sure what it's about, but let's kind of get someone over here to talk about it. Okay, look here. Hey, how are you doing? Gonna stand here. I'm doing well, thank you. So I was just on, exploring the hub. And I came across the threat wall, and I thought, this looks cool. This looks a little bit geeky.
It is.
So, can you tell us what this is about?
Sure, no problem. My name is Fish, and what this is actually is, if you're on the Cisco Live network and you're going through the Wi-Fi, then you're going through our NOC. And so from a geeky perspective, what this is actually, this is live feed. So the traffic is actually going through the NOC, and it's going up to a switch, and it's spanned over to our world so we can do security visibility on it. So it's going through a firewall, Firepower 4150, and then we kind of sort of really amped up our geekiness. So secure network analytics on-premise, secure network analytics cloud, and then we topped it all off by using SecureX. SecureX is really what I absolutely love. So you want me to tell you about SecureX?
Yeah, thank you so much. It sounds really exciting, really geeky. And also, this links back to what we talked about yesterday, the Cisco and Cisco story. We really use our own technology here. This conference is powered by Cisco, right? We use all of our technology here. So some really cool demos. If you have the time, if you're here, drop by the threat wall here in the hub. Otherwise, let us know what you think. If you have questions for Fish, just use the hashtag Cisco Live EMEA. Let us know what you think about SecureX and so on here as well. But yeah, so now we're going to go back to the studio to Nish. You're there. I'm here, Nish. We'll go back to you.
Thank you, Cedric. So from Fish back to Nish, I love that. So we're about to head into a partner session now, and the session is all about how Intel and Cisco are partnering to shape the future of technology, and they're going to be talking about a journey and advancing their journeys to net zero as well. The speakers are Jeremy Foster and Adrian Criddle. Jeremy has been in a few sessions, so if you watched any of the innovation talks yesterday, you would have heard him speak about net zero. Is going to continue the conversation today with Intel. And if you missed those sessions, remember they're available on demand as well, so be sure you don't miss those. So this is going to be in an interview format, and those senior executives are going to be talking about how the Cisco UCS X series, the servers, power, and ensure that there's improved performance, there's energy savings, and of course enhanced data center savings as well. This was the technology we talked about yesterday when we were talking about how we could pick individual components out and then replace them, customize it, and make it even better for your business. So it really does make it secure, and obviously it's customizable as well. So they're going to be sharing real-world examples of what they're doing and how they've used the power of UCS X series to become more sustainable in their journey towards net zero. So enjoy this session. We'll be right back after. Take a look, and we'll see you right here.
How Intel and Cisco are partnering to shape the future of technology and advance the journey of net zero here at a fireside chat. And please welcome to the stage Jeremy Foster, SVP and GM of Cisco Networking, Compute at Cisco. And I'd also like to welcome Adrian Criddle, VP Sales and Marketing and GM of EMEA. EMEA Marketing at Intel.
Hey, morning.
How are you guys this morning? Welcome.
Doing well. Very good.
Now, since we last spoke, what trends are Intel and Cisco seeing in EMEA, and how are customers' needs and concerns evolving? Adrian, start with you.
Yeah, to start off with, that's a pretty big question, really. I mean, Europe, Middle East and Africa, we're going through quite a phenomenal kind of change in the marketplace. A lot of external factors, geopolitical situations. It does have a bit of an impact. I think the recent IMF data showed that GDP will increase a little bit over the coming quarters. I think we're pretty optimistic that the back half of the year will be a little bit more positive, but we are seeing a little bit negative territory kind of currently. I think in terms of trends, and Jeremy will add to this, but I think security, end-to-end security, is still the biggest concern for most execs that operate in the IT industry, but also at the CXO level. Nobody wants to be in the press for a security breach, and we're seeing it a lot, time and time again. So I think a big opportunity to modernize, revolutionize, and digitize everything for the future. So that's kind of my view currently.
Nice. And Jeremy, can you share your perspective on IT's top-of-mind concerns and how Cisco is addressing that?
Yeah, I think fits right in line with the other question. I mean, customers are really after one big theme, and that theme's all around simplicity, right, and operations. And so the top-of-mind concerns are security, sustainability, and being able to make sure that you can run your operations without having any type of downtime or challenges. And it's been really awesome to work with Intel over the last several years on the UCS platform, because that's what we're trying to do, is make a really simple operational experience. And we'll probably talk more about sustainability later, but drive a lot of solutions into the market that have some competitive advantages to the things that have been there before. And it's been a really good experience.
Great. And Adrian, can you tell us a little bit about the recent announcements that have helped Intel and Cisco achieve a new milestone in your partnership?
Yeah, really excited. A couple of weeks ago, we launched our 4th generation of scalable Xeon processors. I'll talk a little bit more about that. But our partnership with Cisco goes back multiple generations, multiple years. And actually, back in November, we were officially announced as a Cisco partner. Sounds crazy, because we've been a strategic supplier for years, but actually becoming a strategic partner for Cisco on the co-sell side to help bring those solutions to market is really incredible. So the 4th gen Xeon technology that we launched a couple of weeks ago, it obviously features heavily in the Cisco UCS X series, the modular platform that Jeremy is an expert in. But I suppose there's 3 things around the Xeon technology that we probably want to bring to bear. First, power performance. This is the first data center CPU that's going to have 12 accelerators. And what that means is that you can offload certain parts of workloads within the CPU to basically accelerate and increase performance and efficiency, which is what we all want. Secondly, we had a technology in the 3rd generation called software guard extensions. If you want to know more about that, then please go and talk to the people on the Intel booth. But we've also come up with domain trust execution as well, which is another technology. Again, go and talk to the experts on the Intel Cisco booth. And this obviously brings a new level of security right down at the hardware level where it's very much protected in conjunction with Cisco. And then lastly, I would say that what we tried to do is we actually manufacture the silicon for these wafers in Arizona and Israel. And these are our 2 latest generation factories where we're looking at the sustainability factor across the 4 modules, which I'll talk a little bit later. And this really brings, not only from a manufacturing point of view what Intel's doing, it's also bringing the ability that we actually put telemetry and analytics within the CPU. So Cisco's Intersight manager can also take advantage of how to load balance what the CPU is doing at the silicon level, and then that goes into the manageability of what Cisco does in their UCX and their X series products. So I think the combination works very well.
Yeah. Jeremy, can we dive a little deeper there? What does this mean for customers?
I mean, it's really a great example of the technology that we roll out together. Things like X series, for example. We work on co-development, we bring that out. And there's the sheet metal aspects of it, right? So how do we make sure that we build the latest and greatest Intel Xeon 4? How do we get flex GPUs into our X fabric so that all the building blocks that a customer possibly could want, because that's how they customize what the needs of their application are with the underlying hardware, so they can drive the lowest total cost of ownership within their application deployments, whether that's on the data center or at a disaster recovery site, et cetera. And then more importantly, how do you manage that? That's where the Intersight pieces come in. And then how do we take some of these things like accelerators that can really drive the cost down of running certain workloads like databases and integrate all that into the Intersight management so that that experience is really simple. And then over time, how do you maintain and manage that environment to avoid issues and concerns and do the things that you have to do to maintain the environment around, firmware updates and all the kind of stuff that can slow people down when they're on-prem versus maybe operating in the cloud, and make that experience much more equal across those 2 different types of areas.
Nice. And Jeremy, let's stay with you. Tell us more about UCS X Series.
X Series. So X Series is the most, we talk about the challenges, the most sustainable server platform out there. Obviously, we're using the latest and greatest Intel Xeon, and we'll be rolling that out here in about 8 weeks, 9 weeks, something along those lines. And that is going to be a big lift. But what it really brings in terms of the business value for customers is a huge opportunity to drive much more consolidation than what we've seen in many years. And when you look at what a lot of customers that are out there, if you can take a server that's 2-3 generations old, and you're talking about replacing 3 servers with 1 server and really collapsing the physical infrastructure that's there. And it's a huge leap forward in that regard from a processing perspective. From an overall systems perspective, X Series is about being able to do anything you want to do without compromise in a modular platform. And you say, well, what's a blade platform, a modular platform? Everybody's wanting to use rack mount servers. And we have rack mount servers too, we have really good ones. But at the same time, when you look at sustainability, how are you going to actually get a hold of that? It's not going to be by putting 2 power supplies in every server that you put out in your data center. You can dramatically reduce that number by as much as 40% or so by using a modular system just right off the bat. But the reason people haven't wanted to do that over the last few years is we can't get the highest end configurations. We can't get the flex GPUs in a blade platform. All those things that we can't do, we can do with X Series. So you can really go forward and deliver that type of environment without compromise on top of the new platform. It's been our fastest selling launch of the server platform ever, so we're really excited about that. And we think it's going to get even better with M Series. And then the other piece of it that I think is important for the EMEA market is The Intersight pieces that manage all of that infrastructure, it's a SaaS-based platform, so you don't have to manage each individual chassis or each individual rack mount server. It manages racks, blades, all that stuff. But it does it from a SaaS cloud. So a lot of folks here are familiar with Cisco networking and things like Meraki, where you just plug in a server and it automatically inventories into the cloud, and you can manage your firmware from there. All those types of things is what Intersight is all about. And then being able to take that environment, whether it's big or whether it's small, or whether it's in one data center or across 50 data centers, and be able to have visibility across all those sites, see things like compliance and security updates and things that need to be fixed within the environment automatically, and then proactively support that environment. So if you're running an X series server that has a memory DIMM that's acting flaky, you don't have to wait till it's a problem. We'll tell you it's a problem before it's a problem, ship you a new memory DIMM so you can do what you need to do within your environment, so you can avoid any type of downtime before it actually starts. And those are the types of problems we're looking to solve with customers, because that's the simple experience that reduces complexity that we're after.
Amazing.
I think just to come back on one point, if I may, I think, I mean, what we've also found out in the marketplace, there's hundreds of thousands of servers that are either unsupported or are going to be unsupported over the next kind of 12 months. So again, going back to what keeps a CEO, a CIO, a CFO up at night is security. You know, a lot of these systems out there are just kind of not have the latest firmware, the latest drivers, the latest updates, and keeping that environment secure. And I think, you know, with Cisco, I mean, you know, we're gonna do a massive push with this latest generation technology that we're bringing to market with Cisco, because I think there's a window of opportunity. There's 100 and some odd 15 million Xeon-based systems out there in the marketplace, so the software compatibility is there. You know, data centers are built on kind of Xeon, and in conjunction with Cisco, we really want to accelerate. So what Intel's committed to is that, you know, this will be our fastest ramping generation of CPU to put in all of the systems and SKUs that are out there with Cisco, and we've got to take advantage. And the reason for is to go and really replace those unsupported systems that are out there. And then the real twist in that is that these systems that are out there could be 5, 6, 7 years old. They're really what we would say were, in today's terms, inefficient servers. So that how they run the power supplies, how they run the thermals, how they run the environment, they're pretty inefficient. So again, I think you get the performance boost that Jeremy talked about, the consolidation of it, but you also get that environmental and the sustainability factor that comes with that, which we can talk a little bit more about.
Nice. Well, Adrian, I'll stay with you. What is Intel's biggest priorities here in the EU for advancing sustainability, as well as how are companies like Intel and Cisco helping customers accelerate their journey to net zero?
Okay. I mean, as you can imagine, a company the size of Intel, manufacturing is a hard thing to do. You know, you need a big space, you build a big factory, you fill it with a lot of equipment, and then obviously you start. So actually, you know, it takes about 3.5 years to build a factory before you start doing anything. So obviously you're creating a lot of disturbance in the environment and that type of thing. So obviously we have to kind of really, really plan very, very carefully what we actually do. I won't go into, but some of the nth of details that you go into, so methane levels, you have to monitor in an environment to find out whether you can actually put a factory there. Because obviously the methane gas, you know, is a problem for silicon manufacture due to the specificity of what you need in terms of the air quality. So Intel has been on a long journey. We've still got a very long way to go. Our target is to get to net zero by 2040. We'd like to pull that if we can. But obviously, it's a very, very complicated process. I think the other challenge we saw, certainly with COVID, is that this insatiable demand for silicon means that we have to build more factories. And as you have seen, and Jeremy alluded to a little bit on supply chain, you know, there's not enough factories in the world, you know, to kind of build the silicon to fill the demand that we've actually got in everyday objects, whether it's cars, planes, monitors, networking equipment, sensors, everything. The amount of screens you touch is pretty huge. So we're on a journey, specifically in Europe. Obviously, we've just expanded our site in Israel, and that's where we're actually producing the wafers for the 4th generation Xeon that will go into the Cisco product line. We've just done a double expansion, $3.5 billion in Ireland, again, in a sustainable way as we could. And what I mean by sustainable, I think it comes into 4 elements for us at Intel. So number one is the factory footprint. So how do we drive the factory footprint? Renewable energy. But it's a balance. If Intel starts talking too much about renewable energy, funnily enough, the prices goes up. And then the price goes up for consumers and small businesses and governments. So you've got to be really careful and balance of what you're trying to do, how much energy you're trying to take out of the grid, and how is it going to affect, humans and citizens. And we all feel it in Europe. The energy prices have gone up two times, 3 times. So we've got to be cognizant of what's happening in the marketplace. So our factories, our water, about 98% of the water that we take out, we put back in cleaner than it kind of came out. So that's really important to us. And then obviously, if we look at the supply chain, we make sure that we monitor all of our suppliers. So that's kind of on the factory side. On the product side, obviously, it's all about how much carbon is in the products that then go into the products that Cisco has. So we'll work very closely with Cisco to make sure we bring that down. And as I said, with the 4th gen, we've really gone a stage further in terms of reducing that overall kind of carbon footprint that has an impact on what happens in Cisco's products. I think the most important thing, and I think what excites me about this show, and I don't know how everybody feels, but it's really nice to get back face-to-face for what has been 3 years of not face-to-face. Europe was kind of a little bit reserved of really going back full to it. It's just looking at how the technology has evolved for all the partners and customers over the last 2 or 3 years. I'm actually amazed at just how much silicon is in everything everywhere. And also this end-to-end security is kind of really important. So I think it's really not what we make, or not really what Cisco make, or what we make together, but it's what we make possible. It's what are the solutions that are out there. So like air monitoring. So, does a city turn down the speed limit on the highways because air quality is poor, so they want to reduce the quality levels? That's all done with monitoring. It's all done with data analytics. It's all done with high-performance compute. It's all done with modulation and simulation to say, well, actually, on the highway from Antwerp to Amsterdam, we're going to cut the speed limit to 70 kilometers an hour to reduce the carbon or to reduce what's in the atmosphere. Just one crazy example. For everybody at home, I don't know how many people have a smart meter now. I have a smart meter. I'm looking at it too often. But again, it's a very basic thing, but it's given me the intelligence at the edge to do something about my usage model. Very simple. So at night, we have to hit 300 watts in my house. If we're above 300 watts, I'm going, well, what's pulling the current? But again, it's just a simple screen device built on silicon, over a network, back to a smart meter, and it's allowing me to make a decision about what I do. And then the 4th part really for Intel is about our employees. At the end of the day, our employees in most companies are our most important people. So obviously we had a massive intake of new employees over the last 5 or 6 years. Obviously they come from a generation very different to me. I'm wondering from sustainability, what am I going to leave behind? My children are looking at, well, what are they doing now for the future? So it's a very different perspective how you look at things from sustainability. So again, how our people travel, hybrid working, working from home, is it secure? Do you get the collaboration? Do you get the creativity, the innovation from people working at home? So again, collaborative technical environments using WebEx, for example, it brings kind of people together in the virtual world as well as the physical world. And then almost potentially, maybe we look at, how do we tax some of our execs that fly around all over the place or that type of thing, just to get people to change the way of working. Face-to-face is great. Thoroughly enjoyed the 2 or 3 days here, but I wouldn't give up the virtual world just yet.
No, I think extremely well said. And sustainability is certainly, there's a great session, by the way. If you're out there watching online, you probably will be able to click and check it out. But one of the key points I think about the market here in EMEA is they're really leading the way in the globe in terms of driving these sustainability initiatives. And I think that creates a tremendous amount of opportunity. Within Cisco IT, obviously we have a lot of data centers. We run a pretty big shop. And in San Jose, we've been able to drive 40% of the power out of our data centers in our estimates for our new refresh here with the new Intel platforms, which I think is huge. And when you factor that power reduction in what we can do on the server footprint and how that impacts the things that we're doing on the networking side and refreshing there, you come to a number almost close to 60% in terms of how much we think we can consolidate down within those facilities. And so those projects are underway. And if I'm a customer, that's a huge opportunity because there's those challenges are all important, and then there's also the dollars and cents of operating a business. And so, the cloud's great. We should use the cloud. There's a lot of really good reasons that people have accepted living in a hybrid cloud world. But we're also talking to a lot of customers who are saying, hey, I want to right-size based on my application needs, the financial cost of operating in the most efficient places possible. And if you build an extremely efficient data center or disaster recovery site and hybrid cloud approach, you're going to find out that there's a huge opportunity to save money, particularly when you leverage all the new things that are available today that weren't available 3, 4, 5 years ago.
And, well, what's next on the horizon for Intel and Cisco, Adrian?
I think we kind of touched on it today. I mean, I'm really kind of very passionate, very excited that we kind of bring, the UCSX series, the modular framework, into the marketplace as quickly as possible. I think for all of the partners and customers out there, the refresh of those unsupported devices is absolutely critical. But we're not going to stop there. We're going to continue with innovation. We've announced that we will build a new factory in Magdeburg, which is in northeastern Germany. We've acquired the land which is public. We're still working on the plans. And we'll continue to kind of drive to make sure that there's a balanced supply chain, that we don't leave any customer or any partner short of silicon ever again. That's not the only part. I mean, supply chain is a really significant part. But I think for the partners and customers, the opportunity to help Cisco and Intel, or us to help them, get all these customers to refresh, because you're only going to be as secure as the weakest link in your enterprise, your network, and especially with the remote working, people that want to get out and travel again, but they want to stay connected to work. I mean, I know within Cisco and within us, I mean, we've had this kind of hybrid where people can work pretty much from everywhere. As long as the tax authorities know where you are, that's probably the most important thing. But it's just made it very, very different in terms of the support infrastructure that you kind of need to look in place. I think the other thing what we found is that a lot of customers over the COVID period, they kind of had to just randomly put stuff together to get it to work. So I think there's a kind of consolidation and a refresh and a replan, and looking at what they put in and how do they kind of replan for the hybrid kind of work environment as well. We'll continue our next generation Xeon technology, codenamed Granite Rapids, will be coming out in the foreseeable future. And I'm just delighted that we're going to continue the journey with Cisco. And the same, Jeremy touched on a little bit with graphics performance as well. So we launched our first fully fledged graphics product earlier last year. And again, we have more news to come down the pipeline in terms of graphics capability, especially for those high intense, high performance workloads that need it. So I think the future looks incredibly bright. Looking forward to the economy picking back up a little bit. Inflation dropping, interest rates being stable, maybe geopolitical settled down a little bit. And I think it's our opportunity, and it's all of the partners and Cisco's customers' opportunity to kind of go forward. That's kind of what I would say.
Exactly right. I think the partnership's been really great before the pandemic, and I think the supply chain challenges and things brought the two companies even closer together. So I think we're looking forward to continuing that really strong partnership as we go forward here over the next few years. As relates to the technology itself, we talked about X series, we mentioned the Flex GPUs. There's other areas that we can expand into out at the enterprise edge, things like UCS Mini that make it really easy to consume. What you'll see over in the world of solutions in a smaller package, if you will, that's a little lighter weight, which is really something that's been top of mind as we've talked to a lot of customers this week. And that'll, again, use the Intel 4th Gen Xeon CPUs and all those types of things. But that's really just a start when we look at being able to put that type of an environment out there with the right amount of widgets, including some of the new Flex GPUs and things that we're going to be incorporating. Overall, there is a tremendous amount of things that we are looking forward to doing together. I've only been in the role for the last 90 days in this seat, so I can tell you we've been doing a lot of strategic planning, and I can't wait to be back here at the show next year to show you some of the future innovations that we'll deliver between now and then.
Can't wait. Well, Adrian, Jeremy, thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Very welcome. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Guys, thank you.
Introducing a new way to share, to collaborate, to communicate visually. Mobile Camera Share on WebEx allows your teammates to get a real-time view of whatever you're seeing in front of you. Bring your meetings to life by sharing live demos, spaces, and prototypes straight from your phone. Zoom in, zoom out, annotate, and collaborate on a high-quality live video share, unlocking timelier input, approvals, and updates live from your WebEx Meetings mobile app.
You want to make hybrid work for you. Which means securely connecting everyone and everything. Everywhere. But that's just the beginning. Cisco continues to push the boundaries of technology. We're opening up new possibilities in the workplace and giving you more choices with Wi-Fi 6E, private 5G, and network switching innovations. We're helping organizations in every industry deliver unparalleled experiences, supporting smarter, sustainable businesses, and driving better outcomes. So you never need to compromise on security, agility, or experience. And you have the freedom to connect seamlessly in the most important way, yours.
Smart building technology will play a key role as we return to safe and productive hybrid work. Smart buildings not only connect, but interconnect a building's operational technology with its IT network. The foundation of this technology are products already in your network, like Catalyst 9000 switches and access points, Cisco DNA Center, DNA Spaces, WebEx endpoints, and Meraki cameras and sensors. By interconnecting lighting, shades, HVAC systems, and sensors on a PoE-powered IT network, you are now able to leverage real-time data and insights to monitor and control a building, improve health and safety, reduce costs, and increase sustainability with smart building solutions from Cisco.
So Mesh Community is a place to work from. It's a place where you get access to a lot of different resources. It's also a community, a network of people helping each other. A place where you can host your meetings or events. People now really expect to be able to move more around. You can just pop by and do things really ad hoc. We have a hub in Trondheim, 2 hubs in Oslo, and 1 in Copenhagen. And when you're entering in a meeting, it's crucial that the technology doesn't interfere with that and just works. You should have that experience on all levels. And that's what we are doing by having the WebEx devices on all our hubs. So it doesn't matter what service you're going to use. You can just walk into the room and press the green button.
McLaren has a lot to build upon.
The team is looking for every possible advantage.
They're betting on a new key partner to help them get there.
Who's got the best fans?
Let's put up a poll. Come on, England.
Look who's got the best fans.
Yes!
Race fans, let's start racing. Great job by the entire team. Great job by the pit crew. Great strategy. 加油!
We need that part.
It's nearly done.
Can you repeat that? That's better.
It's done.
With WebEx, the McLaren Formula One team is collaborating like never before. Introducing the WebEx Suite, driving hybrid work.
Hello everyone and welcome back to a sunny Cisco Live 2023 Amsterdam. So we have just finished with the innovation talk. It was a partner session with Intel and how Cisco and Intel are working together to shape the future of technology and advance in the journey to net zero for our customers. Now remember, if you're here, you're at home, wherever you are, use hashtag Cisco Live and @Cisco Live to let us know how you're experiencing the event and how much fun you're having. Also, for the first time ever this year, we've got live captions and translations to 7 languages. So it really is making Cisco Live a much more inclusive event for all, and we're really excited about that. Now, I know that out in the world of solutions, or just by the Innovation Theatre, actually, we have Cedric. So Cedric, hello.
Hey there, Nish. How are you? Like, it's actually a very sunny day in Amsterdam indeed. I'm here in the world of solutions, as you said. I'm at the Innovation Theatre, and I'm just wondering around what the next talk is going to be. So, like, let's have a look. I think it's going to be about hybrid work, what I saw on the screen, and I think I have Larissa actually here, so let's just friendly interrupt them. Sorry guys to interrupt. Hey there, Larissa, how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you so much. Larissa is our Senior Vice President and General Manager of Cisco and our Chief Product Officer here at Cisco. So how do you feel right now to be at Cisco Live here in Amsterdam?
So exciting. It is my first time in Amsterdam, and so it was so great to come back to Cisco Live here. It's been a couple of years, and so it was so nice to meet customers, partners, and to be able to enjoy a new city after all of this time.
Great, and it's sunny as well, which is a perfect thing, right? So what are some of the top priorities for businesses globally at the moment? Because you said you're meeting partners, customers, and so on. So what are you hearing on the floor?
So I'm hearing a lot of questions about hybrid work. A lot of folks are really struggling with how do we bring people back into the office. A lot of concerns around culture and just the amount of change that's going on there. I'm also hearing a lot about customer experience. All of us have now experienced a pandemic doing everything from shopping and learning and working from home, and it is just changing our expectations with different brands and how we engage with the brands and the experience we expect in terms of the quality of service they deliver. So this is top of mind on every CEO, CIO conversation that I have.
Great, because we at Cisco are our own experts at using our collaboration technology. We've been doing it for years. We have really great products. What are some of the things that excite you at the moment?
So I've been so excited by all of the AI technology that we originally built in the pandemic for meetings, but we're actually taking that across the entire ecosystem now. So things like background noise removal, which we at first started with like the blender in the kitchen because you're now working from home, but now we've extended it to PSTN, and so you can use it for wherever you are on your mobile device when you're taking that business call, but also into our contact center. So as people are actually coming back into the office, leveraging that sound removal, that AI everywhere, I think is awesome. We're also really looking at everything we've done in closed captioning and all of the text analysis that we've done in meetings, taking that as we hear about ChatGPT everywhere and OpenAI, leveraging all of that across the ecosystem as well in terms of the natural language understanding. So both of those, super top of mind.
Great, so I interrupted you a little bit because you're about to host a talk here, the next chapter of hybrid work. Just to give like our viewers a sneak peek, like what are 3 words? How would you describe it in 3 words?
Networking, security, and collaboration. All of those things coming together, necessary for hybrid work.
Great, and that's all what Cisco Live is about, right? We were just a few steps away from the Cisco Showcase as well, where we're going to drop by later on to like check out one of the products that you're working on. So that's going to be great. If we then think about, I saw a press release coming in yesterday about WebEx carbon emissions, right? Sustainability is a big part of Cisco. It's here as well in the hub, or like there in the hub. So can you tell us a little bit more about what that actually means? Like, what is that about the WebEx carbon emissions?
Yeah, I think it's top of mind for every customer now, thinking about what their carbon footprint is. And we looked at what can we do to help you understand what your carbon footprint is and what can we do to help you save and actually contribute to solving that problem. And so we looked at all of the things like our devices that are sitting in rooms and how can we make them use less energy. And so that's what we're going to be talking about today. How do you understand your footprint? How do you decrease your footprint? And how do you put together a plan to actually get better?
Great, and I actually have like a little bit of a personal question, Larissa, but I've seen that you have a camper that is fully equipped with Cisco WebEx technology and that you're sometimes not at home or you're actually literally on the road, like traveling and taking meetings on the go. So how is that? Like, how is that experience for you?
During the pandemic, that was probably my favorite experience. My son was doing online learning. I was working from absolutely anywhere. And so we literally took the trailer, we went into campgrounds that had really great Wi-Fi, and we were able to both go to school and work from the trailer. And the best part was you finish your meetings and you go outside to a fire, make some s'mores, and it was like the best blending of work and life together.
Awesome, great. Thank you so much, Larissa, for being here. You can see she's ready to kill this talk right now. So I'm just going to sit back here and like relax and then check out Larissa's talk. But now we're going to go back to the studio with Nish.
Thank you so much, Cedric, and great interview, Larissa Horton, and really great to see her energy for hybrid work as well. Now, as Larissa mentioned, businesses are definitely having to find ways to have to solve for both hybrid and more traditional work experiences, right, and customer experience as well. Let's take a quick look at this video to learn more.
Hi there. How can I help?
Hi, I have a few questions about the family savings plan. Can I set this up so that any member of our family can contribute to the savings plan?
I'm actually not sure, but I can contact an expert for you if you can give me 1 second.
Okay, great.
Hey, I have a special request from a customer.
I'm pretty sure Plan 3C should allow for this.
All right, great. I've found a plan that is going to work really great for you, and if you're ready, I'll send you a secure link right away.
Okay, thank you.
Love that video. It's so heartwarming to see all the different stories and how we can really bring this to life. And what we have coming up later today as well ties very closely to hybrid work. You heard it through the keynotes, you heard it through a lot of the interviews we've done, and then also through Larissa and the interview that she just had with Cedric as well. So some of the sessions we have coming up later today, I'll just take a look here at the schedule: accelerating secure innovation, full stack observability for modern apps, and that's with Joe Byrne and Randy Birdsall. We also have a session around security for straight attackers and not users. I love that one. Around zero trust. And I'm going to be excited to be out there in the Innovation Theatre, just like Cedric was now interviewing Lothar René, who's our director for security in EMEA, and TK Keeney. And then we have a session as well on the next chapter of hybrid work as well. And we'll make sure that we get to spend a bit more time with her. So loved that video. Obviously, we were talking a lot around customer experience. And now let's take a look quickly at our Reimagined Workspaces video.
The office? Oh, I'm good right here.
I'm all about the office. This is my workspace.
We want our workforce to be productive and happy in every workspace. It's been years since I've been on site. How am I supposed to navigate the new setup? Have they even updated those old meeting rooms?
Hey, WebEx, start my meeting.
Everyone gets their own perfect workspace, and they can interact the way they'd like to. What kind of workspace would I even get?
That was easy. There's so many distractions at home. I can only focus here.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can only hear you. If I were remote, I may not be seen or heard. Oh, hey, maybe not. You just don't get tools like this at home.
Sure you do.
When you're on the go, moving a meeting is difficult. Wow, I didn't know you could do that.
They're getting the support they need, and we know our IP is secure.
Are you okay? Who are you talking to?
It's all right here in real time. Our entire workforce. User, app, and device management. We even set them up with teleworker gateways that have VPN, Wi-Fi, and cellular failover if the internet goes down.
Ooh, virtual concierge. Nice touch.
We've created intelligent, flexible, and secure workspaces so our awesome teams can do their very best work.
All right, so we've just come out of hybrid work, and let's continue talking a little bit about that, because you've heard hybrid work probably a lot over the last few years, especially through the pandemic, that we've all been experiencing. And I really loved in the keynote where Javed Khan, who's one of our senior leaders here at Cisco, was talking about hybrid work and actually how to bring the dollar cost down for employees by doing that through having this kind of consolidated, well thought out approach with Cisco hybrid work solutions. So I think Rob is out in the world of solutions. Rob, what are you going to show us? What's really cool in your hand?
I'm almost getting distracted here. This is one of the Cisco headsets that WebEx offers here. These are quite good for remote work, especially if you're moving around. You're trying to do hybrid work from a public place, and you need a better seal on your on what you're hearing to keep you focused. But then you can always count on WebEx to do the noise reduction, which is quite amazing. Javed mentioned it in our interview yesterday. But just pointing out in the home office setup here, we've got a little bit of everything. I had the fun of being able to say, can I have the room? All the guys, they all left and let me have this place. Normally it's packed. But over here, one of my favorite new items I'm still trying to get from my office is the Desk Mini. This is a portable device, comes in multiple colors, and a lot of people forget that it's a touch screen as well, so you get most everything that you need from the bigger devices, maybe even the room devices, but you can do it here, and it's portable. There's a handle on the back here, if you notice. This makes it easy to carry it. Even the power supply is already integrated into it, so as long as you're on Wi-Fi in your office environment, this is a fantastic little unit. That also doubles as a second screen. Great speakers in the base here. When you put your laptop, this is designed to sit just above so you can use the higher quality cameras on this device as well. So it becomes a way to dock your laptop and just dive right into hybrid work. You guys can come over and see the hybrid work stuff. There's amazing things here, but what I wanted to really cover was there's some bundled offers that make everything a lot easier. If you'll follow me, Steve, we'll just go right around the corner. You guys don't want to miss this stuff here, because this is where it comes together to make it easy. So you can go, if you look at these solutions here, entry, standard, professional, premium. So the idea here is that hybrid work is going to be defined differently for everybody, but we've got some easy bundles also to make sure that you don't overlook anything. But if you work your way down the list here, you begin realizing, wait, this needs a network behind the scenes. Can we bundle in all the things that are required to do this in a secure fashion, in a reliable fashion? Well, the bundles take care of that as well. So if you're just outfitting a home office with everything you need, or you're trying to take a look at an office and the options there, you want to take a look at these bundles and make sure you don't miss something valuable. With that, I'm going to go back to Nish.
Thank you so much, Rob. I know we've talked a lot about hybrid work, but it's all about to come together in an innovation talk that we're about to go into. Let's just quickly talk a little bit around what is the team are going to be talking about. And we'll be joined by Larissa Horton with Snorri, Kezbu, I want to make sure I pronounce that right, who's going to be joining us later in the studio as well. So do stay with us in the broadcast, and we'll be bringing you those behind the scenes interviews as well, so you can kind of get those extra details and have any opportunities to kind of see, a little bit more information. Rob, you're back in the hybrid area, right? So I can see you on my screen on the right-hand side. Who have you got with you this time?
I really didn't move at all, but what I thought was I could do a better job of the explanation on those bundles. And so Nico, who's been training me in the background, I said, no, I don't need you on camera. I got this. And he didn't say anything, but I was like, you know what? I think he'd do a better job. Can you explain what's important about the bundles in terms of how we're making these solutions accessible to our customers?
Yes. With the bundles, we're making it very easy to purchase, to utilize, and to deploy all those fantastic solutions for hybrid work. People are using more and more solutions at home, using entry-level, standard, professional, and premium solutions for great quality video calls from home. But we're also bundling it nowadays with 7 different software solutions, like the WebEx, like the Duo, like the ThousandEyes. And those software solutions make it possible for each employee within a company to make it easy to work safe from home, work with all your colleagues, collaborate with all your colleagues, and have one single price for all those software solutions combined in one single bundle.
That's excellent, Nico. I appreciate that. And your name, Laura? Laura. Hey, nice to meet you as well. What are you explaining here?
Well, I'm with the Strategy Execution Office, and our team under Luke Dobrinsky had put together the offers that Cisco Hybrid Work offers.
That's excellent. Have we seen good interaction with people saying, this is what I need to make sure I don't leave something out or make sure I don't just miss something?
So hybrid work is here to stay, right? Yeah. So everybody has a hybrid work opportunity. It's just where do you put yourself in? So if you're a collab person, upsell security and networking. If you're networking, bring in your collaboration, because it's here to stay. And it's not just about retaining employees at this point in time. It's making employees happy and productive.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate what you guys are doing. Listen, if you get a chance to come by here, I was trying to understand, so there's a relationship that WebEx has with the Dutch cycling team, and they've got that in here, but what the real solutions are in here, and I think we've got this talked about in a couple of other shows, but it's about, on this wall here, now this is getting out of the hybrid work conversation a little bit, but enterprise CPaaS. So this is about orchestrating a lot of the different channels in which we have coming in, and how do you actually enable your agents to be able to do that. I'm branching out of the hybrid work conversation here, and I think we can go back now, but Nish, thank you so much.
Rob, thank you so much. So like I said, we're about to head into the hybrid work innovation session, and we're going to learn why Cisco is uniquely positioned to help you succeed with hybrid work. I know you got an overview at the keynote, so we're definitely going to have an opportunity to learn a bit more. So from the broad technology portfolio that we have, and obviously as a first-hand experience as a hybrid pioneer, it means that we can enable you to work from literally anywhere you like. So we're just going to take a quick look now at how people are experiencing Cisco Live just before we head into that talk. Let's take a look.
We are all about technology. We're the world's best technology company. Great. But the technology we produce here at Cisco, it only makes sense if it also supports and empowers the people who use it. Your people at home, your people at the office, your people anywhere, and the people here at Cisco Live this week here in Amsterdam. And I want to go find some of those people. Come on with me. Let's go. How many Cisco Lives have you done up until this point?
I've been to about 14.
You're almost a triple net vet here at this point. You realize that, right?
Yeah, well.
Congratulations.
This is my first Cisco Live.
This is not your first Cisco Live.
It's my first Cisco Live.
Isabella, it's your first Cisco Live? Oh, that's so great. Where are you from?
Yeah, I'm from Paris.
I could tell by the accent. Paris as well?
Paris, France, yes.
One of my favorite places in the world. How many Cisco Lives have each of you been to?
It's the fourth.
This is your fourth one?
Yeah.
And?
Fourth one as well.
This is my first.
This is your first Cisco Live? Yes. What made you want to come to the show this year?
Actually, I was encouraged, I was told by my company, by my friends, that this is a very exciting opportunity for engineers, for developers, for anybody who likes technology.
What are you looking most forward to here at the show this week?
For Cisco ACI.
Yeah.
Yeah, and DNA. For the community, for the people here. For me, I'm waiting for the breakout sessions, but the show here is pretty nice.
You never have the chance to get so much information.
It's the connections you can have. You can't have those anywhere else. It's getting here in person, connecting with people, like-minded network engineers, people in the same IT fields, pushing the boundaries of what tech can do today.
What's your thoughts so far?
It's been amazing. This is the first day and so many days to come, and it's exciting.
I love that so much. I hope we will see you many, many times throughout the course of the week. Do me a favor, come back and visit us over here in the studio.
Okay, yes, I will, definitely, I will.
Welcome to the show. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
What a pleasure to talk with you.
Thank you, absolutely.
Thank you.
So much fun. Let's now head to more fun at the Innovation Theatre Talks. Let's take a look.
Okay, shall I go on? Good morning. Welcome. Man, it's good to be back at Cisco Live, and it's good to be back here with all of you, and it's good to be back and meet a lot of people. So, basically, Larissa and I are going to take you through our innovations. We're going to take you through some of the changes that we made, and we're also going to show you some real demos of what we can do. And I just lost the slides here. Here we are. Now, thank you very much. Brilliant. So Larissa and I are going to show you our innovations. We're going to show you some live demos. And you know, a lot has changed in the world. We've shifted from commuting to the home office. We've gone from face-to-face working to working from our laptops. And we've been accustomed to the flexibility. And now we're bringing people back into the office part of the time, and we have hybrid work. And hybrid work is different, and it's harder than what we did before. And new challenges has emerged. And we need to solve for that with a mix of remote and in-person employees. And we also see that the user expectations, the consumer expectations has changed. The experience and our customer experience is changing. Hybrid work is not just about picking the right technology. It's about the people. It's about building the culture. It's building the purpose of organizations. It's really about who we are as companies, as organizations, and finally, who we are as human beings. And for this, IT cannot stand alone. We need to solve these challenges in partnership between IT, HR, and facilities management. And we're going to show some of those things today. And hybrid work is not only about collaboration either. So what happens when people come back into the office and 90% of meetings have a remote participant? Is your network ready to support that? And very tabloid put, back at Cisco in Oslo, we used to have one Cisco office. Now we have 500 small Cisco offices around. How do you make sure that our information and your information stays secure? How do you make sure that you can do fleet management and have the latest software upgrades? Software, network, devices need to work seamlessly together. And Cisco is solving for that environment. Today, we're going to tell you how. We're all reimagining the hybrid workspace. We purpose-built new WebEx suite for flexible work styles. And then my great friend and colleague Larissa Horton is going to come on stage, and she's going to talk about how we empower customer experience organizations and with solutions that are secure and manageable at scale. But let's start with hybrid workspaces. Hybrid work requires our customers and partners to reimagining the workspace. When you work from home, it's important to look good. You know, getting in front of you here today, I picked out a good jacket, a nice clean shirt, cool shoes and everything, right? I want it to look good. It's no different when you're at home. You want to make sure that that audio and video makes you look good and be perceived professional. You want to make sure that when you're in back-to-back meetings, that you feel better. And not only that, but you have the tools that will allow you to do more. And then when you are on the journey from the home office and into the office, the journey in between, you want a seamless experience on the go with the WebEx app, with headsets and everything, so that you are able to do the journey in between. And when you get into the office, you need to get into an office that has the better experience than what you have at home. That at least the coffee is better than what you have at home, and that the gear is great, because you can't mandate people back. Companies that have tried to mandate have not succeeded. You need to create the office as a magnet to come back to work on the right things in the office, to have the right tools in the office, so that you create and get that pull into the office as well. So you need to have a magnet, not mandate. And let's do a trial and take a walkthrough of a morning when you're coming into the office. So we're getting into the lobby. So I've made a lobby over here. Let me walk over. Here I have a Desk Pro. And when I come into the office, here is a nice map of the building. This actually happens to be the building in Oslo. I come in, and you know what? I need a place to work for half an hour. So what I can do is I can say there are available rooms. I'll go to Room Finder. At Room Finder, I say, OK, help me find a room that's available for half an hour for just me, for this type of meeting. And then you will see that I get a lot of rooms up here as well that are available. So for today, let's say I pick A14 Alpha. That's a great room. When I pick that, I see where it is on the map. I see it's available. I actually get room occupancy. There are 0 people in there now. I can look at the air quality, temperature, humidity, all of those type of statistics. And you know what? Let's reserve that room now. I would like to hold it for the time it takes to get there. So now you see it went blue. It's mine for the next 3 minutes. Good thing, it's a very, very short walk because it's up here. So here I am in room A14. Here I have a beautiful Desk Pro. And when you have the Desk Pro, we have hot desking capabilities as well. And what I can do is I take my phone, I just go here, I select the QR code, and what happens is that when I select the QR code, I actually makes this room mine. It's now pairing with the WebEx app. It's downloading my personal settings, and I can actually now reserve it for some period of time. So I asked for half an hour, but let's be greedy and say 7 hours and 49 minutes. I want this to be mine. I will then book the room, and you see now that it's booked in my name. And what happened, you also see that all of my meetings were coming up here. So now I'm paired, and you see all of my meetings today. And also when I dial out, the ones that are receiving that call will see that it's Snorri calling, not B14 Alpha. That was the name of this room. I took a shared room and made it personal. And we also have the same capabilities now on the phone. This is an 8875. And for the 8800s, we also get hot desking capabilities for those. So I just mentioned that in my meetings today, there are multiple platforms, which is something that we all have in common. We reached out to 3,800 of you, 3,800 different logos, and we said, how many meeting platforms do you use in your organization? The feedback we got was 85% of you use 2 or more meeting platforms, 2 or more. There are actually just as many using 4 meeting platforms as there is people using 1. So interoperability is table stakes. At Cisco, you can join meetings on Google, on Zoom, on Microsoft, and on WebEx back to back to back to back without having to reboot or reconfigure the device, just like I demonstrated here. But in the fall, we also announced that Cisco devices can run native MTR. With that, you can get the best of Microsoft Teams rooms and native WebEx and the best of WebEx inclusive and rich meetings as well. Let's see that in action. So over here, I have a Microsoft Teams Rooms device. This is running now Microsoft Teams Rooms first. You can see the well-known user interface. And one of the things that would be important to us is to make sure we have all of the AI, machine learning, advanced capabilities. So I can still swipe in from the right here. You see I can do all of the camera controls. I can do the microphone settings. I can do optimize for my voice. I can filter out voice, etc., etc. So we have all of those things. You also see here that my first meeting here is a Microsoft Teams meeting. And the second one is actually a WebEx meeting as well. So let's dive in and show you, and I'm going to show and demonstrate some of the capabilities. So let me just place a Microsoft Teams Rooms call. And here we are up, and Here we have the team back in Oslo, where we have basically dialed into them. And one of the things I really want to demonstrate for you is the power of our AI platform that's work also in a Microsoft Teams Rooms environment with frames. So if you could turn on frames there in Oslo, please. Thank you. So now you see frames, and you can see that we have all of them with 3 individual frames. All of a sudden, they are much more present. We broke down the barrier between people remote and people in the office. And if we have, Ryan, you move around, you stand up, right? We will automatically be able to frame this like that. If he walks over to Anne-Marie, you will see that we will then optimize this and get this into 2 frames and optimize it, and this is dynamically done. This is things that we add to this in a Microsoft Teams Rooms environment. Thank you very much. I will basically hang up. So that was the Microsoft Teams Rooms call. Worked beautifully. Then the next one here is from the same user interface. Let's do a WebEx call as well. And I will show you some of the capabilities we have with WebEx and when we have with Suite. So we are dialing in here now, and we're back in Oslo. So here you see them. Great to see you. Thank you very much for joining. And they're celebrating Cisco Live as well. They love doing demos, right? That's in our DNA, so that's where we have the balloons. But let's actually do a small Slido poll. So what you see here is that we've integrated into this call, we've actually integrated a Slido poll that comes actually with the suite that will allow us to go out, ask questions, and get feedback. So here we have, I can edit response. So what do we think? What is great product demonstrations, or the world of solutions, or coffee? You know, and Stroopwafel. I think I'll do the first. We'll send in that. Wow, 100% think that great demonstrations are the best thing. So thank you very much. There we are. Hang up. That was a great call back to Oslo. But what you just saw there was that we were able to run both native MTR, and we were able to run WebEx with full-featured layer, including Slido. So if we talk about the capabilities you've just seen, we have those. Whether you are joining from a laptop with one and using our headset or USB cameras, or for one of our collaboration devices, we've got you covered, no matter where you're working, from home, in the office, and the journey in between. So now, let's talk about WebEx Suite and how WebEx Suite enables Workstyles from anywhere. And you saw me using Slido there as part of the demo, because we need this, because not all ways of working are created equal. A 10-person board meeting is very, very different than a 10-person group meeting. The stakes are higher. You can't afford uninvited guests and people to eavesdrop. How do you engage your staff? It's very, very different in a small group than if you have a large all-hands where you have 1,000 participants. So how do you engage 1,000 people and virtual attendees at once? And then you have high-stakes events like Cisco Live here today, which requires solutions for both in-person and virtual events. So what we have with Suite is that Suite supports interaction while working from anywhere. You get calling, you get meetings and messaging. All of that in one powerful app. You can get Slido questioning and polling. You can host large-scale hybrid events, and not at least to be able to ideate and co-create with pervasive whiteboarding that goes across our app, our devices, and also bring your own devices. And send messages asynchronously that I think is super powerful with tools like Widcast. So the WebEx Suite makes hybrid work easier. But by using the phone that's already in your pocket, we can actually add that with another feature we have and another service we had called WebEx Go, where you can actually easily manage your business and personal phone lines in your personal devices. And recently, we announced that WebEx Go is now available in the UK. It's already in the US, and we're going to roll it out to other locations throughout Europe in the coming months. So to talk more about that, I'm going to invite my good friend and colleague, Larissa Horton, on stage to talk about and demonstrate this. Give her a big round of applause.
Thank you, Snorri. All right, so I am so excited about this feature. We are so excited to expand it to the UK. I really want to quickly show you guys exactly what we have here. So here is my native dialer. As you notice, this is not an app. Native dialer on the OS. And I can quickly switch between my personal line and my business line. Okay? Same phone. Not only that, if I go into my contacts, I can go and look for each contact, whether this is a contact for my business, or if it was a personal contact, it would also identify the personal contact. When I'm actually in a phone call, every incoming call will let me know whether it is a business call or a personal call. If it is my mom calling, I will probably pick up that phone. If it is my boss calling, I will probably pick up that phone. Here we see we have an incoming call, and it has actually been tagged with W for work. And when I go and pick up that call, you're going to notice I just did a quick answer. We're able to actually have this ring alongside, oh, I think I picked it up too quickly here, the entire device ecosystem. And you can see there's a toast that just showed up. I'm able to actually take that experience, elevate it all the way into the application if I want to use any of the application features. When this phone rings, I did it too quickly, you will have your desk phones also ring, your applications ring, and even the devices that Snorri was just talking about will also ring. WebEx calling works across the entire ecosystem of devices down to your personal phone. No need to carry two phones. That is the best part of this entire experience, while still having a managed line. Not only that, while I am on the call, you'll notice my presence up there has a phone icon. When I'm using my personal device, if I'm using a secondary phone, it will not tell my entire ecosystem, my coworkers, that I'm actually on a call. In this case, it is fully connected, so it's aware that you are on a work call, no matter where you take it. So I want to take this experience and actually elevate it. I can quickly pull the call from the mobile device into the application. So here I've now moved the call. Once I'm in the application, I can elevate the call. So here I'm actually elevating into a video call. Get a better experience no matter where I'm working from, directly from the application. All right, thank you. So that's just one of my favorite features about WebEx calling, but we're going to keep on going here. I'm going to end. Okay, so every month we deliver net new features in WebEx calling. One of the latest set of features that I'm excited about is our group call management. This enables a wide range of capabilities for teams of people who actually support calls, your call center. So today we're going to have Shane actually walk us through those capabilities. Shane?
Yep, thanks, Larissa. Group call management has been really, really well received by our customers, and it's helping organizations to supercharge their business call queues. Agents can take calls on any of the devices that Larissa has mentioned, and admins can get access to detailed analytics through our single pane of glass administration portal Control Hub. So right here, I'm in my calling analytics. I can see along the top, I've got KPIs that show me exactly how my call queues are performing over time and give me the key statistics associated with them. I can look at performance historically in lots of detail, all the way down through all of my different call queues, and also across my different call queue agents. So I can see which agents are taking the most calls and which call queues might need a little bit more help. We can also look at live call stats, and these are updated in real time. Usually. We can look at live call queue stats through Control Hub and see what's going on with our call queues at any time. And right now I can see that there's one active call on the call queue, and that's right down there in the world of solutions. So if you want to check out this functionality, please join us down there for a live demo in person. All of this data is very useful in Control Hub, but it can also be exported via our reporting capabilities. We've added reporting capabilities so you can export daily, weekly, monthly stats and reports on your call queues and your auto attendance alongside all of the other reports. And all of this data is also available via our APIs. Larissa?
Thanks, Shane. The best part about this is all included in your WebEx calling seat. It's free, basically get a free call center in your existing calling seat. What we have recognized in the industry is this need is coming up for many, many different teams. And it's not a full-blown contact center. So we want to make sure that you're getting that enhancement in that same license. Speaking of contact centers, customer experience is top of mind for all of the C-suite that I talked to today. Many customers are looking for that better experience. It's actually creating that brand loyalty when you have a better experience. So we really wanted to talk through that overall transformation. So what we're seeing is this transformation from the left to the right. We are seeing a shift from overall expectations and the overall experience that they expect from each of the businesses. Once they have a great experience with one business, they expect all other businesses to catch up. This raises the bar across all customer experiences. Consumers expect businesses to know them, to be proactive, and to be able to remember them every time they come back for more. The reality is, this is a challenge many businesses are having trouble with, especially with the existing budgets that they have. So this is where WebEx really comes into play. We are here to help you simplify this complex world. WebEx is focused on enabling a unique and connected journey across all of the different experiences that you support. So let me show you a typical journey. First off, your customer is going to make a purchase. And by the way, they can do this across many different channels. As you can see here, we have all the channels on the left. After you make a purchase, you'll deliver that service or product. Maybe they need some help when they're using the product, get some support. And if you keep them happy, they'll be coming back for more. But this is just one customer who chose one set of interactions across these different channels. You have many different customers, all of them choosing their own path. They can decide when they want to engage, how they want to engage. All of this is going to be unique to each and every one of them. Additionally, you need to meet your customers where they are at scale. So how do you do this? You need to be able to take all of your human interactions, learn from them, digitize them, so you can now scale to the range of customers across your entire ecosystem. To create this connected experience, we take the whole power of WebEx and bring it all together. With WebEx Connect, we can support all of your digital experiences. With our brand new WebEx Contact Center, we support the agents to be able to deliver that customer experience through the entire journey. And last but not least, we put all of this on top of the WebEx platform. So all of our investments across AI, analytics, the entire ecosystem of connectivity into the devices are also leveraged in our contact center experience. To see this all in action, we have Carlos up here who's going to walk us through a customer demo. We tried to make sure this is action-packed for you guys to see all of the products live. So here you see the mobile device of a customer. And as we start off, the customer just got a notification saying, hey, we delivered your package. But I just checked my door, package is not there. This is a problem. So I'm going to ask for some status because there's clearly something wrong if I'm being told it's available and I don't see it in my home. And so as I request more information and status, I'm going to have it show up. First, it's going to verify what was my order number here. I provide my information, and now they can go and retrieve all of the information from their systems. By the way, as you can see here, this is a virtual agent. This is not a human agent. We're doing a proactive experience from WebEx Connect. So it says, well, you know what? It looks like it's actually been delivered. So if there's something wrong, we're going to have to escalate that to a live agent. On one platform, we're able to handle all of these virtual to live agent experiences. Now that we're connecting to a live agent, we're going to switch over and show you the brand new WebEx Contact Center. So here you have the agent experience. Agent is now available. And as this incoming customer comes in, you're able to see the entire history that the customer has already engaged in. So no need to repeat yourself and the situation that you're in. No need to annoy them further to have them repeat themselves. I pick up the customer, and I have all of the context of what's going on. From there, I can go and look across systems. In this case, I'm going to see exactly what's happening in the back-end systems. Was this delivery actually made? And I can go and check and see, well, we actually have proof that the delivery was made. We even have the picture. So I'm going to take this picture and I'm going to send it over to the customer to show, like, look, no, this is done. The delivery was made. So we're going to send that over to the customer. We're going to wait for the customer to respond to see what's going on, what's happening, why is this not showing up? And as our customer is responding on another device, you'll see here that the agent is going to have that all in one place. So from virtual to live agent, not my house. There is our problem. It was delivered to the wrong house. So now the agent has to look at what options do they have available. Well, this is a very complex problem. we've lost a package at the wrong house. I actually need to escalate for some help. This is where having the entirety of the WebEx platform is so critical. We actually combine our CPaaS, CCaaS, and UCaaS solution. So now I can actually escalate directly from the same agent desktop to go and ask for help from a subject matter expert to then resolve this issue. And not only that, I'm able to pass the entire context over to this expert, to someone who works on other back-end systems. No need to switch tools, no need to train on different tools, all from one place. I can go and escalate and resolve the customer issue. And this really speeds up the overall experience for that customer, making it very seamless across the different channels, from virtual to live, all the way to the expert. Thank you, Carlos. All right. But our connected experiences do not stop there. In the keynote, and actually Snorri also mentioned, we talked about this entire experience that we provide as WebEx and as Cisco. And so next, I really want to walk through the power of Cisco and specifically focusing on our security, manageability, and where networking also comes into place. Remember, we mentioned that hybrid work is actually harder than what it was pre-pandemic. Why is that? Well, we've heard many customers now talk about, I came into the office and I had a worse experience. Well, why is it worse? Pre-pandemic, those networks were not ready for all of the media that was coming onto the network. Nobody was turning video on top of having a share. And now every single person is used to turning video on. And not only that, as you expand that network, you now have to secure it in a very different way. You guys heard from the keynote our Cisco Secure Cloud, and really looking at how do you secure across every single employee, no matter where they work. And so we've really looked across all of these experiences and the expectations of those employees in terms of how do you bring them back and deliver that great experience. We've learned a lot over the last couple of years. And we're really making this entire hybrid work solution a reality for our customers. That has been something that we have been really trying to understand every aspect of that challenge. And with that, we looked across all of Cisco and how do we bring together the best of our assets. With our new hybrid work cross-architecture offer, we're making it even easier to even buy this solution together. Whether it is networking, collaboration, or security, how all of those three work together with the different buying centers that Snorri mentioned, facilities, HR, the entire IT team, not just in collaboration, but all of IT. How do we make it easier for you to drive a hybrid work solution for your entire corporation? So with this new offer, we've looked at all of the use cases, we've looked at different devices that you can incorporate into the entire experience, and we bring it together. Now I'm just going to walk through a couple of features in this area. We've mentioned Control Hub a couple of times. This is our one admin experience to really understand the quality of experience, the adoption, and overall what your end users are seeing, whether they are working from home or in the office. You can see end-to-end exactly what that experience looks like. It is our single pane of glass to help manage. Not only that, we've worked very closely with ThousandEyes, which is included in this offer, to be able to understand that network path. Very often, when we are trying to troubleshoot an issue, and this came up time and time again for board meetings, we're trying to find out very quickly, what's the problem? Is it the network? Is it the device? Is it the application? Where are all these issues? And now, with this integration, not only are you able to have this directly integrated into Control Hub, but you can quickly step up into the full ThousandEyes experience, and again, troubleshoot very quickly exactly where in that network path you actually have the challenge and quickly resolve it. We aren't stopping there. We talked a little bit about sustainability in the keynote. We're really excited to bring all of this directly into Control Hub. We know this is top of mind for many companies. Everyone wants to look at, what is my carbon footprint? How do I reduce it? This is top of mind for us as well. We are looking at how do we help you understand what your carbon footprint is, what energy you're using across all your devices, and how do we make that better? Things like turning on office hours to make sure that you can actually reduce the overall utilization. We do this at scale around the world. We know that it is important to look at privacy, security, and data sovereignty. We've recently released data centers specific to the EU across Frankfurt and Amsterdam. Really excited to continue to support the needs of the EU businesses. All of this, as you can see, is really bringing together everything that Cisco has to offer across different business units. We are not trying to solve this problem in isolation. We are trying to solve this with all of the strength of Cisco, with obviously all of the strength of collaboration also coming together. So in closing, I really hope you guys are able to see that we are trying to solve this problem for all of the real challenges that we are hearing from you, our customers, and our partners. But it doesn't stop here. I encourage you to join the other iTalks on hybrid work, visit the World of Solutions. We have many great demos that go into each of the specific features that we talked about here today. On behalf of me and Snorri, thank you so much for attending today. Hope you enjoy the rest of Cisco Live.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Studio A, streaming to you in real time from Cisco Live 2023 Amsterdam. I'm Steve Mulder. On behalf of the entire Cisco TV team, we are so glad to have all of you here in the room with us, tuning in from all over the world, night and day, 24 hours a day. So we just wrapped up a great iTalk with Larissa Horton and Snorri Kezbu. In just a moment, our own Nish Parker is going to sit down with Snorri and Larissa right over there in Studio B to continue that great conversation. So we just got a great look into the next chapter of hybrid work, how Cisco is making that work better. So think innovative software solutions, powering hybrid work, from cloud-managed NetOps and insights to threat intelligence monitoring and collaboration control. We heard about smart buildings and meeting rooms, huddle spaces, shared spaces, hot desking. And then, of course, we've got the full WebEx suite for cloud calling, for WebEx events, and for WebEx webinars as well. One of the hot topics I've been hearing a lot lately is enterprise CPaaS. This is where Cisco is automating and orchestrating end-to-end cross-channel customer journeys, and it makes for richer, more frictionless customer experiences that reduce complexity. It enables faster innovation. So much to explore, so much to learn here at Cisco Live 2023 Amsterdam. Remember, if you miss anything, you can find all these sessions in our on-demand library at CiscoLive.com. We are headed toward our next partner talk. I'll introduce that in just a moment, but first, let's take a very quick look at Cisco devices for Microsoft Teams rooms. Here we go.
You never have to choose again. Get Microsoft Teams and WebEx together on Cisco devices. Take advantage of advanced AI technology with optimized camera views, people focus, and audio intelligence, all manageable on Control Hub or Microsoft Teams Admin Console, running natively on the Cisco devices you love.
Yeah, great stuff. All right, question. How much do you know about WebEx Desk? Well, Cisco has built a true all-in-one collaboration device for every knowledge worker. Then we went and we made it portable. So now we are going to head out into the world of solutions to check out your new favorite workspace. It was designed for taking meetings in any room, anywhere. Cedric DeValter has that story for us. Hey, Cedric, are you out there?
Yes, Steve. Hey there. I am here at my home office, actually. I'm just browsing around the Cisco Live website, checking the broadcast. But I got some really cool. I got a really cool gadget. I got this new WebEx Desk Mini, but I have no clue what to do with it. But luckily, I have Anna with me, who is a product manager in our Cisco collaboration team. So Anna, how are you doing?
I'm good. Let me walk you through how we can use this device in the home office. You've obviously seen it on stage. But here you obviously have the home screen where you see Microsoft, Zoom, Google, and WebEx Meeting that you can all join with the click of one button. If you swipe up from the bottom, you can get to your PC content, and here you see all of it. So very easily, again, if you swipe up, we can do some fun whiteboarding. I don't know if you would like to draw something here.
Let's try Rob. I'm just going to draw a stick man. As you can see, my drawing skills are very good. So that's Rob, a little bit of a beard. Rob, don't kill me when I get back. Thank you. Yeah, I think that's enough for now. See, my drawing skills are not very good, Anna.
But again, it's very easy to kind of switch from one task to the other. If we want to go back to the home screen, it's just one click right there. Again, it's really important to look professional and stay productive in the home office. So to look professional, we have some very cool camera and microphone features. Obviously, we've all been at home and have some clutter in the background. So if we want to remove anything, we can do a blur. We can do a photo of the home office, but you can even upload your own virtual background to the settings.webex.com. Again, we've also been at home and had, for example, fire truck running in the street, and it's really annoying when you are on the remote end to hear all of this kind of background noise. So it has some really cool microphone features that allows you to remove all of that noise.
That's awesome.
But yeah. Don't take it from me. This is a very cool product. It makes you look good, you feel better, and you do more. So, but yeah, don't take it from me. We will have a video showing. Yeah.
Great, thank you. And as you can see, guys, I'm really busy these days. Like my calendar is jam-packed and so on. So as Anna said, it's all those things, but it's just the Cisco WebEx Desk series is the best way to experience meetings these days. You come and have to check it out here at the showcase in the World of Solutions. We're going to throw it back over to Steve right now in the studio. Steve?
Great job, Cedric. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Well done. Thanks for bringing that story to us, and our thanks to Anna Bieber as well. The Cisco hybrid story, it's so extensive, it's so comprehensive. We really could do an entire Cisco Live on nothing but hybrid, fill up an entire week. I'm going to talk with Chuck about that. We'll see what he has to say about that. All right, right now we are going to head across to Studio B, where Nish Parker is sitting down with the fabulous Snorri Kezbu. So, Nish, over to you.
Thank you, Steve. You're right. We could fill in an entire Cisco Live and just talk about hybrid work, and we can continue that conversation now. I'm joined by Snorri, who's just part of the Innovation Talk. You are the SVP and GM of Collaboration Devices, so welcome. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, and thank you for having me.
Thank you. So you've just finished up your Innovation Talk. You've run over. Thank you for taking the time to give everybody that's at home or wherever they are watching this broadcast an opportunity to get a behind-the-scenes kind of a special interview with you. So let's start with some of the challenges that customers are facing with hybrid work.
Yeah, so the interesting thing is that if we go before COVID, people came into the office. When we went back home for COVID, everyone were at home and everyone had one square each, right, when we worked together. But now we're actually doing hybrid, which means that you have some at home and you have some in the office. And there are several things that's pushing that. First of all, you risk building a barrier between people remote and people in the office. Right. So we're using AI and tools to break down those barriers to make sure that we get that right interaction. The other one is that with a lot of people at home, 90% of meetings in the office has a remote participant.
Yes.
Is your network ready for that? Is your setup ready for that? And then, in order to get people back, we can't mandate that. It's not working well.
We've tried pizza, we've tried food, we've tried incentives.
Exactly. So what you need to do is to create a magnet.
Right.
A magnet that will pull people in, which means you come in for the right things, you come in for the right tasks, but also into a venue that has the right layout and the right gear. So you bring together the IT and the HR and the WPR and the facilities organization.
Right. Got it. Amazing. And we're quite lucky because I as a Cisco employee get to experience that day after day, so I can be a testament if you need a case study for how it works, right? But let's talk a little bit around how Cisco is solving those challenges and what our solutions look like for customers.
Yeah, so we're solving that challenge, first of all, because we both have the meeting backend and the devices. And because of that, we're capable on innovating across those. So we use the WebEx suite with a lot of different tools, like for instance Slido, that will allow you to do pollings and interactions in larger meetings. And we have our calling and our meetings functionality, but also in the devices piece, we use AI and machine learning, and we use that to do multi-stream to make sure that we can optimize for your voice only, and we can filter out noise and things like that, but also to be able to do multi-stream so people that are remote can actually see all of the participants clearly.
Got it, and you talked a little bit about the WebEx suite there. Hybrid work isn't only WebEx, right? So tell me a little bit around what the other solutions look like, because we have it all on display here at Cisco Live for people that are at home.
No, it's not only about WebEx. You know, collaboration is one key point, but you need network to come together, you need security to come together. And very tabloid, I put it like this sometimes, and that is that, take Oslo as an example. We had one Cisco office.
Right.
Now, we have 500 small Cisco offices and a big one.
Yeah.
How do you make sure that those offices are secure, that you are able to keep the integrity, fleet management, and all those type of things, and also that you have the right network? And Cisco has the solution for all of those problems and challenges that we can help with.
Absolutely, and here at Cisco Live 2023 Amsterdam, we have so many of those different solutions out here in the world of solutions on show as well, and we're bringing you those backstage interviews and all those demos. So what story would you say is the most exciting innovation? You know, if somebody was to take away one or two things watching this broadcast around hybrid work, what innovations as part of that are you most excited about?
There are a couple, and I think that if we look out there, we see that companies use more than one meeting platform. And I think one of the key things that Cisco is pushing is that we are pushing interoperability. We're pushing interoperability between us and different platforms. We made a big announcement back in the fall together with Microsoft, where we also support Microsoft Teams rooms natively on our devices, at the same time as we also have WebEx on the device. I think that's unique, and we keep our functionality there. Then we have a lot of innovations that goes across our platform and our devices and our app. And for that, it's things like using AI and machine learning for optimizing for your voice, to filter out your dog barking, to be able to also the journey in between, if you stop at a coffee shop, to be able to filter out the noise and still be able to participate. So I would say that those two are the ones I would point out, is how we use AI and machine learning and our commitment to our customers on interoperability.
I love that, and for me, I would say the word is life-changing, because I do have that dog that barks in the corner, and it's really changed the way that I can show up at work from home, right? What word would you use to describe, you know, the hybrid work experience, if you just had to give it one around Cisco's solution and work in this space?
One word only?
One word, I'll challenge you.
Oh, wow.
Maybe
Okay.
Okay, I'll give you two.
I'll take one.
Okay.
And that is supporting actor. So what do I mean by that? Our customer's business is always the main act. When we do a good job, our technology is the supporting actor to the main act, which is the business of our customers. Technology should support and not get in the way of, and I think we're doing that in a good way.
Oh, I love that. Let's just talk for the last question about Cisco Live and your experience here. You've just done the innovation talk. We heard about hybrid work in the keynote. What are you going to spend the rest of the week doing?
I'm going to spend the rest of the week talking to our customers, talking to our partners. And I must say, I get so energized by being back in person. It is wonderful to see people. I love people.
Yeah, me too.
But also those interactions you get that are unscheduled, when you bump into people on the World of Solutions or on stands, and you get the dialogue going, that's when you're not only able to talk about the solutions, but you also get the feedback. What are they struggling with? How can we help? How can Cisco help? And how can we actually build and help with hybrid work? Because it's something that actually everybody's battling with.
For sure.
And sometimes I put it like this. At Cisco, we don't eat our own dog food, we drink our own champagne.
Yeah.
So we could share some of the recipes on how we do that, and I think being with customers and partners is absolutely fantastic.
I love that. Well, Snorri, thank you so much for joining me here in the studio. We're now going to deep dive a little bit into the WebEx Room Kit. Let's take a look at this video.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome back to the live stream of your Cisco Live 2023 Amsterdam. I am coming to you from the beautiful Rai here at the front of the hub. My name is Steve Moulter. Okay, what is the hub? Well, this is where all 10,000 attendees here at the show are gathering for creativity, for motivation, for great ideas, for challenges, friendly competition, social media, coffee, pizzas, stroopwafels, all of it. Everything that really makes Cisco Live, Cisco Live. Let's check out a few of the cool things happening in the room. I'm going to go out to my own Rob Boyd, who is with our fantastic RF team over at Capture the Flag. Rob, what's going on out there?
Absolutely. This is one of my favorite areas, Steve, because this is a full-on gamification, and it's been packed in here. Everybody's been walking in trying to get a slot, but I don't want to try and tell the story without the expert here. Tell us what's happening in this space, because you were talking about storylines around certain products, issuing challenges, and winning awards. How does that work?
Hi, Rob. So my name is Anand. We are here with Capture the Flag, which are gamified hands-on labs. So you get to learn different Cisco technologies, which go from enterprise networking, security, data center, collaboration, Meraki, and everything else. So you get to learn these things from a beginner level to an expert level in a gamified way through like a treasure hunt. So you can learn different things. Here, if you see, we also have, this is our kingdom of CTF. So we have campus, branches, ThousandEyes, endpoint securities, red teaming. You can learn hacking, investigation, data center, all the things. On Thursday, we are going to have our award ceremony. So the winners of Capture the Flag, the top one winner, are going to get a challenge coin, which is a collectible in the Capture the Flag world, and people die to have that. So we'll have an award ceremony tomorrow. And that's our leaderboard where all the progress is tracked. So as you can see, the people here on top, they have spent at least 12 to 15 hours in last 2 days spending only doing only Capture the Flag. We also
yeah, no problem. I was going to ask you a question, though, on this, which is, it sounds like with people spending this many hours, are you having to bring in food, or you have to ask them to leave when you close down, or how do you handle the time limits?
Oh, that's,
they come and go?
They can come here anytime. They can play as much as you want. They can leave in between and come back again when they have time. The progress is saved, and that's how they end up spending 15 hours and even more.
That is incredible, and thank you so much for that. Guys, if you're interested whatsoever in doing this kind of thing, you can see exactly what you need to accomplish on the board here, what kind of time has been put in by everybody. Just a quick mention here, over here, they got IoT hacking, which I think is fascinating because that's an incredible area. And before we go, just one more visual I want to pick up. Turn around, Steve. Come this way, Steve. Just stick in between these guys here. These guys are doing physical lock picking. It's in advanced ways you can work your way up through different models of locks, use different tools, ask for help. This is a great way to learn some of those possibilities that you need to be aware of. With that, I'll go back to the studio. Steve.
Well, thank you so much. I guess I now need to change the locks on my house. Thank you so much for that, Rob. I appreciate that. All right, so we are back in Studio A, and right now I am joined on set by my ThousandEyes team. So Kamal, Principal Analyst for us here. I've got Mike Hicks with us here, Principal Solutions Analyst. I am so glad that you're here, gentlemen. Thank you. How's the show going so far?
Yeah, no problem. It's going really well, actually. It's great to see a dynamic here, and we're getting a lot of questions, a lot of people through the stands. Brilliant.
Love that.
Thanks for having us.
Absolutely. It's such a pleasure here. All right, so Kamal, Mike, you guys are members of the Internet Intelligence team at ThousandEyes. We're going to dig into that a bit. This is really such a standout SaaS technology. Cisco acquired ThousandEyes in 2020 to help users see any network, including the internet, as if it were really their own private environment, which I think is just so cool. So tell us about the Internet Intelligence team a little bit. Tell us how you are using the power of ThousandEyes to uncover and share insights and information about the health of the global internet. So Mike, let's just go ahead and start with you.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have all this great data out there. So we have sort of billions of metrics and measurements we're doing on a daily basis. So when something does happen, when we're dealing with the internet, you talked about the black box, when something breaks out there or goes awry or goes funky, people come to us and say, what's going on the internet there? Or what's causing this situation to occur. So we have sort of three main efforts we'll do sort of within the team to actually look at that. The first one is the one anyone can do, is a public-facing outage map. So within there, you can actually go and you can say, it's not me, it's you, type of scenario. See what's going on there. Looking at a significant network outage or an application outage. That's powered by, say, our metrics underneath it, and it's powered by Internet Insights, which is a ThousandEyes product available to customers, which you can sort of drill down into. Then the next thing is, as much as there's not outages going on all the time, we want people to keep an understanding of what's going on, so the pulse of the internet as it was, the health, the mood ring, as it were, from there. So we run a bi-weekly blog and a podcast series where we'll actually sort of dive into the numbers. We're collecting thousands of metrics, billions of metrics out from there, and I spend my days just looking at the numbers and looking for patterns and trends and tricks within there. And we'll do that and we'll share that with you, as well as talking about sort of notable outages that happened over the previous couple of weeks there. And then the third scenario we do is things will break, things go down there, and if there's something that's of global proportions or raises the attention globally through the media, and then people are coming to us from a journalistic perspective, then we'll actually sort of mobilize the team and we'll do a more in-depth podcast and webinar and blog series that talks about the outage itself.
Perfect, perfect. I want to talk about another element of the story. Could be a negative, it's actually a positive. We had an outage yesterday here during our broadcast, right? This is actually kind of a cool success story for ThousandEyes, isn't it? So Kamal, tell us a little bit about that if you would.
Yes, thanks for asking. So what happened yesterday on 7th essentially is that at 3:55 UTC approximately, one of the Microsoft very popular services, Outlook, had the outage, as part of which users across the globe were not able to actually access it. And when it comes to this outage, it actually looked very familiar to one that happened just recently, unfortunately for Microsoft, on 25th. But there was a clear difference between these two events. The first one was, the event on the 25th was a purely network-related issue. We saw it happening inside out, as part of which there was a BGP-related event that cascaded into high amounts of packet loss, ultimately affecting multiple different services. This time around, it was purely application-related issue, as part of which we saw server timeouts, and it was just affecting Outlook this time around. However, the really important message here for all of our listeners and customers is the one about the visibility, right? We are now in 2023, and if you are learning about these types of events from your customers, you really need to reevaluate what you are doing, right? And the other thing is, if you think about it, Microsoft is this large company and they have their stuff figured out. And majority of the customers that are utilizing these services are smaller companies, enterprises, and other companies, right? So it's quite easy to ask yourself, is it me or is it them, right? By having ThousandEyes, you can quite easily answer that question.
Absolutely. All right, so I think the logical place that we have to go is, what is happening with you guys over next door? What are you hearing from customers? So when people come in, what do you sense they're getting excited about here at the show? What are they asking you about most? So meaning what's prevalent to them?
Yeah, absolutely. So they're asking everything, anything. We're talking about this black box situation. You mentioned up front, ThousandEyes can see across the visibility of applications, networks you do not own. We're living in a SaaS world. The world's grown, we've got more dependencies, we have hybrid work, we're working from anywhere, we're collaborating, we need all this together. This is different bits of connectivity required there, and we're relying on the internet, a black box situation. They're asking us, how can we get visibility? But actually quite interesting, they're also starting to move away from this break fix. How can we share this information? How can we get to a continuous improvement? So there's lots of sort of self-correcting mechanisms placed from there. We're rerouting stuff within the internet that goes from there. So connectivity is less of an issue. We still have problems going on from there, as we identify, but it's how can I make it better? How can I improve my performance? How can I achieve digital equity for all my users? I'm based out of Perth in Western Australia. I'm connected by a bit of wet string to the internet, but I want the same performance as if I'm actually sitting in HQ in San Jose from there. So to do that, I might need to tune my applications, and to do that I need the insight that I can provide from a ThousandEyes perspective.
Absolutely. All right, last question. People want to learn more about ThousandEyes, where do they do it?
So the perfect place to go initially to find out more about events is ThousandEyes.com/outages, where you can find like our global map of the outages that can be application or network related. Important thing about this one is that it's based on data. It's not sentiment driven, it's actually data driven, which is quite important distinction between everything that's out there and what we are doing. The other one is please subscribe to our podcast, the Internet Report podcast, and the Internet Pulse. We publish it, to Mark's point, every 2 weeks. And in general, ThousandEyes.com.
Beautiful, beautiful. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I'm glad you were able to stop by the studio. Keep going to visit Thousand Eyes, everybody, so thank you so much. All right, we are headed into our next partner session. This time we've got Darren Fulwell with us with Julian Manteau, network architect with Airbus Operations SAS. What we're going to hear about now is network assurance with a holistic view for the network practitioner. Please go enjoy the partner conversation. We will meet you right back here in Studio A as soon as we're done. Away you go.
Thank you very much for that very warm welcome.
Hello, everyone. Hello,
so
Darren.
My name is Darren Fulwell. I'm Chief Evangelist for IP Fabric, who, I don't know if you've realized, are diamond sponsors at this year's Cisco Live EMEA. If you want to come and see us later, over on booth BO, sorry. I had to get that in marketing, it's over here. So I'm joined by one of our customers, Julien Manteau. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I will introduce myself. So Julien Manteau, I'm a connectivity solution architect in a large avionics manufacturer located in Europe, so it limits a little bit. And we have been working with IP Fabric since 4 years. And this session is just to introduce the journey we had, the use case, and how we have used the product in the whole, I would say, automation approach we have in the company.
Thank you. So, obviously, as Julien says, we've been working with Airbus for a while. There was a kind of a program of work that Airbus were progressing on, and they had some initial requirements and everything that they wanted from the data. So we'll talk through some of that shortly. And then what we want to do is explain to you what the network assurance does for Julien and his team, and then talk about how that implementation has matured over time and the sorts of developments they're wanting to use that network data for. So that's the plan for the discussion today. So Julien, do you want to start with really what your requirements were for the network data you were looking for?
Yeah. So like I said, 4 or 5 years ago, we went to have a network automation program in the company. So starting from there, we take the approach is what is the framework we need to really have all the use case we wanted to do to be done. We say, okay, we need to have a GitHub, GitLab way of storing codes. We need AWS Ansible. We say, okay, we need an API to expose the service to our customers or have a single point of executing things. And in the discovery, we realized that we lacked a standardized way of getting the data out of the network.
Right.
When I say standardized, because we were already getting the data in one way or another. But at each use cases, more or less, there was a new way of getting the data. The engineers were redoing the things that perhaps another one did 2 or 3 months before. And this is why we have looked on the market, try to say, okay, can we have a tool instead of doing our own that can get the same things as a standardized way? And also additional business use case, I would say. We were having some internal customers that use the host data. And for example, we have the facility management team. They use this internally to determine how full the buildings are, or the hosting team, because they use that to cross-check their CMDB and data with the network information. And starting from there, we have 2, 3, I would say, vendors we were interested in, and then we choose IP Fabric.
So I mean, it's interesting you talk about that sort of that need for the structured and data that represents the whole network, right? That was the important part to it. I think one of the things that our co-founders realized very early on was that this sort of data source is very rare. To have access to documentation of the network that's accurate, up to date, automated, in such a way that you can then access it and spread that data out across the organization was key. So I just briefly wanted to touch on the things that IP Fabric does here and the sorts of data that's involved that we're talking about, just to give you a flavor of that. What the product does is starts by discovering your network. So it crawls out through the network, collecting and gathering the information you see in blue here, the inventory of the devices, the configuration, the state, in order to understand what the network actually looks like at a point in time. And then from having that data, extracting topology information, understanding how those devices are interacting to deliver network service. This now gives you a measurable view of what the network looks like end to end, because you understand all of the elements in the path from one point to another, and you can, because it's normalized data, you can compare across vendors, across different parts of the network, and understand, right, is the network doing the things that I need it to? And the other aspect to it is this is done over time. So this isn't just a one-hit thing. IP Fabric will capture snapshots of the network as often as you require of it in order to see how the network is changing over time. And I think some of this normalization aspect and having this end-to-end holistic view of the network was key, I think, to some of the work that you had to do after that, right? So, sorry, just this slide, we're just going to talk through a little about the journey, I suppose, with IP Fabric and what it's meant to yourselves and your team in order to use that data, I suppose, make the best use of that data.
Yeah. So, of course, the first thing we did, this is the initial setup. So, put the appliance, and something like one day you have something visible, because the first discovery takes the seed. The standardized part of the network is quite easy to discover. And quite quickly, you can have some data. You realize that, oh, things are not the way we are thinking they were. But as long as you're doing this, there is also some life cycle things to be done, saying, OK, I'm saying that, oh, those things are not discovered. Why? Oh, they are not using the standard credential. OK, we update them. Oh, this network is not discovered. Why? Firewall flow are not open and standardized. So there is, while you expand the discovery, there is a whole approach of your network when you realize that 80% was right, correct, but you still have a lot of small discrepancies that you have to correct. And this was the first initial setup. And at the same time, we had some real use cases for projects that needed concrete data that more or less directly started to use IP Fabric for that. And then we have something we have called ongoing adoption. So we talk something like 3 years ago to 2 years ago period, 2-year periods, where we really leverage IP Fabrics to help us in the, I would say, day-to-day operation and standardization. Some use case, like for example, that BGP clearing of configuration. Yeah, for historical reason, not everything was cleared. In IP Fabric, you can have a clear inventory. Okay, all those sessions are active. Why they are active? Perhaps I should check. Something has been removed, and we should do it. Then we had all the access switches that should follow a template that were not always followed, or an architecture that was not always followed. It was already done in the past with playbooks, manually, and so on, but now it's directly done in IP Fabric. At the same time, there was a big benefit for us. Like I've explained at the beginning, the team sometimes were redoing their own to getting the data. So they were losing time in operation to try to solve an operational issue or an improvement requested, to just get the data out of the network and then act on it. We have a large environment. We are talking about 6,000 switches, 8,000 access points, things like that. So for us, the way to scale is important. And one of the main benefits of IP Fabric is from there, it started to be kind of a hub. Now, the operation team knows that they have to go at IP Fabric to get the data they need to help them in the operation. OS upgrades, what I said before, is one of the examples. When you are doing campaign of upgrades, always there is some that are missed for whatever reason, or later on there is a new switches come back from the inventory or replaced that are still in the older version and are not put correctly. Yeah. And this comes to my next point that we did also in the time. This is the intent rule. One of the features which is very nice, I would say, as a customer in IP Fabric, is I can leverage filter rules on the different tables to say, this is the way I want things to be done. And then from a central dashboard, you can check. So this was really the, I would say, expansion, ongoing things. At the same time, we use it for what it was supposed to be done at the beginning, automation use cases.
Okay.
So for some example I can give, the hosting decommissioning. When the hosting team wants to automate the DNS decommissioning, we ensure that it's not present in the ARP table, the CAM table on the switches. So it helps us to automate, but with a qualification before trusting what they are requesting to us, things like that.
So you mentioned automation. I guess key part to any automation ecosystem is that source of truth, right? I'm guessing there was a use case there. So
indeed, I leave it for more or less the end. One of the things we did also with IP Fabric is to help us to compare our source of truth and IP Fabric as a state database. Meaning that for us, IP Fabric is not the inventory, it's just a way to correct the inventory. This is the way we approach the standard change in a greenfield environment. If we were, I would say normally, in a perfect world, you should not have these direct changes at the end. Normally, all people should go to standard or automated changes. Yeah. Anyway, this is life, and when there is crisis and so on, people can modify the system, which is a network in our case. And where we leverage IP Fabric for that is IP Fabric is discovering the network and storing that in a system. And we have done internal development to help us to compare the source of truth. Today we use Netbox, but can be Notobot, NCOT, Divus42, whatever you want, to compare what we have in the source of truth and what we have in a state database. And I say to compare or to update. It depends. We have a logic saying, for example, an asset, a CI, should come from in the source of truth. I will not create a device because I've seen it in the state database. Yeah. I will pull up in a report saying, hey, this is wrong, you should create it. But adding a device in the source of truth, this is a human decision. But, for example, what we get out of IP Fabric is updating the serial, updating the version of the devices. This is not variable action for human. There we leverage IP Fabric to update the information into the source of truth.
Yeah, I guess we talk about different types of truth, I suppose, in the network when we're talking to customers. And I think what we like to think of is IP Fabric is that observed truth, that state of the network as it actually is. Whereas the netbox in the automation process is that statement of intended truth. It's what you want the network to look like. So what I guess you've done here is you've used IP Fabric to measure the distance between how you intend the network to be and how it actually is. And then, well, I suppose have a feedback loop almost into the automation.
Yes, that's it.
Awesome. Thank you for the answer, because I think that's a really interesting point that can be missed in the path. And I guess that fact that IP Fabric is doing that discovery, doing that collection for you, means that you've not got to code it yourself and spend the time on looking after that side of things.
Yeah.
No, awesome, thank you. So I guess from there, Julien, everything's done, right? Your network's fully automated, you're doing everything. You have no more need for the data, is that right?
No. What we did afterward is what we call scope expansion.
Right.
So this year, started last year and this year, we discovered what we call the roof, the rest of the world. The way we are structured, we have a main IT part in Europe, and we have independent companies across the world. Those independent companies, they manage their own IT. they should follow the enterprise governance standard. In practical, they don't do it. So we have used IP Fabric for us to get a continuous way of getting the information of those environments to compare to what they should be. Do they follow the right version upgrade? Do they have .1x at the access everywhere? They're supposed to. But then we can do that in a structured and consistent way. Of course, we are already doing that in an audit base. So it meaning, but time to do an audit every 2 years, because it takes time. Then things are drifting, and then you correct things that are drifting, and then see you later in 2 years. What we are leveraging in IP Fabric now is trying to do it in a consistent and continuous way.
I was going to say, so often that sort of problem will be highlighted in an audit process that might happen once a year. But what you're able to do, I suppose, because the system's doing this for you, it's doing it daily. So you're able to see that drift almost before it happens or as it happens.
And when I say scope expansion, I talk about geographical, but also functional.
Okay.
For example, we have done a large migration to a new monitoring system, so a tool called Zabbix. And we have used IP Fabric as a way to structure and create the map. So it's saying that we create the map in IP Fabric, and this representation, instead of manually doing into Zabbix with XML and so on, we directly take it out and import it into Zabbix. Same, we have to play with the API on both sides, IP Fabric and Zabbix. But it's quite nice because when a new device comes in, we can clearly put it on the map. IP Fabric is doing the designing for us. We have to help it.
Of course.
Because like all graph-based discovery system, there is some intelligence at the beginning, but you have to adapt it to what you want. But it was another scope expansion with it.
Yeah, it's a good point that obviously we're talking a lot about the data that's in IP Fabric and how you can use that in other systems. We have a very thorough API, very thorough REST API in order to allow you to pull that data through. There's also a UI that sits on top of this and does a lot of the visualization for you. So things like the topology mapping and everything, which is derived from the relationships that we've pulled through from the devices themselves, we're creating that constantly updated view so that you don't have to. The network engineer doesn't have to sit down and draw Visio diagrams of the network that they've already got, because we'll do that for you. And I guess being able to lift those diagrams out and that visualization out of the platform and use it in other ways allows you to enrich, I suppose, the wider tooling.
Yeah. And what we try to move forward is really a data-centric network, a way to really get the leverage of the data and use it in the business process. One of the main examples I can explain, this is something we call subnet automation and group attribute, Saga project, where the logic is the way IPAM is managed in large enterprise is mainly manual. There is some intent to tag the subnet to say, okay, I will know where the subnet is a campus subnet, this is a data center subnet, this is a user subnet. But this relies on a lot of time with manual process, people tagging it manually. What we are trying to leverage is, as long as we standardize the network architecture, I know the role for my data center distribution. I know the role for my campus distribution. And with IP Fabric, I can easily see the routing table of the device and the directly connected route on those devices. So if a subnet is directly connected on a campus distribution, by nature, this is a campus subnet. If it's directly connected on a data center distribution, this is a data center subnet. And the same for user based on other logic. The site, the same. When we see the device, the subnet in a site as directly connected, I'm almost sure that this subnet is linked to a particular site.
Yeah.
So what we have done with IP Fabric Help and Netbox information as well is help us to enrich our IPAM information. For why? For a simple use case that people using firewall rules will know that when a new network arrives into the environment, there is some processes to say, hey, a new network is arriving, please add it into the right firewall groups. But a lot of the time, the request is not starting from there, but from a user incident saying, hey, I should access from this environment to this tool, and it's not the case. So once we have the logic of tagging all the subnet, we are automating the firewall rule creation, the firewall groups creation that is being used in the firewall rule afterward. With just combination saying, don't know, for the administration of the access point, saying, okay, all the access points are now the specific network. This network is tagged that way. I will open the firewall rule for the controller to access all the access points with one unique group. And if a new site is deployed, a new building is deployed, it will be tagged automatically and added automatically afterward.
I guess from a tooling point of view, and I'm just thinking how all those things are interrelated, because what you're saying here is that you've got various elements of tooling that you're using in your more business-facing processes. Things like the IPAM, things like the monitoring and the firewall management. As things initially, those things have to be populated, right? You have to have some data that represents the network in those things for them to be useful initially. But then, as things change in the network, so they have to be updated accurately to reflect what's actually in the network. Because IP Fabric is gathering that information for you in the snapshots, I guess you're able to do that comparison to say what's changed day to day, and then use that information to make sure that those tools are also updated, educating the whole process. So you know what IP addresses are in the network, you know where they're routed, and so on.
What is important to understand is IP Fabric, like you said, is you get the data. But IP Fabric doesn't have the knowledge of your network in terms of business knowledge. So this is a great tool to help you to get this technical data. Yeah. But what we have to do afterward is try to ingest your knowledge of your environment and to combine both of them. Then you can get value of it. Yeah.
And it comes back to what we were talking at the beginning, at having that full view. What you're doing is you're augmenting the tooling that the network practitioner needs to use. So you're not replacing anything. What you're doing is helping everybody be more consistent, be more efficient, and have that consistent view of the whole network.
Yeah. And something like we have done, I've mentioned that we have external businesses using our data. And what we have done also, we have done an API exposing not directly IP Fabric, because the API path changes. Sometimes we do expose other type of data. So the business now have an API gateway to be able to get the information out of IP Fabric, and they use it afterwards in the environment. One of the examples we have a large project in terms of enterprise security threat modeling, where they model in a graph database the business processes, different CV, the asset, to be able to link, I will say, the different, when there is a threat or an issue, what business process, what IT asset will be impacted. And we have helped them, and we have used IP Fabric for helping them to model the network in this large enterprise modeling.
So I guess, again, what you're able to then do is take an application and say an application talks from here to here. What is the infrastructure that sits underneath that application in order to make those associations, and then it can feed into all of the processes around.
And if this application is broken down for whatever reason, what business process is implied behind, what part of the company will be impacted with this kind of issue. So this is we are just a small piece of the code, I would say, in this, but it's helped a lot because the network is the glue, I would say, helping linking things together. So this is where we do our part.
And of course, can be super useful for all of those other IT teams around who need access to that network data. You mentioned something that was interesting to me as well, this idea of taking the data and presenting it in a different form for people to consume without actually having to log into the platform at all, or even know the platform's there, because it's gathering that data and publishing it in effect.
And in terms of also extracting, I would say, data, what we have and what we are rebuilding with IP Fabric is what we call the NetDB. The businesses, some part of them are not interested in the internal of the network. That we leverage that a lot as technical people using IP Fabric, network people, and security people. But at the end, people are interested in their endpoint, whether it be user, server, connected on the edge of the network. And we had an homegrown tool for that, where we collect all the users' information, where they are, did they move, and we expose that to our business through a web application. And we are right now, for example, re-leveraging the discovery we were doing before with IP Fabric data fully. And at the same time, we augment it with ICE information. So for those aware of PixGrid, where you can in real time get the session out of the tool. So it helps us to have IP fabric discovery, but which are snapshot, a point in time. And then between snapshot, we will leverage Space Grid for the dynamic part of the campus to have more or less real-time information, not for everything that IP fabric is discovering, but just the host, which is the key part where people are interested.
Yeah, that's it, being able to track where people are, because otherwise you'd be trying to just constantly discover the network to trace people through the network, right? And I guess ICE is giving you the visibility of wired people, wireless people, whoever who's connecting to the network, using that authentication to connect.
And not only, this is also why we want to leverage, I would say, tools, but we also have to do homemade development. For example, we have a cellular core, so we have private 4G, and IP fabric is not able to discover private 4G. No. This is a specific technology, and we use this information to get the client connected to the private 4G and to get that.
So you're combining information sources basically to give that complete view of all the aspects in the network and beyond.
Yeah, but this is not only limited to IP fabric. When you have a large network, often the solutions that have been offered are not fitting all the gaps, so you may have to combine some of the things by yourself to get a real solution adapted to your needs. But what we try to do is, as much as we can, reusing tooling, and sometimes, like we have done with IP fabric, when you have homemade tooling before, when there is a business maintained solution, reuse it instead of keep it doing your own.
Excellent. So that data, I guess to some extent, it turns you into data scientists, right? Because you're bringing data together, combining it, manipulating it to present a service out to your customer effectively.
This is, I will not say data scientist because I know them. Fine, there is still much forward. When you know a domain, as long as you progress, you realize there is still more things behind. But the way clearly is to have a more data-centric approach, to leverage what you have. And what I really appreciate in IP Fabric is a lot of time. Now I'm not spending time to getting the data and spending time on analyzing them.
Right.
Something which is also important to mention in the way we have changed the way we work. I've noticed that often when I'm troubleshooting, before you were launching 6, 10 different SSH sessions on the different devices where you have the issue to try to troubleshoot them.
Yep.
Now the first thing I'm doing is going to IP Fabric. Then I get the basic data, the graph, and so on, and I open a session to do the advanced troubleshooting, but only where needed. I don't have anymore to follow a MAC address across the port channel, the chain, and so on. I'm directly doing that, and you troubleshoot at the end device directly instead of trying to get the information.
I feel your pain on that one. For sure. So it's good to know that that's not a part of your day-to-day activity anymore. Julien, do you have any sort of last things you want to share with us before we close, or are you happy that?
No, we have shared a lot. Globally speaking, IP Fabric is a nice tool. It was not a perfect tool. We have worked a lot together to create feature request, bug fix, but it's already, I would say, a key part of our tool chain today, and we are, I would say, happy with it.
I think the important point here is that as a strategic partner, you're able to work very closely with the engineering teams and with the product teams to help make sure, I suppose, that this is continuing to function the way you need it to develop all these new capabilities, right?
One of the examples we can say is, for example, since a long time, 1 year and a half, 2 years, we said, oh, the discovery time is too long for us. It was something like 5 hours and a half, 6 hours sometime, depending. And now with the latest release, we are now down to 3 hours, 2 hours 40. And due to the jobs that we have done together to say, okay, how can we scale in a large environment? How can we improve? And I know that you are working on even further improvement.
I think that's an important point for the product team in particular. Get a lot from working very closely with yourselves and with our other strategic customers as well. So it's a key part of that relationship. Well, listen, I think we're going to wrap up there, but thank you very much for your time. Really do appreciate it. If anyone's interested in finding out more about IP Fabric, we, as I mentioned before, are on booth B03 over in World of Solutions. Opportunities to look at demonstrations and talk through some of the things that Julien's shared with us today. Just want to thank you for your time and hope you enjoy the rest of Cisco Live.
And if you have any question, feel free. We still have some time remaining.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
All right, we want to welcome you all back into Studio A. I'm Steve Multer, and on behalf of the entire Cisco TV broadcast team, we are so happy to have all of you here with us in Amsterdam all week long. Please keep those social posts rolling in using hashtag Cisco Live EMEA. And if you miss any part of the live stream, you will find that in our on-demand library at ciscolive.com. So, we just wrapped up a fantastic partner session with Darren Fulwell and Julien Monteau, who is network architect with Airbus Operations SAS. Network assurance, as you just heard, has enabled a new approach to managing the complexity of our networks. So Julien and Darren, they shared how we can model the entire multi-vendor, multi-domain network end to end. That way your network engineer is going to see the full network infrastructure. They can measure actual behavior against expectation. IP Fabric is a vendor-neutral automated network technology. It really is the foundation of network automation. It delivers critical information that is required to manage and really revolutionize your network operations. So stick with us throughout the broadcast. We're going to bring you every partner session, iTalk, insider conversation, executive interview, all the energy of Cisco Live 2023 Amsterdam right here at the RAI. We're going to be with you 24 hours a day, right through our closing keynote tomorrow afternoon with legendary football referee Pierluigi Collina. Keep posting those comments, those photos, those quotes across all social media using hashtag Cisco Live EMEA or at Cisco Live EMEA. Share an emoji or a thumbs up or a smiley face or the fire symbol or whatever suits your mood in the moment. Well, Nish Parker is out next door in the WAS for a deep dive into Cisco IP Fabric. So Nish, what's the story out there?
Hey, thanks so much, Steve. Yes, we're here in the world of solutions. We're at the IP Fabric booth, and I am joined by Joe Kershaw. He is the Global Director of Sales and Channels here at IP Fabric. So Joe, how are you doing?
Very well, thanks, Nish. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. So tell me a little bit around IP Fabric. What do IP Fabric do?
So we're a platform vendor. We're building and deploying and selling, obviously, a network assurance platform, automated network assurance platform, which is focused on large enterprises, particularly working with customers who are under tight compliance scrutiny, where they're struggling with resources. They're trying to do more within their enterprise networks with the same or even less resources in some cases. Enterprises that are adopting the latest technologies, obviously with Cisco, and looking at automation, but also looking at better controls of enterprise networks. That's exactly our sweet spot where we're playing.
Got it. And so with network tooling, tell me a little bit around how these solutions that IP Fabric have differ from what is out there with the rest of the market.
Simplicity. We're really centering this technology with a focus on ease of deployment, ease of use, ease of adoption, and particularly ease of integration. Whenever we speak to any of these large enterprises, it's not just the network engineers and network operations that need data from the network. It's the security teams, it's the cloud teams. We had a conversation just today where senior network engineers were asking, how can we help application owners understand which firewall rules to open? How can we help app owners and the business understand how the network underpins their applications? And that's exactly where IP Fabric comes in. We're not looking to reinvent the wheel. We're looking to make the data accessible to the teams that need it in a way that's understandable even to non-network professionals. So we can help collaboration across the operations and also around the architectural teams to look at consistently managing enterprise networks.
Got it. And the demands of network infrastructure is always evolving. So tell me a little bit around how IP Fabric is working specifically to make sure that you remain scalable, reliable. How are you doing that?
Absolutely. I think one of the major burdens that come with the adoption of new technologies is understanding them initially, understanding what they mean to your environment, and then understanding how to adopt them and fit them in with the best practices of the business. What IP Fabric are doing specifically when it comes to new technologies, we've got a network automation team internally that are continually looking at new technologies, looking at how do we understand the interactions between Cisco ACI and a Cisco campus and the cloud applications that are based across these different domains and deployments. And through our own continuous development, we're ensuring that we understand new technologies, we build them into a standardized model, and then represent them visually so that, yes, the lead architects and engineers that pick these solutions can understand them, but then the junior operatives on the network can also gain the necessary insights to troubleshoot and actually understand the interactions between these new technologies.
And so you mentioned troubleshooting, and obviously, visibility operations are some other priorities. Can you share some examples of how you've helped customers specifically improve, their network, their visibility? Any ideas, any stories you want to share with the audience we have watching?
Yeah, absolutely. And it depends what the different customers are trying to achieve. We've recently deployed within the critical data centers of one of the major hyperscalers, one of the big public cloud providers. And they shared with us an insight that came from their leadership, where they said, we know we have a problem with technical debt. With IP Fabric, as they switched it on in the second day of proof of concept, they were saying we flipped over every single rock at the same time. They knew that technical debt was a big problem, but they didn't realize it was Everest-sized. And as they then take away that burden, they understand that now. They can start planning cycles for maintenance, cycles for improvement, begin tackling that technical debt. They've now managed to free up the minds of the senior engineers, the expensive people that you want in your business looking at improvements, to focus exactly on improvements. They're now looking at running an enterprise-wide and data center-wide compliance framework and compliance program to look more towards standardization and managing out complexity. Another example may be one of the world's biggest supermarket chains. We help them to tackle understanding again their technical debt, getting their network in a baseline level and understanding, so that then they can start looking at strategic initiatives, where we're now sat around the table with the senior leaders looking at full stack observability. How do they start bringing their live feeds, their network context and compliance data from IP Fabric, and applying AI and machine learning levels to begin getting better insights, again, to be improving network visibility, application response, and overall operations of the enterprise network.
Amazing. Well, Joe, thank you so much for the extra interview, the behind the scenes after that innovation talk. Steve, we're going to head straight back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you so much, Nish. Fantastic job, and our thanks to Joe Kershaw as well for that IP Fabric insight. You're back with me in Studio A live, coming to you from the Hub. And right now I've got James Williamson
nice to meet you,
with me on set here, Managing Director at BestPath. I am so excited for our conversation with one another today. So how's it been going so far? How's the show been for you?
Oh, fantastic. I suppose meeting people in person, again, has been phenomenal. Just meeting Cisco people and partners and customers for us has been phenomenal. I suppose it's great to be back in person.
Amen. Amen to that. I can't repeat it enough. So let's start with a little bit about what the company does, what the brand is all about, what your role is with the organization.
Yep, no worries. Yeah, so I suppose as Managing Director of BestPath, I'm also a co-founder, which is, I suppose, important for those out there. But for us, my role within BestPath is about defining which technologies and capabilities we want to focus on to I suppose, enable the journey for our customers. And I suppose, being a professional services organisation, we specialise in the design, implementation and support of network solutions within areas such as data centre, enterprise, and also more recently automation. I suppose as a business for us, being both a partner and a customer of Cisco is important, because it allows us to give a 360 feedback into that stuff, because if we can understand what works and what doesn't, it allows us to enable our customers to get the most from their IT solutions.
Absolutely. So I want to kind of go to the big view.
Yep.
Tell us about your typical customer. Who is partnering with BestPath for IT transformation today?
So we cover customers in lots of different sectors. Some of those are financial services and insurance, some of those are logistics, and some of those are education. And I suppose for us, it's about getting the most from IT to enable them to get better business outcomes at the end of the day.
Right. What kind of got you here to this point? What was the origin of BestPath? Again, you're a founder. And what happened in the industry to propel your own BestPath strategy? And then how has Cisco helped you to deliver that strategy to the market?
Yeah, so I suppose I come from a technical background, outsourcing all the world of IT. I'm a CCIE myself, so what we recognised was there was a big change in the industry for not just customers, but the way products and services from vendors such as Cisco are changing. So that software strategy approach in terms of APIs and the need to deliver stuff quicker into the marketplace was what drove us to set up BestPath. We were involved in early adoption with Cisco ACI, which only showcased the need to innovate and keep on top of technology as a business, and by doing so, that I suppose is what founded BestPath, and our principles are all about making sure that the technology works and everyone gets the best from that technology.
Why Cisco? What was it that made you say, no, Cisco's got to be that partnership?
I suppose Cisco's a very good brand. They're big. They've been in the industry for a long time, and I suppose when we look at our customer base, probably most customer bases use Cisco, and the certification programs for us and our engineers are important in that aspect, because it's tried and tested, I suppose, and that's what keeps people coming back for more of it.
What specific Cisco products or solutions are you using to deliver your IT operations capabilities?
Yeah, so in our business, we obviously like to practice what we preach, and so we've gone away and we've adopted products like Cisco ACI and NXOS within our infrastructure, because it allows us to be at the forefront of technology for our customers as well. So by being a customer of Cisco, we can get the most out of the solution and make sure that our customers do as well. But more recently, we've also recognised that the way the industry is going to get better insights so that they can drive down costs and just make better and quicker delivery through automation and stuff. We've looked at Nexus Cloud, and by that being a SaaS offering, we're able to reduce our cost but also get better visibility into our environment.
Excellent, excellent. All right, last question. Let's end here on a high note, shall we? I want to hear a really nice, strong success story, something that you get very excited about, that all of our viewers here on the stream can get inspired by.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I suppose a really good success story for us as a business is how we've had to evolve alongside Cisco, and that's meant actually pushing ourselves as individuals, both technologically and sort of capabilities, because if we're not doing the most to get the most, then how can we expect everyone to see value from their IT solutions?
Very, very true. All right, James, thank you. Very grateful to you, to BestPath, for your partnership. I hope you're having a fantastic time here at the show, and I'm glad that you joined us here in the studio.
Cheers, thank you, Steve.
Thanks for coming in.
No worries.
All right, we're going to head back out into the world of solutions right now, and our own Nish Parker, who is in the hologram booth. Hello, Nish.
Hello, yes, Steve. I'm here in the WebEx lab. We're going to talk the future of collaboration, and I've got something really cool to show you. I'm joined by Matt. So welcome, Matt. How are you?
Thanks. I'm doing great.
Good. So tell me a little bit around WebEx Hologram. What is it to start with?
Yeah, so what it is an ability for us to be able to actually enable 3D functionality for our WebEx meetings. And so that's really exciting for us. We've been working on this technology for a while. This summer, we're supposed to come out with our WebEx Hologram capture device, which is going to really enable this entire experience and allow us to be able to share 3D functionality within a WebEx meeting. We're really excited about it because we've been sharing this with customers sort of in a beta sort of trials perspective. And now we're in a situation where we're going to actually be able to roll it out to all of our customers. And so what this is allowing us to do is to be able to do a couple of things. One, we're able to show 3D images or photorealistic 3D video of people sitting in front of the capture pod. And then the second thing is within that, we can also leverage the virtual space and actually share 3D virtual objects. And the way that people are going to experience this is wearing the AR headsets that are right over here. So these people are actually in a WebEx hologram demo, and they're able to actually see the person on the other end in front of the capture in full 3D and also interact with 3D virtual objects.
I mean, this looks amazing. I'm really curious what they're both doing at the moment because they've got different things going on.
Is moving 3D objects around so we can load these virtual 3D objects, and then with a pinching motion and the front-facing cameras of those headsets, we can actually basically see what they're doing with those objects, and everything gets synced together. So as Susan moves one of these objects in her headset, it's going to get reflected over in Richard's headset. So we get a very, very collaborative experience, and we can really focus in on these 3D objects and really drill down.
So obviously, you know, in our heads, well, in my head, I can tell you for sure, I probably thought this is quite a while away, but this is really the reality. You said this summer we're coming out with it. So tell us a little bit around what can this look like kind of day to day in terms of use cases, and what challenges is it really solving for?
Yeah, so I think our main use case today is really a one-to-many type of use case, and that's where one person is sitting in front of that capture pod, and they're doing some form of teaching, some form of instruction, so that people with the headsets remotely can see the person in full 3D. Anything that they bring in front of the camera is going to get shown in 3D, and so it really provides an ability for education or instruction type of thing to really pop, because people are going to actually see that person in 3D and really be able to sort of see them in a very realistic way across the table from them. And then when we add those 3D objects into it, it just takes it to a whole nother level, because now we can really start to focus in on these objects and really concentrate on that collaborative sort of experience. So that's the really nice sort of, I think, benefit of this. And really, the fact is that we're just augmenting a regular WebEx meeting, and we're just adding this 3D capability onto it. So if you've already got WebEx, this is just another thing that you can sort of add on top of it. And we're just really excited about it, because it's going to take those meetings to the next level.
Sure, I can't wait to get my hands on that. Hopefully our Cisco employees get that soon. I'm hoping I'm putting in a good word for us. So obviously this has been here through the week. Here at Cisco Live 2023 Amsterdam. What's the response been? Have people been able to try on the headsets?
Yeah, absolutely. So people have been wearing the headsets like that, and all I can say is every time they start to see it, they just are, wow, this is incredible. I've never seen, I want 3 of them, and they're all excited. So honestly, if you watch the people coming out of the door every day after each of the demos, they're just a big smiles, they're laughing, and they're really having a great time, and they're really enjoying this technology. So it's sort of selling itself. People are just see it, and they immediately go, oh, I can think of a million things I'd like to do with this. So it's been really exciting.
Well, yeah, note for our production team, if you want some interesting footage, just point the camera outside that door, right? Because you're going to get some jaw drops and excitement. So we're here at Cisco Live, obviously. Any kind of closing words that you have, or anything that you want to share?
I would just say that, like, if you can get a chance to experience this or buy one of the capture devices, that would be great, because once you've seen it, you'll never want to go back to a regular 2D meeting. You'll want to really experience that 3D. So, yeah, I would just say take a look at it. Get it, you know, when you get a chance. We got some videos online that you can certainly look for, so just look for WebEx hologram, and you can actually see some videos that sort of show you what this sort of looks like and give you an idea.
Got it, Matt. Thank you so much. This is the kind of fun you get to see here at Cisco Live. Stay tuned. We've got lots more to show you.
Fantastic job, Nish. Welcome back, everyone, to the live stream coming to you from our Cisco TV studio here at the Rai Amsterdam. We are going to dive even deeper now into FSO and how Cisco is accelerating secure innovation with full-stack observability for modern applications. I've got our own Cedric DeValder right next door to me in Studio B with Ronak Desai, Senior VP and GM of AppDynamics and FSO. We're going to head across right now to Ronak and Cedric for some insights into what our customers are saying about AppDynamics and full-stack observability. So Cedric, over to you.
Hey there, Steve, and good to see you again. I was actually at the opening reception yesterday of the World of Solutions, and that was hosted by AppDynamics, right? But today I'm joined by Rohan, who is our Senior Vice President of AppDynamics and FSO here at Cisco. He was earlier in an IT leadership program this morning, but I'm actually very happy to have you join here, so welcome.
Thank you very much, Cedric.
Great. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Being with customers and partners, you can't ask anything more than that.
Yeah, because this is your first Cisco Live in Europe since you actually started heading our FSO and AppDynamics departments within Cisco, right?
That's right.
So, you know, being in Amsterdam, it's sunny and so on. What are you hearing from customers? What are you hearing from partners? Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Sure, yeah. So I've been meeting lots of customers and partners, right? That's the goal. That's why we are here. You know, I think one of the fundamental thing which we consistently hear, and this is not last 6 months, I've been on a network journey working with a lot of our customers. And one of the reasons I took this job was because one of the CIO, when I spoke to him, you know, he was talking about the outages which they have it, and the tool sprawl we have it. Like, they have 20 different tools to monitor their applications, whether it's applications, it's network, it's storage, it's cloud, it's multi-cloud. And we hear that consistent theme across the different kind of organizations where they do not have one place to go to at least root cause and triage and narrow down the problem. And this is where we're bringing some amazing set of innovations. So, that's the consistent thing we hear from our customers, but from a partner standpoint, we want to also bring them into this equation, right? Cisco, as you know, is big on leading with partners, right? And so we built some really cool technology where partner can actually start to build and enhance what the solutions we have it. So love to kind of talk to you about all of those.
Yeah, so you can really hear it's about simplifying IT for customers, for partners. We're here at Cisco Live. We had some interesting sessions already. You had one this morning. We had the keynote and so on. What are the cool stuff? What is the cool stuff that you're launching here at Cisco Live EMEA Amsterdam?
Yeah, so we basically talked about 3 different things, right? And I'll go to each one of them in just a brief, right? First thing first, we announced our secure business risk observability. This is the first industry-leading capability. Nobody has it. And let me give you kind of quick description of what it is, right? Typically, what ends up happening is your security ops teams and network ops teams, they all operate in their silos, right? So when there are challenges from an application perspective, there's finger pointing going around, right? As we were talking about it from a pain point, right? And ditto happens between security and application team. So, for example, I think the classic example I like to give it is, there are vulnerabilities out there in applications, right? And most of the time, security team will then come and say, you know what, this is critical vulnerability, you absolutely need to fix it now. And in this region, there's also a mandate from government that you have to patch vulnerabilities, which are critical, in a span of a week. So you can imagine the amount of stress which your developers and your security ops teams go through when those vulnerability comes up. I'm sure you all remember Log4j. It spoiled a lot of people's Christmas because we had to patch it. But what if you knew that this vulnerability is critical, but it's not critical for your environment? Your chances of getting exploited is minimal. If you knew that, you would of course give those folks who have worked all year long hard that Christmas break, right? Ability to prioritize and give that visibility. We can do that now. That was a big announcement which we did it. Yep. Bringing the security insights, bringing the application insight, marrying those together, and really helping the security teams and developer community. It was one of the big announcements which we did. Liz, I spoke about it in my sessions as well as demo. The second one which we did was where we're bringing network intelligence from ThousandEyes into application, into AppD, so that now, again, we can do the same thing which we were doing with security for networking, right? Where your end users who are coming from mobile device, accessing your applications in cloud or private cloud, we can give you the visibility from end-to-end perspective, including the middle internet, right? And the quote I would like to quote it is, First Abu Dhabi Bank, customers of ours, of both ThousandEyes and AppDynamics, she quoted that it took them 5 hours when they had an outage on the network to fix it and figure it out where the problem was. If they had FSO capability, they could have detected in 5 minutes.
In 5 minutes?
5 minutes. So just think about 5 hours of outage where people are not able to buy their groceries, they're not able to put the fuel in their car because their credit card transactions are failing, trading applications are down, mortgage applications are down. Think about the impact to your business and impact to your brand versus if you had these capabilities, what it could do to you, right? So once somebody looks at this, it's very simple for them. It's very simple for customers saying, we need this capability. And this is the reason I'm super excited about our network intelligence and security. And the last but not the least, we launch Tech Preview FSO platform. Okay. And this is how we are going to extend and enable our partners to build solutions on top of it. Super exciting time. A lot of excitement with customers, and that's why I am like, you can see the excitement in me.
I can definitely see it, Ron. It's like, it's coming to me as well right now. I love it. You talked about all these exciting things right now. Like, what is next for AppDynamics and FSO and Cisco? And like, we have those great innovations that we announced here at Cisco Live. So it's, again, come to Cisco Live if you can next year. You should be here. You can meet with Rohan as well.
Yes.
But what is coming on next? What's the future going to bring?
So we are going to be doing a general availability on on our whatever we did tech preview. We're going to do general availability at Cisco Live in US. But more importantly, right, we will continue to extend and bring the reach of Cisco. This is the power of Cisco, where we have reach of networking, we have reach of security, and we have reach of application. Bringing those three domains together and giving you that full stack visibility is where we are. Okay. And the other part which I'm super excited is where we can help from multi-cloud perspective. We just announced OpenShift integrations, where we can, like, if you're running Kubernetes, which you should be if you're not, like in this age of the day, we can give you the deep visibility in terms of your Kubernetes stack. Yep. So that's been announced now. It's available, so you can try it out. But again, multi-cloud perspective, you'll see a lot more innovations coming from us.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Rohan. As we wrap up right now, just in one word, Cisco Live, what does it mean to you?
Cisco Live, great customers, great partners, and a lot of fun meeting my colleagues.
Great. Thank you so much, Rohan, for joining us here. We're going to trade back to you, Steve.
Great. Thank you so much. Great job on the interview, Cedric, and our thanks so much to Ronak Desai for those really important, really motivating insights and great announcements as well. Let's keep this AppDynamics and FSO story going by heading out into the world of solutions, where Rob Boyd is hanging out with Vipul Shah, VP of Product Management at Cisco AppDynamics. Rob, how's the show looking out there next door?
The show is looking fantastic, Steve. Yes, guys, this is Rob Boyd reporting to you live from the FSO area here at the World of Solutions. We're standing at the back of the hall, and it is my pleasure to welcome Vipul. He's going to walk us through some details here, put some meat on the bone for us, if you would. And I'm kind of curious if you could highlight from your perspective the innovations that you guys have really been focused on lately.
Absolutely. First of all, I'm very excited to be here. A lot of energy, a lot of excitement. Now, talking about innovation, right? So, I want to talk about three very specific areas where we've innovated. The first one is really around security. So, we started our journey by providing runtime security, where we are able to show vulnerabilities within a runtime environment. And we map it to what's called as business transaction, which is the most important transactions for a business. Now, what we've done is taken that a lot forward with this whole notion of risk scoring. So now it's a comprehensive risk scoring. It's looking at vulnerabilities, APIs that you're using that are, not trustworthy APIs, internet exposure, et cetera, right? So the risk scoring is the most important innovation that we brought. And again, the point is with the scoring, our customers can prioritize what matters the most. Now, that is one. The second thing I wanted to talk about is around cloud. Right. So last year we released this product, AppDynamics Cloud, and it really supports your cloud-native applications, Kubernetes applications, microservices. And what we've done, we've actually announced earlier this week the trace explorations. So ability to troubleshoot using distributed tracing. Right, that is very, very crucial for any cloud-native applications. And then let me also highlight another important set of innovations, which is around on-premises software. Ability to, for example, updated language frameworks. That's an example of the things that we've done there.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of curious too when it comes to the economics of all of it, in terms of how is that value translating to customers in terms of helping them advance their own economic situation?
Yeah, absolutely. So I would say there are three things. First of all, our customers, what matters to them is their end user's experience. That needs to be paramount. If somebody's using a mobile application, they need to have a great experience, right? And so what we do is we make sure that our customers are able to troubleshoot those applications and give the best performance for their end users. So that's one thing. The second one is also around business impact. We enable our customers to assess what is important to their business, what are the things that are impacting their business so that they can prioritize, right? And so those two are important things. Now, when it comes to economics, our customers can deploy their workloads on-prem or cloud, hybrid cloud environments. We support them wherever the best economics are.
Well, I'm curious too, you guys have made a lot of advancements, obviously, as we speak of here, but as you look forward, I know you don't want to get into any kind of confidential information here, but just to the stuff that you're willing to share, what can we expect next from you guys? What kind of themes, perhaps?
Absolutely. So roadmap themes, right? Let me talk about 4 themes. First and foremost, let me point at full stack observability. So that is one of our very critical themes. The example of the security, integration that I just talked about, that's an example of, how we enable our customers to stitch and correlate different layers of the stack, so that they can troubleshoot a set of problems and go deep into it. ThousandEyes integration is another example of full stack observability, right? So that is one of the themes. Okay. The other theme is cloud native application. Those applications, our customers are building more and more of the cloud native applications. We will go much deeper into that and enable our customers to troubleshoot quickly. The other two quick ones would be really around business impact. And then the last one is about open source ecosystems.
Yeah. Well, and when the stuff that's happening and the way you're bringing increased visibility to what is normally a very opaque and complex environment, it becomes something to me that feels like, how do you run your business without this kind of visibility?
Yeah, no, absolutely, right? I mean, I would say, when our customers start, if they don't have this visibility, if they don't have the right level of insights, it becomes very, very expensive to them in terms of them missing out on their end users' experiences, or them missing out on not knowing what is impactful to their business.
That's perfect. Well, Vipul, I want to thank you so much for your time. Guys, it's all about observability and making sure you understand how it's impacting your business so you can make better decisions. Steve?
Rob, thank you so much, and a fantastic conversation with Vipul. We are moments away from our next iTalk, this time on accelerating secure innovation using full-stack observability for modern apps. We have got Joe Byrne and Randy Birdsall on deck with us here. You know, all of our organizations are under incredible pressure to modernize our applications. We want to deliver innovative business value. We want to leverage a multi-cloud landscape. Well, FSO is such a powerful evolution in application design and development. And the reason is, it's a fresh approach to application monitoring, observability. It includes security insights as well. So, we're about to see exactly how Cisco is accelerating innovation. Let's head over into the iTalk right now. Here we go.
And provide further details on the security use cases we are focusing on. Please welcome Joe and Randy.
Thank you. Hey guys, hello everyone. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Joe Byrne. I'm the executive CTO for AppDynamics Cisco. I've been here about 5 years, former customer, living, breathing, and eating this stuff. Having a great show. Everybody else having a good show? Good time here, right? Good sessions. Love Amsterdam. This is pretty cool, right? All right, so let's get going. So our agenda. I'm going to talk a little bit about full stack observability at a high level, just kind of what it is, what the basics are of this. And then as part of that, we have a very specific use case around security and how to help monitor and understand security at the application level. And we did some really, really cool things that we just announced. I think the press release went out yesterday, and Randy's going to kind of deep dive into that for you and show you that, do a little bit of a demo, and walk you through some of the cool new things we're doing. So with that, let's talk about the application landscape real quick, and a little bit about why we're doing this. So we've got traditional applications, those that are on-prem, client-server, kind of old school, but a lot of these applications that still exist, right, that are on-premise for us. I think most people today live in this hybrid world where you've got some pieces in the cloud, you've got some pieces on-prem, some third-party applications. It's pretty complex, right, kind of all over the place. And then now what we've started to see is with the advancements of the cloud providers, we're seeing cloud-native applications, meaning built in the cloud, not migrated to or lifted and shifted, built in the cloud, taking advantage of all of the as a platform, as a service type offerings, Kubernetes, things of that nature, a lot of open telemetry, things like that. So we've got these three different areas, and the one thing they all have in common is they're all really, really important to understand. Because applications today are your customers' basically experience with your organization, which translates into being your brand. It's also how a lot of your employees are getting their jobs done. It's through the applications that they're using. So the use of these applications is absolutely critical. And for a long, long time, we were all monitoring the back end of everything. The servers, the database, CPU, memory, network, but we weren't monitoring the application. That's like going to practice every day of the week and skipping the game. It doesn't make any sense. All that stuff is built for your customer or your employee to have a good experience on that application. So if you don't understand that experience, you're missing something. And I know because there's kind of two kinds of people in this world that I've run into. Those that understand that because they inherently understand the customer experience and are focused on that. And then there's those that got burned, and I got burned, right? So I learned how important this was. So we've talked to our customers about some of these things. And so when I talk about full stack observability, I'm talking about from the time I open my app on my phone, or I go to my browser and open the application and log in, to when it leaves my Wi-Fi out to the local ISP, out into the internet abroad, lands wherever the application servers are hosted, whether that's in a data center or in the cloud, down through the firewalls, all the way down into the data in the database. So when you hear full stack observability, that's the journey we're talking about. It's broad, it's big, it's large. And what we're hearing is people are overwhelmed with the amount of data. Right? The three tenets of FSO are visibility, having the data, insights, what does this data mean? What's it telling me? What's important? And then actions. What can I do to resolve or mitigate this issue that I'm seeing, right? So the first piece, that visibility, that's a lot of telemetry. It's a lot of data. And one of the biggest mistakes people make is, I need it all. Well, what are you going to do with all that data? Do you know how long it's going to take to weed through and grok this and understand and figure out what's important, what matters, and what doesn't? It's a nightmare. Let the insights engine do it. 85% say they struggle to quickly get through to root cause, right? That's a big problem that we all have to, again, going back to the applications being our brand and that experience. I have two boys, both college age, and I watch them and I ask them to do things. I'm trying to have them be more responsible. And the first thing they do is they go to their phone. If they can't do it on their phone, they don't do it. And these are the people that are coming up that we're going to be catering to. And they're in the workforce now. And not only that, if the experience isn't good, they're on to the next. My oldest just picked new auto insurance because the app, he found a way to sign up easier and quicker. Now, he's not thinking about price because dad's still paying for the insurance while he's in college, right? Eventually that will matter too. But that experience drove him to move companies, move car insurance. And then 96%, facing these negative consequences of not having genuine visibility, meaning, lack of customer experience. And I want you to think beyond just the incident itself. So the first time I experienced this world, I worked for a company that does loan origination systems in the United States. About 1 out of every 4 mortgages, home loans that went through in the US touched our software, okay? We went down for 3 days. It took us 3 days to figure out what was happening. So not only did we have everybody and their brother and their mom and their sister come together to try to figure out what was happening on these war rooms, we finally get through this. Well, our customers, as they come back 2-3 years later, and it's time for them to renew, first question out of their mouth is, remember that March 2014 date when you screwed me and I went down for 3 days and I lost all this money? What's my discount? So the costs of these failures can be catastrophic over time, right? Really, really important. So what we want to do is we want to help our customers mature, right? Go from just simply monitoring, into observability, right? Understanding the business, all of this together. So as you go through and you start out with kind of this chaotic marketing or monitoring where you're watching and you've got individual things, you're basically is it up or is it down kind of monitoring, right? You move into something a little bit more reactive where you've got a little more intelligence around it, understanding how things are being performed. You try to work into a more proactive stance where now you're monitoring and you understand what normal is, and when things start to deviate and performance degrades, you can jump on it before it turns red, before it hits the customer. Basically not having your customer be the one to inform you have a problem anymore because you have observability. And then finally, and this is where everybody's trying to go and very few people are here, predictive. I've seen these signs before, and you've got the ML and the AI telling you you're about to have this problem. Proactively make this change. Scale up, switch this out, whatever it needs to be to avoid this problem that's coming. Right? That's what we want to get to. So when we talk about this is the full context I'm talking about. So when I talk about visibility, I'm talking about every one of these areas. The application, the network, right? The hardware involved, the end user experience. But what's really critical is the business perspective. And that's what a lot of these tools out there are missing. You need to be able to tie the application to the business to illustrate the value. Applications are created with a business intent There's a reason for that business, or for that application to exist. Sell more widgets, sell more product, whatever it is, right? So it's really important to put that context together, and that's a significant differentiator here at Cisco, because we know how important it is to show that value to the business, because that's the whole reason it's there. It also helps the business understand how important the technologists are. Like, look, you don't just know I exist when something goes down. Like, our sales went through the roof, and it's because of this new app we put out, or whatever this may be, right? Get some credit for these things. Taking all that data plus open telemetry, right, which we know is a standard that's growing across our industry. Cisco is one of the largest contributors to this project, and just we're kind of going all in on open telemetry. We've seen a lot of our customers moving this way. So we take all this data, we have a correlation engine, we do cross-domain correlation, understand where the problem is quickly, who's it impacting in terms of business or the customer, and how do I fix it, right? Then you can feed that to an actioning system. So we go through, and I talked a little bit about this. We all started out with monitoring. Up, down, the main KPI was availability. Is this thing working? And that was okay at the time. We felt pretty good about it, right? Hey, it's up and running, must be good. That wasn't always the case, because a lot of times it's up and running, but the customer's got the spinning wheel of death, and that's no good, right? So I remember we would have these conversations where we had the software. I'd bring in the CIOs of my biggest customers every quarter, and we'd talk about uptime. And I'm like, yeah, we hit our 4 nines. And they're like, no, you didn't. Let me tell you all these times where we couldn't get this transaction through. So we actually changed our definition of down to be what the customer experience was. Stop and think about that. Not, are the servers up and running? What's my customer experience like? Our numbers went to hell for months, because that's not where the focus was. But eventually it built better trust, and we ended up with a much, much better product, much more reliable. So now we moved forward into this area of observability, trying to understand what the data means, and beyond just up and down. We've had tool sprawl, right? But now we've got things like root cause. And now you're looking at performance as the KPI, which is good, right? Is it up, down is one thing. Am I performant? Am I meeting my needs? That's a whole other thing. That's very important, especially, again, as you're competing with other people for either employees or customers, whichever it may be. These experiences matter. That performance matters all the time. And then, now we're at the point of full stack observability, where you're looking at the metrics, the events, the logs, the traces. And now your KPI is experience. And it's tied to business outcomes. What is this holistic experience like? Is every piece along that journey from the app all the way down to the database humming and in line and in sync? Am I there? Understanding that. Adding in the security piece, most important of all. So why now? The timing is right? There's digitization, there's these digital transformations everybody's going through. User expectations are through the roof, because now these people who grew up online didn't adopt it, but grew up that way. We did a study when I was at Johnson & Johnson. It was crazy. We took a magazine and put it in front of this 3-year-old. She starts swiping the page. Didn't realize you have to actually turn the physical page, right? This is the world that we're going to. Pervasive availability. There is a massive amount of technology. There's mobile access. We've got all this cloud opportunities now, right, where you can scale, and so many of the problems before are no longer there. You've got open source, so there's this community, information sharing. So now it's not just you and your perspective and what you can think of, but you get to benefit from the other people's perspective as well, right? And then the technology capabilities that we have today, the things we can do with this, and trying to monitor and watch the distributed tracing, the business contextualization, all of these aspects we've got up here, all of these matter. And the AI/ML, we're seeing how fast that's advancing things. So what we've done is we've built full stack observability. So we're working on a platform that will, at the base, take in all of this data, the open telemetry, right, from different perspectives, cross-domain, put it all together. On top of that, you can build services like AppDynamics APM performance, ThousandEyes, network and visibility, right? You can build these services on top of that, each with business perspective. On top of that, we've got business cases, use cases. These are the 7 specific, or 5 on this side. We have 5 specific use cases where we're going to talk about hybrid application monitoring those places that are on-prem in the cloud, customer digital experience with ThousandEyes and AppDynamics, modern applications, which are the cloud native, application dependency monitoring, because of all the dependencies these things have, and then the application security piece. And that's what we're going to spend the rest of the session on. We announced yesterday, I think the press release went out, what we're calling our new application security, business observability, business security, right? The idea here is you can already monitor and understand security vulnerabilities inside of the application with AppDynamics. We've added on top of that and taken advantage of being Cisco and brought in Talos and Kenna, and we put all of these things together in a way that they're now all communicating. We see all the user devices across the internet, all these applications and services. We bring it together. We can look at the application. We can look at the APIs through Panoptica. We can understand prioritization and scoring of those vulnerabilities with Kenna. So we take all that information, the threat database from Talos, right, about how, how likely it is something's going to be, a vulnerability is going to be taken advantage of, put all this together and say, okay, these are the vulnerabilities you have. They're tied to these business transactions, and this is the potential impact of that vulnerability on that business transaction to your business. Laid out for you, so now you can prioritize. Those insights nobody else is doing, and it's critical to the success of the business. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand it off to somebody smarter than me. This is Randy Birdsall, our director of product, and this is his baby, and I'm going to let him walk you through it.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it.
Nice shirt.
Thank you. Hey, everybody. How are we doing? Good. Thumbs up, smiles. I love it. I'm really excited. It's been a long time coming. This has always been my vision, is the idea that we are securing things kind of in these silos, and the app teams and security teams, they're not best buddies. Anyone here on the security team in your enterprise? Okay. Are you guys best friends with the app teams? Oh, we got one. I'm not so sure about that. All right. We'll ask the app teams later. In reality, there's a lot of friction there, right? Why is that? You've got app teams who want to move super fast. New features, right? They're not interested necessarily in making sure that everything is secured because their pressure is to release. Then you've got the security team. Their goal is make sure they have visibility and controls everywhere, right? And often they have to go to the app teams and say, hey, can you help me understand what is the architecture of your application? What are your dependencies? What part of the business is this even involved in? And in some cases, the app teams don't even know, right? Because they're also, you have the business ops side of the house, which is decoupled necessarily from the developers. So the vision I had was, can we bring this all together in such a way where we can actually get business risk observability? The idea that the insights from both security and apps and business come together in a way that everyone has shared context and can take the right priority to secure the business where it matters most. What we have done is built upon Secure Application, which was launched about 2 years ago. And for those that aren't familiar, it is used for runtime visibility to vulnerabilities in your applications, as well as threat activity, and then policy to control and block those attacks. And that's what we launched 2 years ago. Over the course of these 2 years, we have continued to build upon that and do integrations with services like Sneak for vulnerabilities and Talos for their block lists. And now, Kenna and Panoptica. So we have an idea of the likelihood of exploit, as well as insights to third-party APIs. We all know, I think as Joe was talking about, applications are not just the code that a developer writes. They rely upon lots of different services. So we are able to pull insights from across the application landscape in AppDynamics, the security insights from Secure Application, as well as all of these other Cisco services, and bringing them together into business risk observability. Now, when I talk about risk, people often ask me, okay, how do you actually calculate that? It's very simple. It's just likelihood times impact, problem solved, right? We're at that simple. But that's really the crux of it. What is the likelihood that I will have an exploit in my environment? What is the impact of a breach? What happens if that data gets lost? What kind of fines? What kind of brand reputation hit am I going to take? That information is then used to derive the business risk. And we're able to pull likelihood from lots of different sources, right? We know the vulnerabilities in the code. We know threat activity. We know whether you're internet facing. We know the risk of your third-party API usage. We pull all that information for likelihood, and from impact, that's what AppDynamics is about, measuring the performance of your business. So we understand What are the most important parts of your applications? Your business transactions, that end-to-end customer experience. We already know that. We know if that application has access to data. You can start looking at those insights on the business side and all those security insights we have to get to business risk. Let me take you through a real-world example. This here is an example of a cart checkout service. All right? You have a business transaction. It's like when you go and you click, I want to buy this. This is not just one service that's responding, as you know, right? This is many services that are all interconnected, providing different capabilities. You're going to have some kind of third-party API that's pulling data or storing data. You're going to have access to a database potentially. And each one of these points can introduce either the likelihood of an exploit or increase the impact of one. In the case of a customer-facing cart checkout service, you have access from the internet. Well, that's a great avenue for attackers who don't have to have an inside access to be able to get into your code. So that's going to increase the risk. If it is a really important business transaction and you've developed monitoring all around that business transaction, it matters to your business. We already know that, and we can start to increase the impact if there were to be a breach. We understand if there's vulnerabilities, and we actually understand not just if there's vulnerabilities, but are you using the vulnerable code that's there? Because you could have a vulnerability, but if it's never executed, it doesn't matter. We will tell you whether or not that code is actually executable in your environment. And with the integration with Kenna, we can tell you what is the likelihood based on real-world threat activity, whether or not that exploit is likely to happen in your environment. Then we look at third-party APIs, right? You might be sending data or collecting information like what geolocation is this person coming from. All of that information, you are trusting and extending that trust to a third party. You're running your business along with that third party. If you can't see how they've written their applications, you don't know if they're secure. So we're able to assess that through Panoptica to determine, all right, is this third-party API something that I can trust my business on? We'll identify if there's any data stores where you're storing data, and then we'll also monitor for threat activity. If you're communicating, your applications are communicating to a bad actor, or the bad actor is coming into your application. All of this comprises into the business risk score. I want to make it real for you. I'm going to go through a demo where I think you'll see the power of all of this coming together as an industry first. We're going to start here in AppDynamics. Any existing AppDynamics customers or users here? We got a few. Okay, so this should be familiar. This is a view of the overall health of an application. But our customers aren't interested necessarily in just the app, right, as a whole. They're interested in their business on top of it. And here we've got business transactions. These three business transactions are the slice through the application that delivers a particular experience. In the case of this app, which is a patient portal, a healthcare company has launched this patient portal. They care about, for instance, health records, the updating and use of health records. Sensitive data is obviously going to be traversing that, and they need to monitor that not just for performance, but also security. In this case, we can see that the business risk is in a warning state, right? So you're going to want to be able to drill into that. So we can drill into the business transaction and see what are the components that comprise that experience. What are the databases? What are the backend, HTTP backends or APIs that are being used? What are the services that we've written that are being monitored? And we can show the security health for that. We have over here in the widgets area, we're showing the vulnerabilities or the attacks and the business risk. You'll note here that we've got vulnerabilities, right? And some critical vulnerabilities, and the business risk of 520. It's not just the vulnerabilities, though, because remember that experience that I walked through in that transaction with all those different components coming in? There's a lot more than just vulnerabilities. So let's dive into that. If we go over to the Secure App UI, here we're actually tracking the risk over time. We're able to identify in a dynamic environment whether that risk is going up or coming down. And that's super important, that trend line, because nothing is static. The code is not static. The attackers are not static. Known vulnerabilities are not static. It's an ever-evolving environment that you need to be constantly monitoring. The way Secure App works, it's sitting inside the APM agent. It is already bundled in there, and it is constantly monitoring your environment 24/7, always looking for new vulns, new threat activity, and identifying those trends. So let's assume that you got notified that this is now moved into this warning state. What do I do about it? This is the one thing, anyone on the security team that raised their hand before, I'm guessing you get a few alerts every day about security issues in your environment, all right? We don't want to just say, okay, all of it needs to be fixed. In reality, there's only some things that you should probably go focus on first and foremost. We bubble up our guidance as to what are the 3 things that you should do in your environment to reduce that risk the most. And we inform these decisions based upon knowing, are you actually using those libraries? Are they loaded in memory? Are you using the vulnerable code? And using Kenna, we are not just saying blindly that, hey, it's a high severity vulnerability based on the CVSS score. This is actually something we are seeing threat activity on in the real world. People are actively exploiting it. Or Kenna also has a historical look back based on the technologies and similar vulnerabilities to actually predict exploitability. And so the scores that you see here, the Kenna scores, are actually telling you what you should really be focused on from a vulnerability perspective. And here's a prime example as to why CVSS doesn't always work. CVSS score here is a low. Most organizations, anyone here going to remediate a low vulnerability? Security folks who raise your hands, would you worry about low? You wouldn't, right? They're ignored. And that model works in most cases. But in this scenario, we actually use our historical data, and Kenna says that this is predicted exploitable. As well, it's a popular target. So they're seeing actual activity in the wild going after this particular vulnerability. So this is indicative of the value that Kenna brings in this automated vulnerability detection as well as exploit prediction. But there's a flip side to it too. Developer time, anyone here on the app side of the house writing code? No? Okay. Well, I'm going to guess that's because they're building features somewhere, right? And those developers, their time is super precious, right? What can we do for them? If we go ahead and filter using the typical model for remediation strategy of anything critical, anything high, we're going to have to take care of, we would actually say, all right, I want you to go and take care of this Derby library. It's a CVSS severity, it's critical, we've got to like drop everything you're doing. Some companies, if a critical vulnerability comes up, they have a 24-hour window, right? It has to be remediated in 24 hours. Through Kenna's intelligence, historical data, as well as monitoring real-world activity, they're able to actually say it's low risk. If you actually have other pressing things to deal with, like things that are a higher priority based on the Kenna score, go deal with those first. And then even so, if you have feature work to do, you could probably hold off on this one. So they're actually helping you make much smarter choices, invest your resources where it matters most. If we take a look back at the business transaction, the other integration we did is with Panoptica, and that is Cisco's cloud-native security solution. It gives us an idea of the third-party risk from APIs. And the way AppDynamics works, we sit in the code with agents, monitoring communication to other services, internal and external. And we already know all the APIs that are in use. So what we are doing now is taking all of those APIs that we see your applications using, and then we're passing them to Panoptica to do an assessment on the security of those third-party APIs. And we can identify risk there. In this particular example, we can see that one of the APIs that they're relying upon is using an older version of TLS. Given it's a healthcare company, we have sensitive data. This is not something they can accept within their environment. Other things that can be detected from monitoring these third-party APIs can look at the HTTP headers and actually make determinations about known vulnerabilities that exist in those APIs. Most security teams don't even know what APIs are being used and what third parties are introducing risk into their environment. So just having a catalog of the APIs is helpful. Then going to go to that next level and say, hey, here are the security issues there, is a game changer for these folks. Now, the next thing that most customers do, we've been talking a lot about production environments and the customer experience. That's great, but what is the most expensive problem to solve? The one that's in production. If you can solve it before you get there, all the better. AppDynamics customers will traditionally deploy both in pre-prod and prod. That way they're able to identify, do I have a performance issue with the code I just pushed? Maybe I should resolve that before I get to production. From a security perspective, that's extremely dangerous, right? Not just do you have the chance of having to stop all your development and fix a vulnerability in production, you also have the risk of disclosing all of your data and the financial and brand implications of that. So now you can see also other business transactions that development have introduced, maybe in this testing patient portal, that are introducing risk into this environment as well. So that gives you that end-to-end full lifecycle coverage with business risk observability, whether it's pre-prod or prod. And that's so important. Going back to what Joe was talking about before, Like, no longer is the application just some code that you go and you make a startup service on and monitor. It's a lot of interdependent services, some that you have control over, some that you don't. It's the network, it's security. It is everything that your end customer could have a problem with as they experience the digital experience with your company. So it's important that you've got the observability in all of these domains and allow all of these teams to actually work together to solve these problems as quickly as possible. Well, thank you for your time. Really hope that we get to continue the conversation. I'm also here afterwards, as so is Joe. We're happy to answer any questions you might have. Hope you have a great rest of your conference. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Cisco Live Amsterdam 2023. We're here, we're in the Cisco TV studio, and we're going to bring you all of the action right to you. So whether you're here in person, you're watching the show from somewhere, you're joining from home with your colleagues from the office, make sure you stay tuned. And remember to use hashtag Cisco Live EMEA and @Cisco Live to let us know how much fun you're having at the event and how you're experiencing it. Now, if you are watching the broadcast from home, you'll also see somewhere on the screen a list of emojis, and give us a thumbs up if you're having a good time. You can use whichever emoji you like, but do let us know how you're getting on. For the first time as well, we also have translations to 7 different languages, so I really love how this is building into Cisco's mission and overall purpose, which is to power an inclusive future for all. So we're about to head out into the world of solutions, but just before we do that, I just want to reflect a little bit on the conversation we just had, or what we heard from the innovation talk. We had Joe and Randy, who gave such great insights into how Cisco is accelerating innovation. They shared some examples of state-of-the-art application technologies and talking about how API and traditional architectures, along with business-level security insights, are going to help make better decisions around potential vulnerabilities and impact on your security business. Now, here in the world of solution, we have the Cisco Secure booth just behind us. I've been a few times. I've got lots of friends in Cisco Security, and also they have a great coffee. So if you are here on site, make sure you go and check that out. We've also been out to the Cisco Showcase. They've got lots of great demos there. And in particular, we've been looking at Zero Trust, we've been looking at Passwordless, and we've had some really great demos from the entire security portfolio. Now, we're going to be joined here in the studio by a number of guests coming up soon. But I just want to, take a look at, if you can see what's around us. And by doing that, actually, we're going to go to Rob. Rob, you're actually out in the world of solutions, right? So who do you have for us?
That is right, Nish. I am here live. This is Rob Boyd live in AppDynamics booth area here in the world of solutions. So excited to be here, and I'm having fun playing like a newscaster. And that's not even the ear that my thing is in. So I should hold it like that, I guess, is the way they do it. Who knows? Either way, I've got Eric Scow, who's very patient with me because we've been having fun talking about all the new changes and such going here as well. Eric, could you explain kind of the announcements from your perspective that you guys have just been making?
Absolutely, Rob. Great to be here with you. It's fun, thank you. It's great to be here on the show floor. A lot of exciting announcements this week. Really, really powerful and game-changing, honestly. So a couple of the big things are enhancements to full-stack observability. First, business risk observability, industry first, really, and it's all around security and security enhancements for AppDynamics as well as full stack observability. This is really pulling in both AppDynamics, Panoptica, Kenna, Talus. It is really leveraging the power of Cisco, bringing those integrations together and delivering just amazing outcomes for our customers.
Well, you guys have had a lot of traffic in the booth, and I got to think that may have something to do with your placement here as well. But could you, what's hot in the booth? What are you guys talking about? What's maybe important for anyone that's physically here? What can they experience?
Absolutely. So like security is hot. You saw that in the keynote from Liz Santoni yesterday. So, you know, security is a really big deal. Customers are asking about it, so that's really hot here. As well as, you know, we've made some enhancements to AppD Cloud. So there's some trace visualization, OpenShift. So there's a lot of stuff to see both here, right in back of me, as well as over in the demo stations. We've got some amazing real estate here because we've got a booth expansion, right? We've got our booth, plus all the demos around AppDynamics as well as full stack observability. And oh, by the way, let's not forget about the full stack observability platform, which is tech preview this week. And we couldn't be more thrilled about that. And that's going to GA later, Cisco Live in Las Vegas. And Rob, maybe you'll even be there.
Yeah, no, I'm hoping I will. You know, each one's you never know.
You never know.
So, but no, you and I were talking about the intimacy of the location here, and one of the things I do love is that I almost feel like even with the partner booths and such, you can talk about some solutions, and you guys partner so well for information sources and such, as you're calculating business risk, as you're just taking in whatever a customer needs to help with their definition of risk, their definition of, it may not be network down, it may not be availability based, of course, it's a lot more complex than that. But you have a lot of input sources for the head here just around the show. What kind of things are you looking forward to later this week and upcoming for you guys?
Well, let's start with today.
Okay.
AppDynamics is taking over the DevNet zone today, which is super exciting.
That's cool.
We've got a session at 3, don't miss it. And then we've got a lightning round sessions at 4 o'clock lasting until 6. So please, those two things are going to be really, really important, and AppDynamics is going to be front and center there. And then again, we've got some experts here that are just amazing, both at our booth as well as in the demo station for full stack observability platform, FSO in general, as well as all the amazing enhancements to AppDynamics.
Well, that's perfect. Eric, I want to thank you so much for taking the time out to walk us through everything here.
It's been a pleasure, Rob.
Oh, it's been great stuff here. Your
Let's do this
social media
again.
game is on fire.
Right on.
So guys, please pay attention to what they're doing, because it's an exciting space and it's solving very real problems with visibility and tying that in, the complexity of the technology with the simplicity of understanding, well, what does this mean for my business? If you can't operate with that kind of data at your fingertips, then you're flying blind. There's just no point in doing it. These guys can really help you with that quite a bit. But Nish, we'll go back to you in the studio.
Thanks so much, Rob, and thank you to Eric as well. Now, we're here in Studio B here in the Cisco TV studio here at Cisco Live 2023 Amsterdam. I'm joined by Mark Maslach. You are the Global Vice President of Channels and Alliances at Cisco Dynamics. So welcome.
That's right.
AppDynamics, sorry, I combined two different things together. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I am good, thank you. So I think most people that are watching the broadcast probably know what AppDynamics is, but tell us a little bit around why it's a channel strategy, you know, how do partners play a role in this?
No, absolutely. And first of all, it's great to be here, and it's so much excitement right now at Cisco Live here in EMEA, which is amazing. But AppDynamics and Cisco AppDynamics is a channel-first company just like Cisco. And we're 100% committed to doing this entire thing with our channel partners. Our channel partners are fully enabled and capable and help us scale to reach the entire market for full stack observability and Cisco APM, so we're excited about that.
Got it. And tell me a little bit around the AppDynamics presence that's here at Cisco Live. Obviously, you know, there's so much to do, walk around. Is there somewhere where people could go? Or, you know, we'll make sure we pop by as well and take the interviews to the team. But what can attendees do around AppDynamics at Cisco Live?
Sure. I think the best thing you can do, I know everybody's busy with time and we're meeting with dozens of partners this week, but just make sure you get a chance to stop by the AppDynamics booth in the World of Solutions and check out the full stack observability demos. The full stack observability platform demo is just some amazing things that we're doing there.
Got it. And like you said, you know, we're partner first here when it comes to AppDynamics. So how does AppDynamics support and enable our current partners, our new partners? What's the kind of key differentiator, or what do you want people to take away?
Absolutely. The channel engineering team has done a great job over the last year in taking all the content that we have at AppDynamics for our partners and putting it into the Cisco Black Belt platform. So all of our content, the same content we share with our sales teams, with our sales engineers, we're sharing with our partners as well. And we actually have 3 stages of Black Belt certification for partners. So whether you're an existing partner of ours or a new one, it's a great starting point. It's a well-defined learning path there as well.
Got it. And what is it that partners really add? You know, obviously AppDynamics itself, great solution. What is it that our partners are bringing which really brings value to our customers as well?
Our partners have such great relationships with our customers and their customers, and they're really the face of Cisco into those customers. The capabilities that our partners have across the different types of partners that we have as well is really important. So, you know, our partners really enable us to serve customers better and reach many more customers together. So it's a tight partnership, and it works really well for us.
Amazing, thank you. And let's look a little bit to the future. What can our partners expect as AppDynamics and Cisco are continuing to partner together, continuing to execute on this vision you've shared? What can people look forward to?
I think we're going to see a lot of continued success with our partners, especially in capturing new market opportunities, new logos for partners. You know, we've opened up an entire area of the business that's a little bit different than the kind of mainstream Cisco business, and opens up like new revenue streams for partners, right? The ability to build a recurring revenue practice and really get into the application side of the business. So we're expecting a lot more expanding of existing customers and many new logos as well for partners, so it's very exciting.
Amazing, so we've got to make sure people stay tuned.
That's right, yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining me here in the studio. You need to make sure you stay tuned here with us for the rest of the Cisco Live broadcast. We're going to be going right through until the guest keynote that closes on Thursday. Keep using hashtag Cisco Live EMEA and @Cisco Live to let us know how much fun you're having at the event, any ideas you have moving forward for future events as well. All right, so we're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. All right, hello everybody, and welcome back to Cisco Live 2023 Amsterdam. We're here, we're in the middle of all the action, and I'm really excited to be joined by Emma Carpenter. She is here with me now, so hi Emma, welcome.
Hello.
So you are the VP of our Global Security Specialist. So tell me a little bit around how excited you are to be here, and a little bit about security at the event.
Well, first of all, I'm super excited to be here, full stop, because amazing buzz and energy going on in this room today and all through the event. So thank you to all of our customers and our partners for joining us here, because really it is incredible to be back in person in EMEA.
Amazing, and I know we've been out and about. I've been to the Cisco Secure booth a few times. I've been, you know, out to the world of solutions. I've seen some of the demos firsthand. And it's really obvious that security is a really top priority, really high up on our customers' agenda. So I know you've been here at the event, you've been chatting to customers, partners. Is there anything common that kind of comes up time and time again? What are some of the themes to do with security, and what are the challenges that our customers are facing?
Well, it's fascinating because it's not just important for our customers, it's fundamentally important to us at Cisco as well. In fact, it is our #1 priority of what we're focused on across our business. Not because, you know, look, our foundation is clearly networking, but as our advert says, like, if it's connected, it needs to be protected. So being able to offer the full suite of security portfolio right from the inception point into the network, right the way through into the Security Operations Center is critical, and we have that breadth of portfolio to be able to do that. But to answer your question around like the common themes, certainly as security has become much more of a priority for everybody's business, we're seeing, you know, how do we make sure that we've got one throat to choke in terms of when we come to the different vendors that are providing solutions in. You know, a customer can have many vendors in the network. What we enable our customers and our partners to do is provide that capability across the portfolio, and linked with kind of the capability of our security cloud as we bring all of those things together. And that is the real uniqueness from a Cisco perspective.
Great, and I know obviously Cisco Live, it's known for a long time as being a very heavy technology show. It's where a lot of our customers come to get the latest and greatest on product innovations and technology. And the other side of Cisco Live, which we've really been bringing to the forefront recently, is the people side. So we've got lots of tracks running this week around people and culture. We've got the IT leadership program. So talent is obviously very key, and I know in cybersecurity there seems to be a talent shortage. So tell us a little bit around what challenges customers are facing in that space, and you know what Cisco has to say about that, and how we can support customers.
Well, the great thing about Cisco is it's always been really focused on ensuring that we have the right diverse set of candidates, set of opportunities for our people, and you see that as you look around the show. But I tell you, like from a cybersecurity perspective, like from everybody's point of view. Talent is so rare now, and in fact, actually, we're having to go back to the traditional network academies that Cisco has been so powerful in building our talent pool, and really think about how do we build on that from a cyber perspective, because like you have to start young, you have to start early, we have to get that interest from schools and universities to bring that talent pool in. And in fact, what we've done in my group is we have effectively what we call a sales development resource pool of individuals that are there to help with lead generation, create opportunities, and that's really a pool of talent that we are lifting up and allowing them to grow within our organization. But it gives us a way to bring people in and train them, which is really important.
Of course, and I know obviously at Cisco our mission and our purpose is to power an inclusive future for all. That really fits into everything that we're trying to do as an organization. Now, we also know that there are lots of different types of roles within security, right? Within our customers, obviously even within Cisco, we've got to protect ourselves as well. So let's talk a little bit around the role of a CISO. And I know that they have very unique roles, they have very high pressure roles. Do you have any thoughts or anything you want to share around what do you hear from CISOs day to day? I know you meet with them, you know, that's part of your day job, and how do they kind of keep the balance and protect their organizations?
That's a really tough one, because they really are at the cutting edge of the threat landscape that can come into a given company, a given industry, a given set of areas that we just don't even think about sometimes. So hugely stressful role. I can't even imagine what they have to deal with, but like it comes back to thinking about your people first, right? I always say to my team, right, it starts with you. You have to look after yourself first in all aspects, whatever that means to you. Once you're there, you can then look after your customers and partners, and then you can look after the company that you work for. And it's in that order, right? Because if you don't prioritize yourself first and then, you know, obviously the customers, you can't do the right thing by the company that you work for either. So it really is kind of thinking about those things and making sure people have time to recuperate from what they're having to deal with.
Thank you, Emma. And we have customers of all sizes, right? So we have some small businesses, whether that's a kind of 1 or 2 person business, and then we have those big enterprises that we protect. So tell me a little bit around how that, you know, how those customers differ in terms of challenges. Obviously, you sometimes hear 1 or 2 person businesses are like, do I need cybersecurity? Do I need to protect myself? And I'm obviously playing that voice here, but what would you say to those organizations on the smaller side around protecting their companies and also, you know, that scale right through to enterprise?
Yeah, and look, it depends on what product you're talking about as well as to where the kind of niche fit is from a size or company perspective. But that's why the breadth of what we bring to the table is so important, because you have to, in a smaller company, it might be the same sort of network owner as well as the security owner is in one person. In a bigger company, there are teams of people that you want to collaborate between each other to kind of really think about all of those aspects of security as it pertains to all areas of the business. So it's really being able to address and work with people where they are. But a small and a medium business needs just the same level of security. In fact, one could argue it can often be more at risk from a threat perspective and, you know, an opportunity. I mean, how many times have you had a text, an email that says, click on this link, and it's often linked to the most simplest things. And unfortunately, it's people, an email that is the most sort of risk threat to all of our businesses out there, and that's absolutely true right the way through the landscape of sizing of customers. But I would just like to finish with that and say that's why our partners are so critical to us. I know you've been talking about partners today as well, and honestly, we can't do it without the landscape of partners through all aspects of our business that support our customer base, from disti to resell, right the way through our big service providers, our managed service providers that offer a service to especially those small and mid customers, right the way through the system integrators that will support and offer managed services as well to our customer base, and our cloud service providers that are now critical infrastructure to all the things that they provide to our customer base as well.
Emma, thank you so much for joining me here in the studio. We're now going to take a look at some Cisco Live highlights from day 1 and 2. Enjoy.
A huge welcome to all of you to Cisco Live EMEA. come together, we can achieve incredible things. Together, we are building an inclusive and sustainable future for all. And I know that we are all in.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the live broadcast here at Cisco Live in Amsterdam. We're back in Studio A and I'm still Cedric Duvalder and I'm so excited that you're here with us tuning in from all over the world because you know we are all in. Just remember that we want to hear from you. We want to hear from you. We want you to use the hashtag Cisco Live EMEA to tell us about your experience, whether you're here at the conference or you're at home. We've got many exciting stories and technologies headed to us in the afternoon, and tomorrow we have more talks as well. We'll dive into, I need to get that right, the power of yet an introduction to Cisco Emerging Technologies and Incubation Group featuring Panoptic and Callisti. But yes, you can see the vibe is going well here. Behind us, the social media central zone is getting quite packed, and I can see a lot more, loads of more people here since yesterday. But I think we're gonna head out to the world of solutions right now, where Rob Boyd, my good friend Rob Boyd, is with Josh Green talking about Cisco Duo and Zero Trust. Rob, are you there?
I am here. We are talking security, just the conversation I always enjoy having, and so I'm really glad we got this opportunity with Josh, and actually I've been enjoying the conversation specifically with Josh as well. Josh, what do you do for Cisco and for Duo?
Yeah, so I'm a technical marketing engineer. We're part of the product team at Duo, and it's a role I love because it's a very flexible role where we sort of have one side of it is the communication role of sort of educating the sales force and everyone else about what's coming and what's brand new. Right. But we also have that ability to also feed in the other direction of what are our customers asking for? Yeah. What's the demand out there in the market?
Well, and specifically here, what you're speaking about in the booth, and there's been several announcements and such, and I wonder if you could bring some reality to us. Sure. But when we talk about Zero Trust, what is the part that you guys play in Zero Trust, and how is that changing, and what are we doing to push that market?
Sure. So Duo in general is very much identity focused, right? We're interested when humans are interacting with a machine, but what we're also seeing as we see this move towards passwordless is there's a merging of that person's identity with the machine they're using.
Interesting.
And that's really valuable for us because it's very, very difficult for a remote attacker in a faraway location to have both at the same time, right? Even the most motivated attacker who might grab your fingerprint from somewhere, they're also going to have to steal your device. And that's a lot harder for them to do without you realizing it, right? And so when you bring those two together and you can do good device posture, right? Establish good device trust and hopefully validate your user biometrically, doing passwordless, that's a very, very hard threat model for an attacker to manage to get around.
Yeah, it was funny because you remind me kind of that whole, something you have plus something you know, and this combination of things. I never thought about it in the reverse direction. Sure. When you think about if I'm trying to spoof an identity, then let's make it as difficult. What are the things that someone logically would not have and be able to do that, right? So that's very smart. But so you guys are very focused on the access side, but what have you been speaking to here in terms of the demonstrations?
So one of the things we've seen over the last year, and it shouldn't be that shocking to us because it's always been true on some levels, that the weak point in all this technology is still us.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so what we're seeing happen a lot of these what they call push phishing or push spraying attacks, where compromised credentials that someone may have gathered from phishing get used to sort of bombard somebody with a repetitive hit of notifications, and eventually people just get tired. Yeah. They give in. They're just, I want the buzzing to stop, right? How do we stop that? And we've come up with a couple of really clever things for that because, the easy way would just be to make the things more complicated. Yeah. But users hate that. And so we want to reduce user friction as well. And so we've done two really key innovations. The first one is Wi-Fi fingerprinting.
Okay, what is that? Yeah.
So one of the challenges you have when you're trying to thwart remote attackers is you want to look for what they call impossible travel. Right?
Impossible travel.
Yeah, so example is, say I logged in this morning in London, and now it looks like I'm logging in from New York, 20 minutes later. We know that's impossible.
Yeah.
And so we would want to block you.
Yeah.
But there are some legitimate reasons for why that might be, especially in Cisco, right? I might need to log into the VPN to an office that's on the other side of the world.
The concentrator's located there.
Right. And most security solutions designed to stop those kinds of attacks will block you for doing that.
Right.
That's very frustrating to a user who hasn't done anything wrong. So what we want to do instead is do Wi-Fi fingerprinting, where we can basically look at the Wi-Fi networks around you, learn what is normal for you, and base your location on that. That way, if you're the legitimate user and you make that VPN connection, we still see the same Wi-Fi networks around you. We know it's still you, and we don't need to bother you. We can get out of the way.
Yeah, so you guys are pushing for a level of authentication that is as seamless and as hidden to the user as possible, right? Because I think the goal in security is always we're not successful if we're becoming visible to the user, we're keeping them from doing something. We want to enable business.
Exactly.
And so in that sense, what would be kind of a use case example of the Wi-Fi fingerprinting in action? Well, how that might used for me as a user to me as an attacker trying to make something happen?
Sure. Well, if you're the attacker, it actually makes things even more difficult for you than it used to be. Because now imagine I've stolen your credentials, and somehow, by some means, I figured out roughly where you live. And so I VPN into a location in the same city.
Right.
Well, in the past, that might have thwarted a security system.
Yeah.
Instead, we're going to go and look for that Wi-Fi footprint around you again and go, it doesn't match. So even though your location from an IP point of view looks nearby, we know it's not you. And so we can block the bad guy, and again, we haven't bothered the user at all.
But then that scenario is me moving from my home office where I'm doing some hybrid work, my head's about to burst, I'm like, I just need to be around some people even if I'm not interacting with them. I go to the coffee shop, we don't necessarily have to re-interrogate and authenticate because we are smart enough to know in most situations that we're in the same user.
If you do that a lot. Now, if there's a question about that, and we are sort of monitoring your level of trust over time.
So baselining on that. Okay.
Absolutely baselining it. And so if it falls below a certain threshold, we're going to want to assure ourselves a little more that it's you. And so Duo will put you into a mode that says you're less trusted. And what we're going to do then, instead of just accepting that push, we're going to present a code on the screen. And you're going to need to enter that code on your mobile authenticator in order to prove to us
that is what I want to talk to you about next, guys. I'm going to go back to the studio, but I just want to tease. I think we're coming back here in just a moment where we're going to walk through the new Duo authentication process, something I began experiencing as a Duo user, and I had some questions for him. We're going to get all those answers for you and me both next.
Absolutely, Rob. Thank you so much for having a great conversation there with Josh, and thank you, Josh, for the demo. That's right. We're going to go back to Josh to talk a little bit more later on, but now we're going to delve a little bit more into Zero Trust, which provides a comprehensive approach to securing all sorry, I got that wrong. Securing all access across your applications, your environment from any user, from any device, and from any location. It will protect your workforce, workloads, and workplace by ensuring only that the right people can access securely your applications and devices. We've got a great video for you that we're just going to show up that's going to talk a little bit more about Zero Trust in depth, and then we'll be back to the studio. So we'll just see you back in about 90 seconds.
Zero Trust. You've heard about it. You know it's important, but maybe you don't know how and where to start, or if you're even doing it right. That's all okay. Because Zero Trust is not a product, it's an approach towards better security. And it doesn't have to be overwhelming if you have a partner with the experience and tools to help you build a Zero Trust model no matter your current situation. And that partner is Cisco. We can help you understand Zero Trust based on 4 key functions. First, establish trust by authenticating each user, device, and service entity. Second, enforce trust-based access with policies determining where each entity can go and what they can access. Third, even after access is granted, you should continuously verify trust as activity occurs, keeping watch for things like unusual behavior or predetermined red flags. And finally, if there is a potential compromise, quickly respond to changes in trust by investigating and remediating threats. Now, the biggest challenge for most companies is how to apply these functions across an entire multi-IT environment in a way that overcomes the old security versus productivity trade-off. No worries. At Cisco, we're experts in creating a zero-trust approach that frustrates attackers, not users. And we're ready to meet you wherever you may be in your zero-trust transformation. Go to cisco.com/go/zero-trust to learn more.
We are just a few minutes away from our iTalk with Lothar Renner and TK Kiani. And the title of this iTalk is Frustrate Attackers, Not Users, Zero Trust for Multi-Environment Environment. So multi-cloud environments lack the visibility of visibility and constantly evolving cyber threats, which are the new reality. Great. So so essentially, before you head there, just make sure that you use the hashtag Cisco Live EMEA to let us know what you're doing. Also, make sure that you use the emojis on the left side of your screen as well to let us know how you feel about Cisco Live in general and about the broadcast. Do not forget that there are translations available, live captions in 8 different languages. Also, if you want to have your own music here at Cisco Live, then use that hashtag DJCLEUR. We're just about 30 seconds away from the iTalk with Lothar right now, so we're just going to head there in just a second, and we'll see you there. Thank you.
Insurance business is based on trust, and Sara Assicurazioni can maintain this trust in the way that we can protect customer data, the way we can manage the privacy. We are working in a very complex scenario where the threats are increasing every day. This is why we are working with Cisco to have an holistic partner in the data protection and security environment. And this will allow us to continue to be one of the most innovative players in the insurance market in Italy.
TK Chianini, the CTO and VP of Architecture for Cisco Security. And you'll also hear from Cisco customer Luigi Vasali, who is the COO and CTO of the Italian insurance company, Sara. Please welcome them to the stage.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Are you good? All right. So thanks for joining in for this innovation talk. What I'd like to start you with is bring back you in time. Things where IT and security was very simple, where you had centralized data centers and control of the user, the device, and the application. You had a very simple security architecture that controlled everything. Fast forward into today's world, that is not longer working. Why? Because your users are working from anywhere with any kind of device from any place. So do you want that your users that you are supporting can access HR applications in a public hotspot? Yes or no? Are you allowing users to work from home? And if so, what are the requirements that you need to control? On the other side, what we've seen that digitization of entire industries have formed conglomerates of companies working together. Supply chain attacks, when they started early 2014-15 in Ukraine, we saw that supply chain is a hidden Trojan horse for companies that work together. So if you don't control the infrastructure of your partners and they are connected with you, how do you control their challenges potentially affecting your infrastructure? So suddenly, everyone who is connected is becoming an insider and a potential threat for your organization. We in Cisco, we believe we need a different model, a modern approach to the new environment. We believe that zero trust is the only answer to address the major trends I just spoke about. And we do that in order to achieve what? What we call security resilience or cyber resilience, which means when you're under attack, you are able to survive and even come out stronger after the attack. Zero trust. Zero trust is a name, is a word, but what is zero trust? Is it an architecture? Is it a product that you buy off the shelf? What is it? Zero trust means different things for different people, whether it's segmentation, whether it's endpoint security, whether it's zero trust network access, a firewall, or what else. What we believe is zero trust is built on three key principles. And those are, number one, never assume trust. Always verify and only give the least privilege access. It's easier said than done, because how do you build an environment where you trust, per definition, no one, and everything must be recontrolled? So we believe that in the modern world, we need an environment which addresses all the elements of your organization, whether it's the application and the data, independently from where you access it, from your on-prem infrastructure or on the cloud, and independently where the user is and what kind of device he's using. So we speak about the multi-environment IT, where we believe zero trust, the way how we do it in Cisco, is able to achieve it. But how do you do it? How do you do it? There are different ways of implementing zero trust at the end. One way where you make it very difficult for your users to cope with it, because any time they connect, they maybe need to fire up VPN. They need to authenticate every time again. We have done a study last year where users confirmed that 25% every day in a week, they were breaching the company security rules because the security rules were such a big burden on their productivity that they were able to find ways around. And that's what we don't want. On the other side, if you do weak security, then maybe you have a high productivity, but it doesn't help you either. So we believe the only way is on the top right. The only way to build high security with maximum productivity, that is how we want to show you today how we do that. And the best way always is not to speak from a vendor perspective, but to invite a customer that is also on his journey to zero trust and started to implement. And for that, I'm very excited to have our customer and guest coming on stage, Luigi Vasallo from Sara. Buongiorno.
Buongiorno.
Ciao, ciao.
Wow, how many people.
First of all, how are you doing?
Good, good, good. It's really a pleasure for me to be invited by a great company like Cisco and to share my experience. I hope that will be of any interest for these people, these gentlemen here.
Luigi, not many might know the Italian market well enough and don't know Sara. So give us a little bit more background on your company and your organization.
Sure. We are a medium-sized insurance company with a long tradition in Italy. We are part of a larger group, which is Automobile Club Italy. So we have a very traditional company with a long history in Italy. Consolidated market of 1 million customers, 800 million revenues. We have a big network of sales agents, captive and independent agents, 1,500 point of presence, and it's quite complex business because we are offering any kind of insurance product. I don't know if you're familiar with the insurance product, but there are two main categories. One is life and saving, and the other is properties and casualties. So big complexity and a lot of different people, a lot of different roles working for us around the country, like claim assessors, legal, doctors. So a very complex environment of many different people and process.
So we're here to speak about zero trust. So what was the trigger point for your organization and for you to implement zero trust?
Yeah, I have to start since 2017 when I joined the company. I had completely different experience in telecommunication, media market, and it was my first experience in the financial world. And the insurance market is very different because it's regulated, heavily regulated. and for some reason has not been affected by the digital disruption as happened in other markets like telecommunication or media or others. So I found a situation where the company were basically mainframe based, everything was around the mainframe. No services, no digital services for customers, no digital services for employees or sales agents. So we decided that we needed to be ready eventually for the digital disruption. So we embraced a dramatic transformation program, and now we are a full cloud company. And all our data and application sits on Amazon Cloud or Google Cloud and Salesforce. And you can imagine that when you change dramatically all these things, also the cybersecurity has to start from beginning because it's a completely different environment. And if you put on top of that in the middle we had the pandemic, also the people are working from anywhere with any device, so the things is super complicated.
Right. So I need to ask you that question, and for sure you heard Cisco live here. Why Cisco and not some other vendor? So give us some insights.
Because it's a very, as I said, it's a very complicated problem to solve. You have many different kind of people, many kind of different data sitting on cloud, on personal devices, on managed devices. You have point of presence with a manager, their manager. So it's a massive problem. And I don't have internally all the competencies and the skills and the people to do the integration of many different platforms. Because to have a cybersecurity solution, you need to have, unfortunately, many different kind of software solution. There is no one-stop shopping solution. And this is why, at least for a great part of this cybersecurity framework, we adopted Cisco, because Cisco can offer solution in many different domains, like network, device protection, threat identification, cloud monitoring, etc. And we can work using one single point of control, which is the SecureX console. And this means for us many different benefits. I don't have to spend money and time in doing several integration. I'm very quick when I need to detect something. I have tools to react. So if something wrong is happening, I can isolate immediately an element, maybe a laptop or a server. So I make my life a little simple.
Okay. So I want to show a little bit what Luigi and his organization has implemented. Like you spoke a little bit about the outcomes, but like, are you happy with the result, and where are you on your journey?
Yeah, we are absolutely happy. Because we completed this plan, which was started after the cloud adoption, that was in 2018. It was a one-year program, a crash program. It was not a walk in the park. It was really a tough year for us. But to give you an idea, 1 year of crash program and 3 years of cybersecurity program. So from 2019 to the end of 2021, we implemented the cybersecurity program, which is made of many different things. And as of today, we are happy with this because we have at least we have a complete cybersecurity framework. We think we have a maturity level which is, I would say, the best possible for us. Of course, it's proportionate to our dimension, to our risk. And because we are not, of course, Ukraine, we do not manage national security facilities. But however, we have a lot of data that are interested for people. When you manage life and saving products, you have a lot of information about health, about people. So we need to take care about this data because it's the trust that we have from our customers. So we did everything in our needs. And we reached a good maturity level at the moment. And
amazing. Like we are running almost out of time.
Okay.
However, Gartner is stating that almost 50% of companies that are on a zero trust journey will fail. So you are on a successful journey, I would say. any advice you would give the audience here or live on the web?
Yeah, it's true. It's extremely simple to fail in a digital transformation project or in a zero trust cybersecurity program. There are few ingredients. Probably we will talk tomorrow in a longer presentation. But first of all, you need to have the commitment of your board, because it's not an IT program. You have to think that it's not technology. It's a lot of, you need to solve business problem. You need to think about outcome. What are the business outcomes that you want to achieve? And in order to make that, you need to have the commitment of your board. I asked my CEO to sit together with me, for example, when we have crisis simulation, when we need to simulate an incident response. If you have this kind of commitment from the board, probably you have a larger chance to be successful. There are even other ingredients, but you need to come to tomorrow.
Okay. Perfect. I know there's more, but I think, thank you, Luigi.
Thank you so much.
Great story. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
The question is, how can we help you to be successful on your journey? And for that, I invite TK Chianini on stage, our CTO and VP of Architecture from the Security Business Group of Cisco. TK.
Thank you. All right. We get to talk about technology. I want to start by saying that, Zero Trust gives us the opportunity to carry out a lot of security-related objectives. Block the bad things, essentially what we've been doing. It also, though, gives us an opportunity to establish trust explicitly, maybe even cryptographically. And through that, we can get designers to remove the friction of your experience. I know security can be frustrating. This is the opportunity, actually, to raise the friction for the bad guys and to lower the friction for the good guys. Okay, so I'll take you through some of the fundamentals. I want to say that there are sort of 4 columns or phases to a zero trust journey. One is to establish trust, and I mean at the highest degree. So we're not talking single-factor authentication. We're talking multi-factor authentication, and I'll walk you through some innovation, actually, we're doing in that area. The other one is, once we know who you are and your role, we just grant you just enough privilege to do your job. Okay, that is the least privileged principle, and that has been around security for more than 30 years. Okay, we now get to implement that. Why? Because now we have the controls on the network, on the endpoint. We have the controls in the data plane so that the control plane can actually deliver on this entitlement. Now, some of you may actually have known, Cisco maybe even 20 years ago, talking about network access control, NAC. It kind of sounds like an old term now. That is not sufficient anymore. Now we have to do continuous trusted access. So it's not just when you log in that we establish trust. At minute 5, at minute 10, at minute 15, ongoing, we are checking the device integrity, the user's integrity, and frankly, the application's integrity. And if something goes wrong, we lose, let's say, some level of trust, something brought into question, we have to respond to that change. And I don't care if it's 2 hours into your WebEx session or not. We're going to make a change. We might ask you to actually re-authenticate. We introduce friction when we lose trust. All right. I have to talk about a little bit of innovation here, so bear with me. To me, I've been in security about 30, 35 years, and security is not about encryption. It's not about firewalls. For me, it's about innovation. I innovate. I raise the defense level. The bad people innovate. They send me back to my innovation spiral, and round we go. So let's talk a little bit. The innovation in Zero Trust really comes down to being able to ride that fine line where I really want to make you productive. I really want to get out of the way, okay? But the minute you start looking suspicious, I need to check on things, okay? Because most of what the bad guys are doing, they're not breaking into your network anymore. They're logging into your network, and they're becoming you, right? So again, this ongoing verification of trust is very, very important. So when you look at the left-hand side, you know, there's several methods we can innovate on to check the integrity of who you are or your device. There's lots of signaling that happens on the risk side of things. When you look more risky, we're going to actually dial up the authentication. We're going to make it harder and harder, okay? But when we have the trust, we know it's you. We know nothing's really changed since the last time we checked. We're going to just push on through, okay? So even at the time of authentication, we want to be checking factors, like what has changed since you logged in. There is a fingerprinting method that we developed with Wi-Fi. You know, doing GPS can sometimes break a lot of privacy issues. So what we're able to do is take a fingerprint of all the SSIDs and everything, hash them up, and send a sort of a differential to the cloud and store this in your profile so that one of two things will happen. One, you'll be sitting there working. Your IP address may be changing, but you're still at the same location. I may not bother you. Or your IP is the same, and you've actually moved like 700, you know, SSID hashes in the radio proximity. I'm going to ask that you re-authenticate. Okay, so again, this is how we have a risk-based authentication method. We've also introduced another factor. I would call it sort of the highest amount of friction. And we only do this because of this new threat, which is it's a Friday, some attackers got your credential, they just keep on sending you pushes. Okay, you got one of two things to do. You either okay it or deny it. And by push number 300, you're like, oh my God, I need to make this thing go away. And you hit allow. Okay, that's very, very bad. Okay, so we're going to make it impossible for you to do that. I'm going to show you a demo of that. We also have to make it very, very simple for the administrator. There is one or two people probably in your organization that are at the front line of fighting the bad people, okay? We want to show them exactly what the reason is for this particular risky escalation, and we want to show them how to be actionable, to take care of it immediately. So I'm going to show you a quick demo and then get out of the way. All right, let's start the demo. So this is a remote user. Let's call her Lee. Her name is Lee. She's just going to get to work. She's working from a coffee shop. She's going to use passwordless, so it's biometric. She needs to get to basically her team drive. She uses her fingerprint. She's successful. She auths in frictionless. She's now working with her files, with her team. No VPN. It's over SMB. So she's happy. I don't know why she's using Notepad, but that's fine. Let's say, you know, she needs now to get to her customers via Salesforce. So again, she goes to the portal. You'll see here, success. We didn't even bother her. We have the trust established. Just get to work. So again, high on the priority of productivity. She gets in, she does her thing. Everybody's happy. Now, this is passwordless. This is using trust for the subsequent login. She's happy. She's so happy she goes get coffee. Well, now the bad guy comes in, okay? Now the hacker has stolen her credentials somehow, okay? Just bear with me here. And the hacker is going to try and get into her account. So here, the hacker clicks, log in. Now, mind you, the hacker's coming in from a different device. So all the hacker knows right now is login and password. Okay, and that's not going to be sufficient, but here's what happens. Password gets entered. It's the correct password. So what happens? We know it's not coming from the same device, so we say, oh, we're going to push. So just a simple push, deny, approve. She's like, you know what? I'm getting coffee, and I'm not in that location. I'll report it. So it gets reported. Okay, now, hackers are not going to stop there. They're going to irritate you. They're going to keep on doing this until you click OK. Now we escalate. Now we have a verified push. That 4840 is not known by Lee. She cannot possibly type in 4840. Only the hacker knows that. Okay, so she says, "Yep, still not me." And so suspicious login, boom. You know, hopefully this person goes and attacks somebody else. But that's the demo. I'm going to close by saying that a lot of the product portfolio is made up of a lot of different controls. One of them, fundamental, identity. Identity is the new perimeter. Okay, but to bring the portfolio together, we actually have to wrap it around a bunch of cloud services. That is the security cloud. The security cloud in a zero trust context, you can kind of think of it as the control plane for zero trust. And the data plane might be the network. It might be the endpoint. It might be Lee's device. But this is sort of how the architecture is built. And when Cisco comes to you and here's what your zero trust objectives are, we want to meet you where you are. You might have some of the parts already. You might not have anything. But again, meeting you where you are with the right technology so that you can get to your outcomes. That's what it's about. All right. That's it for me. I am handing it back to Lothar.
Thank you, TK. So what TK was showing was one element of our fabric of the multi-environment IT, focusing on the user and its device. So there's more story behind for the other elements. But as you heard it from Luigi, what are the recipes for success? He spoke about a mature zero trust implementation. And we have just recently released a study that has proven with companies that have a mature zero trust implementation, they are quite as successful as others in addressing the key things. Number one, what also Luigi said, was executive support and commitment. Number two, the peer buy-in. And last but not least, creating a security culture. So, what do we have going forward? How do you start? Number one, have a plan. Number two, understand where you are and where you want to go to and create a gap analysis. And last but not least, make sure you draft a roadmap. But I would say there's even a fourth one, is have first initial success, because when you have first success and first positive results, it's easier for the users to follow. So how do we support you? And for the ones who have not picked up their mobile phone yet, now is the time to make a picture to scan the barcode. Why should you scan the barcode? Not only because you can go to our booth over there in the security area and visit our Zero Trust demo pod, but most importantly, we offer you free workshops on Zero Trust. One is focusing more on the design, another one more on the implementation. The next week, we have 2 workshops where you can join virtually when you register on the link behind the barcode. And for all the other elements, we have more material on our website. So we believe that we have the ingredients for you to build a strong Zero Trust implementation. We are happy to support you with all what we have to make you successful, that you are the ones on the right side from the Gartner statement on the 50% that are successful. With that, I wish you a great day and a successful implementation. Thank you for coming.
All right, guys. Hey, welcome back in the studio. I did not know I was going to be here in the studio. I was all set. I teased that we were going to pick back up on that Zero Trust demo out on the show floor with Josh, but my good co-host, Cedric, is going to take that over now as I've stepped into the anchor chair. They left the doors unlocked, so that's apparently what happens when you want to host a show. Listen, I want to encourage everyone to, if you're not able to keep track because there's so much information coming at you, don't forget, of course, everything is available on demand. One of my favorite ways to access everything is, like I'm guessing many have to be, which is just-in-time learning when you need it. So either way, if you don't get it today or if you're just looking for some ideas, you can always go back and check that. We also want to hear from you, and the best way to do that, of course, is hashtag Cisco Live EMEA. So please stay in touch with us on that one as well. And just checking in, I believe we're going to Cedric next, correct? Not yet, we don't have him quite ready yet. Yeah, in just a moment, we are going to have TK and Lothar, who are coming off of the stage, and they're going to get into a little bit more depth and consider some different angles with our own Nish Parker here in Studio B in just a moment. But I think Zero Trust and the actions that are happening in this space are crazy interesting, right? Because security is the gift that keeps on giving, and it's the same way for the show here as well. And in fact, let's now check in back on the show floor with Cedric, who I believe now is with Josh in the Zero Trust area. Cedric.
Yes, Rob, I am here at the Zero Trust Security booth in the Cisco Showcase, and I'm here with Josh. You were here before, Rob. I'm here now. I took your place. We just switched. But you were talking about Wi-Fi fingerprinting and how that literally works, and Josh was about to give us a demo of what actually is going to happen if there is something suspicious in the network.
Exactly right. So what we talked about last time is how we could get out of the user's way and maintain trust even if they did something like make a VPN connection. But obviously, it's possible that the connection is an attacker, and we may lose trust in that user, and we need to reestablish it. And so let's look at how we go about doing that. Normally, a user's going to log in, they're going to put in their username, they're going to put in their password, and they're going to try to log into a system, right? And in this case, this is an attacker attempting to log in as Lee, right? And unfortunately, he's compromised Lee's password. So the system tries to contact Lee, Lee's phone pops up with a notification saying, hey, were you trying to log in? And Lee says no, denies that authentication. Right? Was that a suspicious logon? Right? And so we've reported that logon as fraud. Now that not only alerts the Duo administrator, but it changes the trust status of that user within the Duo system generally. So the next time somebody goes to log in, you'll notice that we don't just get a push notification here, we actually get a code on the screen that the user has to enter on their phone in order to complete the authentication. Now the attacker has this code, but Lee doesn't. There is no way for Lee to approve this authentication and approve that fraudulent sign-on. And so by default, we have blocked that fraudulent sign-on. Now the next time Lee goes to sign in, and it really is them on the computer, they will have the code, they'll provide it to the mobile application, and that allows us to re-establish trust in the user. So that's one of the things that we can do when things look a little bit suspicious without bothering the user unnecessarily by asking for a code every time.
Yeah, actually, I use that every day at Cisco, and I think it's a beautifully designed product. It keeps our company secure. It can help your company keep your company secure as well. Are there any more innovations around Zero Trust that you can talk to us about, Josh?
Absolutely. So as we've seen here, this was a more traditional type of logon with username and password. But one of the things that's really coming into prominence now is passwordless, where the user can actually register a biometric or a PIN or even facial recognition.
Yeah, so your Touch ID, your Face ID on your iPhone, let's say.
Exactly. We've got that evolution from something that you know and something that you have to something that you are and something that you have. And that creates a situation where the threat model for an attacker becomes very complicated, right? They might steal your device. That's possible. But to get your device and your fingerprint from the other side of the world, that's very, very difficult. On the other hand, for a user, that step of multi-factor authentication, where we're used to having 2 or more steps, becomes just one. They touch one thing, they look at one screen, and they're logged in.
So it's here all about security and simplicity with Duo. So it's here also like about, it's risk-based authentication, sorry.
Exactly.
Like, what are the key benefits there?
So I think it's always going to be twofold if you want to do it right. The first thing is we want to be more secure, right? We want to identify risks. We want to stop users when we see something suspicious. But if we miss the other side of that coin, which is improving the user experience, then you end up with problems like users recording their passwords in third-party products. You end up with users using applications they're not authorized to use because they will naturally try to reduce the friction. And so what's beautiful about risk-based access and the idea with the Wi-Fi fingerprinting that we don't need to bother you even if you connect to VPN, combined with something like passwordless, means users really don't see us very much unless there's a problem. And you really shouldn't see your authentication solution much unless there's a problem. It should just be enabling you to do what you want to do.
So for the user, it's very simple, it's very easy to use. We don't want to cause any friction there to log in. We want to have a seamless login experience. But then on the flip side, from an administrator point of view, you get loads of intel from using Duo, right?
Absolutely, yeah. On the admin side of this, we saw there that it said, hey, we reported this authentication as fraudulent. In the Duo admin panel, you're actually going to see that that user has a lower level of trust. We can actually show that to you here. I have a bit of a snapshot of it. I believe, in the admin panel here. So as we talked about, these are the different sort of factors that we'd be looking at as we sort of ramp up or ramp down the level of trustworthiness of the user. As we saw, there was the authentication with the codes there. And when that user reported that, in the Duo admin panel, we see here that that user has now been marked as less trusted, right? And it'll tell you the reason. So we said we had to do a step-up authentication. Up here, we said the authentication was denied by the user. And so it's very easy to figure out, what was the device that was used, the user's normal device? Was the location the user's normal location or not? And already, of course, as an administrator, you're going to have a clue here that no, something's wrong, and I need to investigate. And we're going to give you as much information about that as we can.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Josh, for the demo. As you can hear, Duo is all about simplicity, but it still gives you intel in what's happening into your environment, just to keeping it secure, and that's what all of Cisco about. We're going to throw it back to the studio right now, where Rob will be with us. Rob, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Thank you so much. So, what's interesting about this whole thing is I was looking forward to finding out from Josh what happened, because I'd noticed a change in how we authenticate to the Cisco network. I'm a contractor in a couple of different situations, and the Duo authentication that we do is always frictionless, but there's been a period of time where it's offered up a code that I have to have that gets sent to me, and it feels kind of like the old days. But what I understood loosely from Josh is that we're moving into increased ability to say, you know what, based on your location, based on your behavior specifically, we're not going to trigger you for that any longer. We're just going to go ahead and make that a seamless experience for you. But now we're getting at that deep dive I promised about with Nish, who's got two gentlemen I very much enjoy. TK and Lothar are here, and they are in Studio B, and so Nish, I'll let you take it away there.
Thanks so much, Rob. Yes, we're here with Lothar and with TK. They've just finished their innovation talk. So firstly, congratulations. It looked like you got good response. And welcome, and thank you for spending the time with me here for the next few minutes. So how are you both doing to start with?
Great. I think great, right? We had like a full house, I would say, and the audience was quite excited, and we got initial great feedback.
Good to hear. So let's talk a little bit around the challenges that customers face. Lothar, I'll come to you for this one. What challenge do customers face when it comes to Zero Trust specifically? I know that was a big focus of your talk just now.
Right. I think that the challenge is that it's a very big area, right? I think the point is, where do you really start? And before you start, you need to think about what is it that we really want to achieve. Otherwise, every journey might fail.
Right.
And I think that's the number one topic. Really understand what you want to achieve and what is the delta, your gap, where you are today.
And you're here with customers this week, so is there anything in particular that our customers in EMEA are sharing around these challenges? Is there a common theme? What are they really struggling with? What's the root of the problem?
I think the problem is that they are overwhelmed with all the different things. Their companies, right, they put pressure on digitization. Their employees, they are don't really come back to work, so the whole hybrid work thing is a topic.
Right.
With controlling data, control applications, and then at the same time pushing the company to drive digitization to the next level. And I think that, with balancing the security of the company, is a big challenge for our security people.
Thank you, Lothar. And Tika, let's come to you. Why should customers be considering and hopefully choosing Cisco as a partner when it comes to Zero Trust?
I think we have a lot of experience there. We've done a lot of innovation. I think we understand it not only from the security aspect, but also from the productivity aspect. And I think that came across at the session quite well, because it's not just about blocking the bad things. It's also about when you have trust, making it more productive for the good people.
And taking it away from being, I guess, a cost association, right? So as you said, something positive that the business needs to be spending money on, because there's a reason to do that and to help take their business to the next level.
Yeah, I think Zero Trust gives you the opportunity to introduce productivity securely.
And we're obviously all about innovation here at Cisco Live. So TK, tell me a little bit about the innovations that you summarized during your session. Are there any exciting announcements? What's new? What do people need to take away from this year's show?
Yeah, it's really an evolution of it's not enough to just do authentication anymore. You really have to have a risk-based approach. So, and it's not enough to just do that assessment at the time of the call setup. You actually have to do it at minute 5, at minute 10. So there's innovation all over the spectrum when it comes to Zero Trust. Not only new ways of establishing trust, but new ways of detecting behaviorally some of the bad things that could go wrong. And that may go wrong 2 hours into the session. You have to be ready to change.
Right, and we had Emma Carpenter here in the studio just before you, and she was talking a little bit around the overwhelm that some companies can be facing, right, when it comes to security, especially the CISO and in that role as well. So what advice do you have, you know, to get started with Cisco and partnering on Zero Trust, but also along their security journey? Because we've been talking about this concept of journey a lot, right, whether it's a sustainability journey, their security journey on being more and more secure. What advice can we give them, whether they're early on in protecting their business and they're, you know, new, or whether they're more established as an enterprise?
Well, I would say start with easy success, of a fast success, because I think on a journey, I think almost like, what is the first line of defense, right? Normally it's a DNS, right? It's like blocking the command and control servers, getting control of your infrastructure. That's a fast, easy to deploy with our umbrella and SIG solution as a beginning, right? And then look at the user and their device. Before then go to the more sophisticated, like micro-segmentation. These are more longer journeys, but things that are really immediate benefits for the workforce and for the company.
And I know the title of your session was around frustrating attackers and not users, and I really love that. I'm really intrigued. Right. So what are some of the frustrations that users would kind of typically face, and how are you kind of taking that away proactively and making sure, you know, that it's the attackers that are frustrated? Right. Tell us that story and that narrative you shared.
I mean, it's everywhere. I did a demo in the session that I think was well accepted. In the front of the demo, we demonstrated Passwordless. Right. Which is just wonderful. I mean, it's such a great experience productivity-wise. And not only did the user go into one app, but the second app they went in, we didn't even prompt them for anything because we had the trust. Again, so we, you know, when security is working well, it'll get out of the way, right? And then, so on and so forth, about halfway, you know, we simulated an attack where the login and password was actually compromised. And we showed how, you know, first it would go for a push. The user would deny it, simple by clicking a button. The second one was interesting because we did what was called a verified push. Right. And this is where even if you get tired of fatigued of clicking deny, 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 you still cannot let access in because only the attacker knows that number to punch in. So you don't know it, you say, no, it's still the same attacker. Yeah. You know, I don't trust it, and your administrator can take action.
Right, well, I don't envy these attackers because that would frustrate me for sure if I was on that end. So, yeah, great title there. And I think that demo actually for Duo is actually out in the showcase. So if you are here at the show, be sure that you go and take a look at that. I just want to end on one final fun question, which is obviously we're back in person after 3 years for Cisco Live Europe. So you could talk about security or anything else, but what has been the highlight so far of the show? I know we've got tomorrow as well in the guest keynote, but let's start with you, Lothar. What's been the highlight so far? Well,
I think, because I'm in security, and I'm really, really excited to see that security has such a big presence, because it's currently top of mind of our customers. And it's great to see that Cisco is putting that to the forefront and giving the customers really the choice to understand what is the power that we can bring. That is, I think, my biggest excitement.
Thank you, Lothar. And how about you, TK?
Yeah, I think you know, same thing. I think security has really permeated how we work, how we live, how we play. So I think that's the topic. I just like the evolution of security because, you know, back in the day it was just about, you know, stopping things. Right. Okay? Now I feel like a facilitator of things, and it's good to be on both sides of that.
Wonderful. Well, I just want to say thank you so much for joining me. I know security has been, you know, in the keynote, like you said, the demos all over the innovation. We've got innovation talks, we've got the Cisco Secure, we've got a showcase, there's a booth here. So yeah, like you said, everywhere at the show. That's actually going to be a wrap now on our security segment. We're going to come right back to Rob, and we're coming back to IoT.
All right, guys, we are moving forward with all haste. We're going to make more fun here as we dive into new technologies and move forward. Fantastic interview if you happen to be watching with Nish and good friend TK. I got to remind him that he's a good friend, but we're going to get to that later. A little preview for tomorrow morning, if you will. I'm going to read from my notes to make sure I get this right. First one, create exceptional experiences with digital and human intelligence. We've got 4 presenters with names that are a little bit too complicated for me to try on video for the first time, so I don't want to insult them. But that's exceptional experiences, human intelligence, digital and human intelligence. You got to check that out tomorrow morning. But also, another good friend from Canada, Tim Seghetti, is doing The Power of Yet, an introduction to Cisco's emerging technologies and incubation group. That's Tim Seghetti. That's a name no one likes to say around here, but I love it. I think it's easy. Either way. But now, we're talking about new IoT innovations to simplify IT insights. And it's my pleasure to welcome, let's see, SVP, Vikas Bhutani. That's right. SVP and GM of Cloud and Industrial IoT Connectivity here at Cisco. You guys have had so much traffic in your booth each time I've come by, and mainly because I think you have massively good show and tell. I think you've got the best physical demonstrations, and then of course you've got a lot of new software and stuff as well, but I wonder if you could tell me what is exciting this week for your area with Cisco Live.
No, Rob, this is a super exciting week. We've had thousands of customer meetings. We've had partner meetings where customers are getting excited about where things are. It really, when we talk to our customers and setting the stage, they're concerned about three big things. Okay. First, cybersecurity. How do I protect my industrial environments? Two, we've been talking about this IT-OT partnership. How do I in IT participate? What do I do? Right. What's my role in this conversation? And three, I got these exciting use cases. I want to go all wireless. Does Cisco have technology or capability to help me and solve these problems? And these are the key areas where we see IT playing a critical role in what our customers need.
Well, I feel like it's starting to feel like Cisco covers everything with IT and OT, almost up to, but not quite the part of the therapy requiring as new groups have to communicate once again. So it feels like that's very much a Cisco thing, because as the industry consolidates and we help provide technologies that converge to make things get more done with less human resources potentially, but specifically to the products and stuff you guys have been talking about this week, what are some highlights that are fun to talk about?
Yeah, Jonathan kicked off yesterday at the keynote talking about simplify everything in IT, and that's the theme that is all taken closer to our heart. With our IoT operations dashboard, a SaaS-based product purposefully built for that OT user, we announced two key enhancements. We announced the integration of cyber vision, such that customers can get a good inventory of their devices, and the other thing we introduced was secure equipment access, making it easy for customers to get access to their equipment. We also made sure that we introduced a new set of exciting customer use cases. The team is going to hear from Scottish Wind and Power on how they're bringing renewable energy and how the communication technology is going to enable that. And the third part of it is we're going to continue to innovate on our networking portfolio. So this is a lot of exciting new capabilities. Rather than me and you talk about it, let's pass it over to Richard, who's in the World of Solutions booth, and can walk the team, take it over.
Now you're doing my job. You're doing my job with the toss.
I'm just learning from the best, man.
There's only a few things I have to do, but either way, I think talking to the studio, I think is Cedric ready to? All right, let's head out to IoT and get our hands on. Cedric.
Great. Well, you know, actually, I'm here in IoT zone, and as you can see, like, maybe the cameraman can show, but it's really crowded over here right now. As you said, Rob, it's the busiest stand that I've seen in the Cisco showcase. And as he said as well, I'm here joined by Richard Mullen, who is a leader and a technical marketing engineer here at Cisco in our IoT group. So, Richard, how are you doing today?
Oh, well, you can kind of see we're super busy, as you can see back here. Absolutely, right? We've got our massive, oversized 1101 that attracts people.
It looks a little bit like a music box.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. But the key thing is around, again, as you were saying, as Vikas was talking about, customer use cases, and we're seeing a tremendous kind of change and acceleration in the market around digitization of these industrial pieces. There's a lot of stuff that goes back and forth. Let's go take a look.
Why don't you give me a tour?
So, you heard Vikas mention the IoT operations dashboard. That's what we're showing here, where we're using a cloud-managed dashboard and different sorts of services, and we've basically taken the guts out of a traffic controller, and that's what we've set up here. So we can take a look at this, we can see our LiDAR camera, our traffic signaling device, and then the technician can take a look at this on a single pane of glass, and then when they have an issue kind of in the field, worked and use secure equipment access to remote into that. And that'll be something that Samuel will be talking about on the iTalk that's directly to follow. But let's go back and talk about, I know that Vikas mentioned a bit on the use cases. Let's go see what that looks like as well. So this is our IoT wall that we've been doing the last couple of years. And what we, for example, Vikas was mentioning renewables and what's going on with that.
It's a hot topic, right?
Exactly, yeah. We use these walls as a way of getting the guest to really talk about the use cases that they have. So you can see we're in the remote mobile asset area here. Again, we're showcasing IoT operations dashboard, but this time just as a static element. And then we've got very easy drawings to understand. So we've got a farm area network for a wind farm. Scottish Power Renewables is going to be talking about that in the iTalk session following just a couple of minutes. The turbine area network, and we show how does a Cisco network connect and create security in these scenarios, because we use different types of connection types to be able to basically communicate with and connect to these scenarios.
So industrial operations are changing, as it's clear, right?
Yeah.
Like renewable energy and so on and so on and so on. So how, like, what can our guests, how can they take advantage of that? Like, what can our guests take away?
Yeah, so the guest is normally a IT professional that's working, has the network, Cisco the network stack. Yeah, I hope so. And so we show, and that's kind of what we've done with these colors here, what we show is that that network that you use at the core, that is Catalyst, that we're using Catalyst, we're using SD-WAN capabilities, those really are underpinning all these different types of solutions. So even though we've got, ruggedized, you can see some of our ruggedized products here. Yeah. Even though we've got a ruggedized form factor that's meant for a substation, we then take the product, we use it back here in the use case, and we talk about how can you bring basically a secure IP backbone into all these use cases, and then drive outcomes like dropping my operational cost or a smaller footprint with security wrapped in.
Yeah, I can see here as well that you're like interlocking with our Meraki portfolio and our collaboration portfolio. You see like the cameras over here.
Exactly.
The cameras behind us. How does that work?
Yeah, so we're pulling from most of the rest of the Cisco portfolio. So using Meraki, for example, we may be using a camera. For example, they use this camera that they would be using for just ingress, egress, like in a substation. Like how do you actually get in and do badging into that? Or with with WebEx, where we have remote expertise. So you have a technician that we've dispatched to a location. Now we're able to talk with them via WebEx and triage the situation. We don't, so we'd have to roll a whole bunch of technicians out there.
Okay.
But all of our customers that we're talking through here, and let's go over and take a look at some of the products. So we work from the use case, and then we have our product table. So we've got all of some of the elements that we've just announced, where we've got, this would go in like a machine. So we would put this in a robot, and we could, again, connect into the industrial network. We can run a security policy on it. We can use that as the front underpinnings, as pulling that back.
We can do loads of things with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Wireless access. So for example, maybe you're in areas where you don't have cellular. An appliance like this that really functions as an ultra-reliable wireless backhaul piece that would be on like an autonomous robot or in a factory or on a truck in the mine. So
let's double click on that, right? Wireless access in areas where you cannot get it.
Yeah.
How is Cisco helping?
Yeah, so we look at wireless across a huge spectrum. So we talk about that in a multi-domain context. Cellular, 3G, 4G, 5G, private 5G. I know that Jonathan Davidson had a number of announcements here regarding virtual packet core and doing that yourself, and then into Wi-Fi, into technologies like Cisco Reliable Ultra Backhaul, areas where you do not have cellular connectivity. So we can mix and match. So this is this appliance uses Ultra Backhaul. So you remember there was my drawing over there regarding the offshore vessel. It would be outfitted with this particular device and then would be connecting to the turbines via ultra-reliable wireless backhaul, because we don't have cellular networks out there in the North Sea. So that's the idea. We can provide fiber-like connectivity that is very low latency and bring that to bear in these very difficult operational environments, like connecting to a speeding train that's, on a high-speed train that's moving on the rail, or offshore in a mine, elements like that.
That's really cool, and it's also so great that it connects with our whole portfolio here at Cisco, right? It's like a core product that you should have. What else have you got here?
Yeah, so let's just take a look. One other thing you were saying about the core product portfolio. It's one of our workhorse products, the 1101 right here. Now, I've got a number of these odds and ends that fit into the top of the 1101. We're taking the entire routing portfolio, we can slot that in, and we can put that in place, and then you can change out, leave the box in place, and then you can change the type of modularity. So when we're about to roll into the iTalk here, I think just within under a minute. Things to listen for is, listen to how we're evolving as the market evolves. listen to some of the operational challenges that both our customers have and how Cisco is really leading the way of providing a blueprint moving forward to solve a lot of these issues. And we'll see you after the iTalk.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Richard, for that. But I kind of like hanging out here and seeing how many people are here and so on. So
we have been like swamped the entire
I noticed.
time. I mean, it was 10 minutes after we started. Then all of a sudden you're basically working the same triangle. We're going customer needs. Let's talk about products, and then how do we manage? So are we using DNAC? Are we using CyberVision? Are we using IoT operations dashboard?
I can see your passion,
and
Richard.
We just work through all of those elements.
I can see your passion. Super great to see so many people stopping by your booth here. I'm definitely going to explore a little bit more with Richard you right now, but we're going to go back to the studio to Nish and Rob. Are you there, guys?
Oh, I have to laugh, Cedric, and don't worry, I know you're going to reset up, but I just want to comment for anybody if you've never worked with Richard Mullins before, one of the things you can always count on is good dynamic content. And one of the things, since that segment was a bit long, I noticed they gave him a microphone, which is fantastic. Richard knows how to do it all. He can hint, he can segue, he can set up, he can punctuate. And he does it all, but the problem is you got to get him to stop on a certain time sometimes. He will train and he will get it and it's just fine, but anyway, it's so much fun. We're going to see him again in just a minute, actually. In fact, after the iTalk, we're going to go back out to Richard Mullins because there's no way we've even begun to tap that man's capabilities and the knowledge that he has. But with that, I want to welcome Nish into the studio.
Yay, I'm back.
This part I really like because we are operating kind of separately. In fact, you've been doing more studio work, pre-recording interviews, live interviews, the whole bit. Catch me up. What you been up to? How have you been?
Well, I was behind you. I don't know if you saw. You did because
I saw you there with TK. I looked over to see.
You passed over to me a couple times. I had a few guests in Studio B, which was really fun.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's been really fun. Just to come back to lots of familiarity of previous Cisco Lives that we've done as hosts, right? And then there's a few things that are new and different this year.
Yeah. What's jumping out at you?
Well, firstly we have Cedric for the first time, so that's exciting. Always exciting to welcome a new co-host. We've been wandering around. Obviously, we've got 3 years worth of catching up to do with all these different Cisco leaders. All these new interviewees, people that have joined Cisco, whether it's new colleagues, new customers to meet. I think Carrie Palin, our Chief Marketing Officer, said 45% of attendees this year are brand new to Cisco Live.
Really?
So they've not had the opportunity to join over the last 3 years. So I feel like we've been making up for lost time, like 3 years worth of conversations, 3 years worth of meeting new people. It's been a lot of fun.
It does feel like we're back, baby. You know, and the thing that I always liked, because I tend to do the comparison, because the main 2 shows I do with Cisco Live and is US, which is historically, or most of the time is in Vegas. It's not always by any means. But there's a different feel, and I like the European Cisco Live in the sense that, one, I like both, don't get me wrong, but there is a more casual vibe and a level of, maybe it's the Norwegians here, but there's a friendliness in the air.
Right.
Everybody is friendly, unless you don't have ID to show with your badge when you're coming in the door. There's a little tension there, but we get past it. I'm like, I've got it right here somewhere.
Yeah.
But I feel like the focus is right here where we want it to be. Absolutely. I miss the fact, as much as I like virtual, and I'm glad that I was able to do so many virtual things, but even when you and I were on the same programs, we were on separate channels and we didn't get to interact.
And
it
in
wouldn't
different
have been the
places,
same anyway.
right? So we would finish hosting Cisco Live and then we would hang up on WebEx and would miss each other because we don't get the celebration that you get here, at Cisco Live as well. So I'm really looking forward to that tomorrow, and obviously we have our closing guest keynote as well. But before we kind of continue talking about the week, because there's so much still left to go, let's first head back out to Cedric. I think you're out there, right, Cedric? So what are you going to show us? What do you want to share?
Hey there, Nish. Yeah, I'm still here in the IoT operations zone of the showcase. I'm just going to enter a quick word with Richard about some really cool stuff that he's going to show you later on. But I'm just going to walk here a little bit in the showcase here, and maybe I should ask someone like what they think about Cisco. Can I ask you a real quick question, sir? You're live on Cisco TV right now, on CiscoLive.com. How is it going right now? How are you?
Very good, thank you. Yeah, very good sessions until today. So yeah.
What was your most favorite session?
Catalyst high availability and software-defined access. Two sessions we had were our favorite. Yeah.
Okay, and why is that?
Well, that's where my interest lies, and there were some new things. So yeah, always good to hear the new stuff.
Great. And is this the first time that you're coming to Cisco Live, or have you been like a returning?
First time, yes.
The first time. Okay, great. And you know, it's a great experience, right? Like you can see it's getting busy, like you can learn more about Cisco technology here in the showcase. You can connect with our engineers at the meeting village and so on. So what are some of the things that you would like to explore in like this afternoon and tomorrow?
Well, I still have some sessions to do this afternoon, but now we're on the world of solutions and talking to people. We just had an interesting discussion with some Cisco people about industrial Ethernet switching, and so, yeah.
Okay, cool, great. That's actually where we were just right now with Richard. So thank you so much. Have a wonderful conference, and we'll see you soon. Thank you. Great. Let's keep walking a little bit more. And I can see here around us like some of our partner booths, but then also on the right hand, or my right hand side, we're here back at the Cisco Collaboration Zone. I can see people doing demos. I can see people sitting down and actively listening. I think that's a network topology, but let's not go there because I don't know enough about that, so I'm not going to put myself on the spot. But okay, here I can see bikes as well. As you see, it's really packed. Like it's lots of Cisco people, lots of customers and partners. As I said here, like a bike as well. So maybe we can like be a little bit active here. Like maybe Rob and I should have like a biking contest. I'm not really sure. I'm sure Rob is up for that. But let's throw it back to the studio right now to Nish and Rob.
Well, guys, we are, yeah, Cedric, thank you very much, though, by the way. You went right back to Richard. But as you know, you can always count on him.
We know.
Where are we? See, we're here?
Yeah, I think we're down here.
Yeah. Perfect. So one of the things, I got excited in IoT because we've got the modules as well for something I've been diving into a little bit further in other projects, but around private wireless,
right,
where the FCC has opened up additional bands. We've got CBRS, and then we've got bands that do require a little bit more management from a location perspective to issue licenses that can come and go. So you almost have reservations for your RF license in that specific band. That combined with, that's private wireless, which is LTE.
Okay.
But then there's also Wi-Fi, of course, continues to get better, but it's not the right solution for everybody. So you got private wireless, then you got 5G, and the carriers kind of confusing us with their marketing. I think it's an exciting space, is what I'm trying to say, Nish.
Yeah,
is that
sure.
IoT and the possibilities is, please don't think wireless equals Wi-Fi. And with IoT, there is so many more things that can be done now, especially with what Cisco's providing from a network perspective. So no excuses there. Guys, I want to tee up the next one. I'll come over to here. The next IoT innovations, well, that one has the red light on it. New IoT innovations to simplify IT for industrial networks, with Sam, John, and Chris, I believe here. I'm not going to try their last names. You've seen the power of the Cisco network, now you can take it anywhere. They're going to cover customer sharing experiences, they're going to give examples, new innovation based on this IoT operations dashboard, so we'll see more of that as well. New industrial networking, it's a good time. We'll see you on the other side.
Industrial asset visibility, and provide secure remote access to assets from anywhere. New industrial networking, switching, and wireless devices to enable additional IoT use cases for a variety of deployment scenarios and locations during use case success. And please welcome to the stage VP Product Management, IoT Industrial Networking, Cisco, Samuel Pasquea.
Thank you. Thank you, and welcome to this session. That should be quite interesting, and thank you for joining. So what we're going to talk about today is about IoT and IoT in industrial networking. But let's start a little bit around, what do we mean by IoT? And the idea is really how you can leverage technology to help achieve outcome in your business. And the outcome can be way different depending on your industry. But we have seen that happening and accelerating all over our customer and you. So we have seen example in manufacturing, how to improve efficiency, productivity. We have seen it in utilities. I've talked to a lot of you today that are in utility network, and how to increase and improve resiliency. So that has been happening for now more than 10 years, and it's accelerating. And we need IT and OT to work together, and IT to help our friend on the OT side to go and continue to digitize our industry. With that, there is one thing that is really top of mind. It's all around sustainability. you have seen that at Cisco today and this week. And we thought, like, we can talk about sustainability, but why don't we get on stage people who are actually helping to produce this renewable energy and those improving the world? So with that, I would like to welcome on stage Chris McGuckin. Chris is a lead cyber engineer and OT networking engineer for Scottish Power. But Chris is way more than that. Chris has been in the industry and industrial networking for the last 30 years. Believe it or not, he was connecting one of the first unmanned offshore platform in 1992. That was 31 years ago. So he has seen it all. He has seen things like being dropped with a Cisco router from an helicopter to go and bring connectivity. So he has amazing story to tell us. So with that, please welcome on stage, Chris. Thank you, Chris. Thank you for joining. So, Chris, obviously you work for Scottish Power, and people may not fully know. What do you do at Scottish Power? What's Scottish Power Renewable? Please tell us more.
Well, Scottish Power Renewables is part of the Iberdrola groups of companies. We're one of the leading renewable energy companies in the world and focused on delivering 52 terawatts of renewable generation by 2025. So in context, the UK, for example, uses about 40 to 45 terawatts of energy at peak load. So we're producing about 20 or 25% more. That's our target for 2025, and much, much more by 2030, really to bring us clean, renewable energy.
Thank you, Chris. So obviously, you work on offshore wind farm. That is quite an interesting setting, and I'm sure for the audience, not everyone has the chance to work in those environments. So tell us a little bit more. What are your challenges from an operation standpoint, from a technical standpoint? How is it to work on this offshore platform and offshore wind farm?
Well, I think you can see the first one here, Samuel. I mean, it's in the middle of the water. You really don't get DHL dropping off parts. Your engineers struggle to get the bus to work, and my bike really doesn't get there. So we're trying to create, we don't have telcos offshore. We have to create our own telecommunications network for everything. We need to build a village so that we can actually construct the facilities in the first place. So we're providing everything so that people have Netflix, Wi-Fi, along with the industrial and IT assets. So you can see some of the things on the screen here. We'll use the industrial Ethernet switches, and a typical wind farm now is maybe using 500 Cisco industrial Ethernet switches. Wireless backhaul, you can see we use many ships and vessels to actually construct the wind farm and to service it later on. So we need long-range wireless and products like the Cisco Ultra Reliable Wireless with specific antennas to get us good range of up to 10 or 15 kilometers. They help to provide wide area coverage across the wind farm. There's always fibre. We have composite cables connecting all the wind turbines and the offshore substation. And in the middle of the power cables is fibre optic communication. And that's our primary WAN link back to the shore.
So, Chris, you mentioned the operational challenge. Now, the technical challenge, so you leverage IT technology into an industrial environment. What are the technical challenges that you have today, and where do you need some help, right? Tell us more.
Well, this is critical infrastructure. Ultimately, like everyone, we're having real pressures on security. It's probably our main focus at the moment overall. The actual products, it's really key that you can manage them, you can monitor the availability, and you can monitor your threats and vulnerabilities throughout the product life cycle. If you look back to 2016, there was an attack on the Ukraine where they took out 30 substations in an attack. They opened all the circuit breakers, so they cut all the customers off. It caused a fluctuation in the power grid in the country, and not only did they open the circuit breakers, but they actually injected malware. They put corrupted firmware onto port servers, so it was impossible to remotely close the circuit breakers again. And you can imagine the difficulty we would have getting somebody to go to site to manually close the circuit breakers. It can really take quite a length of time offshore.
No, thank you, Chris. And you mentioned as well, when we discussed yesterday about the resources, right? Finding the right people to work in those environments. Tell us more about what are your challenges, because you have tons of people here on the IT side.
Yeah, I mean, some of the training, usually if we use helicopters, I mean, I had to go in the helicopter dunker training. I don't know if any of you have seen this, where they put you in a helicopter, turn you upside down underwater, and you go and do firefighting duties. So it's not your normal CCNA training. For the other training, we've got very high. These turbines are now 200 meters tall, so we have to make sure that people are capable and fit to climb and operate in that environment. The electrical voltages that are present, the spark can jump up to 5.5 meters with some voltage levels. So we really need to focus on the health and safety skills and the technical skills that people have got. Trying to add in Cisco skills is really difficult, so we want to keep it simple and do as much as we can remotely.
Yeah, so you rely a lot on automation. Is going to be key for you to continue to operate those environments. So thank you, Chris. So I have one last question I have to ask you, right? You mentioned yesterday that you were dropped from an helicopter with a Cisco router. When can I come with you on an helicopter to drop some Cisco switches and equipment on those wind farms?
I'm really not sure, Samuel. I mean, Cisco paratroopers, we thought about this, and parachutes and wind turbines really don't go together. Health and safety really thought there was an issue and they might get tangled up. Possibly when Cisco does SmartNet offshore, we can look at it and you can maybe be a drone pilot or something.
I love that. Thank you, Chris. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
So you heard it from Chris. When you look at those environments, and here is an example that might be a little bit extreme, but you have a lot of industry that will require this connectivity, this security, to connect this very critical infrastructure. And what we are here at Cisco is obviously we have been in the networking industry for quite some time, and we have been working with a lot of you IT or customer. And it's all about how do we bring those technologies to those industrial environments, right? How can we help those environments? And once again, just to repeat a little bit what we've heard from Chris, it is all around the complexity. As you can see, it's not only wired. You have to mix a lot of different technology to achieve the use case that you have. It's around cybersecurity. We are in Europe here. I think that resonates, I'm sure, extremely well. I've heard from a lot of you this week about that. And there is a concern that there is around that. And the last thing is really the lack of skilled resources. So I know we have tons of CCIE today at Cisco Live, and that's awesome to see you. But it's IT skills and resources that can go and do the work that Chris is doing. So that's really the challenge. And there is a need for us, Cisco, to help our customer to get there and to solve the challenge. And the most important point is we realize, talking with you, that IT and OT, the operation team on the industrial network side, need to work better together, right? It's not about one versus the other. It's the two working together. You, IT, need to work with your industrial automation engineer, your electrician to understand their concern, but they need to work with you to understand the network, understand the security that goes with it. And Cisco is really investing a lot to be able to close this gap and really make those two teams working together, bringing all the knowledge that we have on the IT side to industrial network. So what have we done? We have built an amazing portfolio of product, taking from our heritage of enterprise IT product and functionality, leveraging operating systems that you know, functionalities that you know, but we are packaging those products in product built and certified and compliance to be deployed in industrial environment. So we have quite a very interesting portfolio, and a lot of you, are still surprised to find that Cisco is in that space. So I really invite you to go and visit the booth to find out more. So what are we doing today? So today, we are innovating and continuing to bring functionality. One of our platforms is Cisco IoT Operation Dashboard, and the goal is to bring cloud services that can be used by OT persona to simplify their life. So I can talk a lot about it, but instead of that, why don't we play the video and we go from there.
The industrial environment presents a number of challenges. Assets are remote and highly distributed, like traffic intersections, trains, remote energy sources. They're often moving, making them difficult to connect to, and they require the same level of security as on-premises assets. Cisco IoT Operations Dashboard addresses these challenges and the need for secure operations at scale. It is a cloud-based dashboard with a set of services designed to onboard and manage network devices, provide alarm and troubleshooting, and enable secure equipment access to solve issues in the field. One of the largest issues customers face is a lack of visibility into the details of what's connected. We solve this with the integration of our IoT operations dashboard, cybervision, and secure equipment access. With Cisco, customers see all the assets associated with their IoT infrastructure. In addition to seeing everything that's connected, we provide operators vulnerability risk scores for each asset and identify at-risk software that needs updating. Let's look at a real-world example. City traffic management systems have thousands of intersections, each responsible for monitoring and moving pedestrians and vehicles. Each intersection has traffic controllers, cameras, and signal devices. There's an issue with a camera at one of these intersections. IoT Operations Dashboard with the Secure Equipment Access enables customers to access the traffic cabinet and all third-party systems at this intersection. Their technician uses Cisco Secure Equipment Access, align the credentials with the correct system, and troubleshoot the problem without having to dispatch a crew to the site. With Cisco, the customer completely eliminated the time and cost associated with a truck roll. Only Cisco enables customers to connect devices, manage at scale, and deploy end-to-end security.
So let me summarize what we are launching today at Cisco Live and this week. So we are launching 3 new capabilities and 3 new services into Operation Dashboard. The first thing is we are bringing Cisco Ultra Reliable Wireless Backhaul to Operation Dashboard. So Cisco Ultra Reliable is a technology that allow you to do connectivity on point-to-point, point-to-multipoint, as well as connecting assets on the move. So now that can be consumed directly from Operation Dashboard. The second thing that we are launching is Secure Equipment Access Plus, which is a cloud services to allow you to access equipment that is behind a Cisco networking product. So let me take an example. You have a street intersection. You will have in the street intersection a street light controller to control what goes green, red, and orange. And now, with Secure Equipment Access, what we can do, the traffic engineer can use the cloud to connect on the services to be able to interfere and manage the device that is behind this Cisco router. And you have now ability to run directly native application, so you can make your job much easier, and you don't have to do a truck roll to go and manage this equipment and configure this equipment. The last thing that we are launching in terms of software is CyberVision. So CyberVision is a visibility tool for industrial network. And I know I've heard a lot of you are using it today. And it's really a tool that allows you to see what is connected to our industrial network. A lot of our customers do not even know what is connected. With CyberVision, you can do that. What we are launching is CyberVision is now available in the cloud as a service, which greatly simplifies the deployment of it, and you can start to see the value and start to see and assess your different device connecting in your industrial environment. So that's the software element. There is a second component of the launch, which is the hardware element. On the hardware side, we are launching 2 new sets of product family. The first one is a new Cisco IE3100. So that's a very small, tiny layer 2 switch with iOS XE built-in inside, so you get all the enterprise-grade features that you will expect in iOS XE available in this platform. We have 5 different SKUs available, from 6 port to 20 port. We have version with advanced feature, like for some of you that might be in a manufacturing environment, you will find things like layer 2 NAT to really simplify the deployment of those different machines. So that's the first thing, the switches part. The second element I'm super excited to launch is our new IW9165 E and D. The E is the external antenna. The D version is the same, but with built-in antenna, directional built-in antenna. And what we have here, it's the first time that Cisco is launching an industrial wireless client. And what it allows you to do is to connect to your current wireless infrastructure to connect assets on the move, assets that are moving, like AGVs or AMR in a manufacturing environment, like train, subway, maybe in a transportation use case. and you can connect that to your curb infrastructure. It can not only do that in curb, it can also work as a Wi-Fi client to connect to a regular Wi-Fi network. So now it means as you, as an IT or OT network engineer, you can have a Cisco infrastructure end-to-end to go all the way to the client to be able to see what's going on and make sure the connectivity is there. So we are very excited to launch this product, and they are available on the World of Solution, and invite them to go and see them. So now, to go back to our customer, we talk about Scottish Power and their offshore wind farm. So they are operating the wind farm. And we thought it's good to see how they do that, but it would be also very interesting to see what's going on in the wind turbine. And it's my great pleasure that I'd like to welcome on stage Jan Holmberg Jacobsen. He's an OT network product owner. And thank you, Jan. Welcome on stage. Thank you, Jan. So, Jan, obviously you work for Siemens Gamesa. And I'm sure a lot of you have been driving around in Europe. You see all those big wind turbines, and that's you. And so tell us a little bit more about Siemens Gamesa, what you do, and what is your business.
Yes. So, to combat the challenges that we face today, our company decided that we needed onshore, offshore, and service BUs because they have very, very different challenges today. So my role is to be the corporate technology person. And we are helping each region with their challenges, while at the same time we develop one product that can work on all. So we have to encompass onshore challenges, offshore challenges, and also help our colleagues in service, because these wind parks, they might run for 25 years, 30 years, 35 years. So how do we do that? There's a lot of challenges that we see. Primarily, a good example is on offshore. We have a challenge because the switches, when we put them in the turbines, that needs to happen physically, of course. But if something goes wrong, what then? So this challenge we actually solved with, we introduced like a two-stage setup where we load a configuration, firmware, all those things on the switch, and then as soon as the switch is actually connected in the turbine and connected to the substation. And remember, this can take months. So, a turbine can run just fine while not being connected to the substation, because the substation is not built yet, for instance. And here, connectivity is still important. The turbine can run, it's being commissioned and all that. So we pre-staged it from factory, and then it could work inside the turbine. Full connectivity, everything works. And as soon as it was connected to the substation, at this point it automatically pulled its configuration down and got its full configuration, and now is completely integrated.
So, thank you, Jan. You do the question, the answer. You stole my question, Jan.
Sorry.
That's okay. So you explain us a lot of your challenge. So now, obviously there is operational challenge and this two-stage commissioning that you talk about. But what about security? We heard Chris, and Chris was worried about security. And once again, these days it's a very popular question, I would say, and very in the current context. So tell us more. What does it mean for you, and what's your challenge on that front?
Yeah. So if security is important for Chris, it is absolutely vital for our business to continue. We see securities coming from national legislations, regulations, IEC requirements, ISO requirements. Every country now are implementing regulations for critical infrastructure, and that also includes wind energy. As more turbines goes up every day, more and more of the energy that each country use is based on wind. And that means that we are seeing more regulatives almost on a daily basis now. So we always have to think 2 or 3 years ahead to be able to develop the solutions that would help us actually be able to sell the products in these countries. And the good thing is, or the bad thing is that countries, they don't agree. So you could have some regulations in Germany, some regulations in US, some regulations in Scotland or wherever, and they could interpret security regulations completely different. So we always have to be a little bit ahead on the curve here to ensure that our customers can still put up these turbines and that we're able to sell products. and turbines too.
No, I understand. So thank you so much, Jan, for coming and sharing your experience. And like you heard about Jan and Chris, it's all about the security concern. The other thing that is very important for our customer is how you package all those solutions together. Chris did not really mention it, but one of the things that is key is also to have validated design. When you go and deploy a platform, being an offshore farm or manufacturing a plant, a lot of our customers have challenges. They want to have cookie cutter configuration and architecture. And that's where Cisco we're investing to do a validated design to help on that and help our customer to make sure they standardize how their infrastructure look like. So you've heard it from Chris and Jan. It's all about the complexity of those infrastructure, the networking that is needed, the security that is top of mind, the lack of skilled resources, right, that we need to have more people in the industrial network. That's why Cisco has been investing there, because we have an amazing amount of talent in the IT side that are now required on the industrial network side. And Cisco, with your skill set, we can help you to cross the gap and help on the industrial networking side. We have investing a lot on our portfolio. I invite you to go and check the portfolio either on the website if you're online or in the Wall of Solution. Investing into security, you saw CyberVision. Now CyberVision available in the cloud to really simplify the deployment, simplify the access to visibility and asset discovery. The validated design that really allows us to de-risk your investment, because we give you blueprint on how to deploy your infrastructure. And the last but not the least is the Cisco customer services that can help you to provide you extra services to be able to go and deploy your environment. So with that, I would like to wrap it up and say thank you to all of you. I invite you to continue the visit on the World of Solution. If you are here in person, we have amazing product and the team can show you all the demo of the product I mentioned. You can still book one-on-one meeting with our engineer. We are still available and we are there. You can attend some of the latest session of Capture the Flag and DevNet session. And finally, for the one of you that are online, all of this content is going to be available online, where you can go and spend even more time and go more into the detail about the different products that we have launched. So thank you so much.
Hybrid work is here. It's there. It's everywhere. But for someone to be able to work from here or here, there has to be someone here, making sure everything is safe, secure, consistent. So go ahead, log in from here, dial in from here, sit in from here, assured that someone is here with a view of everywhere, ready to fix anything, anytime, anywhere, even here. That's because nobody, and I mean nobody, makes hybrid work better. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
We're all connected, which means the more healthy people we have in this community, the healthier this community, and this community, and every other community will be. Good health is made possible by great care. And great care is made even greater by connections. And only Cisco can securely connect patients, providers, and staff with healthcare technology to power a more inclusive future for all. Between good health and great care, there's a bridge.
Every time someone logs into your site or uses your app, it's an opportunity to create a lasting relationship, as long as nothing breaks. But what happens when something does break? Even with the ability to see everything, you may not know what to look for. How do you pinpoint what went wrong and where? Most importantly, how do you fix it before you lose a customer or an employee or your reputation? There is a way. As you invest in tools for full-stack observability, Cisco Intelligent Insight Service will help you make full use of their capabilities. We'll help you create seamless customer experiences using custom intelligent dashboards and predictive analytics that find and correct latency issues in real time. Our experts will work side by side with you to align roadmaps, guide implementation, and eliminate risk through rapid assessments. And will isolate and resolve issues across your entire network, including the SaaS apps that your business depends on. Make full use of your capabilities, optimize customer experience, and grow your business with Cisco Intelligent Insight Service.
Hi there. How can I help?
Hi, I have a few questions about the family savings plan. Can I set this up so that any member of our family can contribute to the savings plan?
I'm actually not sure, but I can contact an expert for you if you can give me 1 second.
Okay, great.
Hey, I have a special request from a customer.
I'm pretty sure Plan 3C should allow for this.
All right, great. I've found a plan that is going to work really great for you, and if you're ready, I'll send you a secure link right away.
Okay, thank you.
A cyber attack can grind everything to a halt. Cisco Security keeps your network and your company moving forward. Because if it's connected, it's protected. Cisco.
All right, welcome back, guys. We have got so much happening here and getting excited. We're going to be going out to the show floor in just a moment. I just want to give you a couple of reminders real quick. A lot of information coming your way. Listening to the speed some of us talk, you sometimes need to go back and you need to replay, take better notes, do these kind of things. I'm a huge fan. Not only do I like to, just a little peek into my process, not only do I like to rely on replays and just-in-time learning, but I quite often will go to the trouble, especially because it's so easy these days, is to go ahead and get a quick machine-generated transcription of a recording. If I think someone's a good speaker, I want to emulate them. I think they're covering the topic well. I love nothing better than I like the energy of these live type presentations that we get here, but sometimes if I'm going back and I want to dig into it, I want to pull that stuff out. I want to say, okay, what were the key points that were made there? So I kind of reconstruct it and work it backwards. Either way, the point is, we have replays available on demand. We also want to continue to hear from you. Hashtag Cisco Live, EMEA. And with that, we're going to continue the IoT discussion. And now with Richard Mullen again, but with a different host. Nish Parker, you ready to take it away with our friend Richard?
Yes, thank you so much, Rob. Yep, I'm back here with Richard Mullen. We've just come out of an innovation talk. We have from Scottish Power Renewables and, sorry, remind me of the other company.
Siemens Gamesa, the turbine manufacturer that is actually installing a number of the turbines out there in the North Sea.
Amazing. So you are going to show us how this all comes into action and bring it to life.
Yeah, we talked about it. We came by here before, but let's put it in context of what you just heard about when you were in the iTalk, right? So you heard Chris talking about just how do I manage a massive farm that's 50 miles off the coast. And that's what we've drawn up here on our little maps here. So we've got the farm area network, and he mentioned the issue of, well, we don't obviously have cell towers out there. We don't have any cellular connection. But what we do have is we've got the turbines communicating with one another and with these service operational vehicles, right? So this is going to drive up during installation. I couldn't believe, Chris told me that they install one of these in a day. It was amazing. And then if they got to do a triage, they're going to sail up to the turbine so they can service it. And they're using this IW9165D is the product that they use for Cisco Reliable Ultra Backhaul. So it's giving them fiber-like connectivity with very low latency, connecting the turbines to one another so you don't have to run fiber cable all underwater under the North Sea and between the service vessel and the turbine, right? So that's creating communications. But then also you heard Siemens Gamesa talking about, all right, what do we have inside the turbine, right? They've got all sorts of different systems, right? That turbine's spinning, it's got a generator involved, it's got all the systems that just operate. And here we use a ruggedized catalyst switch. So this, I'll just tilt this up, Steve, and you can see we've got this IA3400. Now, most of our guests know this as the Catalyst like 9000 series. Same switch, but now in a ruggedized form factor, it can sit out there in the North Sea, in the turbine, connect the different systems together.
It looks a little bit too beautiful to do that.
I know what you think, and then you see
I want that in my home office.
Well, yeah, then you get then you get the salt crust on it. You get all the gunk, but it's connecting the various systems, and then we create a security perimeter with this device. So it's running a hypervisor on the switch. We use CyberVision to do IP addressing as well as network flow at the turbine level, and then we backhaul all of that. That starts the visibility, the segmentation process, ICE if we're bringing in resourcing or we need people to be able to tunnel into a particular device. We're bringing all of that to bear in the network stack. Using DNA Center, we can use DNA Center to basically manage this. So we're just extending, using the extended policy node that you would do from the network stack, now all the way out into the North Sea. So that's how we're kind of connecting with that. And we also mentioned this in the iTalk. So think about this particular device here. So here I also have wireless. We're in our mobile asset area. Here I'm using the 9167E as a gateway that can be either Wi-Fi or ultra backhaul. So if you've got a sled that's moving around and delivering products, in a huge distribution or a warehouse, you can put this on it, and then you can communicate either with a Wi-Fi network or with ultra backhaul in the warehouse, and then as you're moving around. So that way we're not totally reliant on just one type of connectivity technology. We can use multiple different multi-access, multi-domains, what we kind of call that.
Got it. So tell me, what is the one big thing how is this going to make a difference for customers? What is really standing out? Is it going to make things easier, simpler, more effective?
Right. Well, we were chatting a little bit before we came on, and you're living in the UK, living overseas, and you think about just what's going on regarding electrification. And the fact that there is a tremendous kind of move of digitization around what we're doing regarding renewables, as we talked about with Scottish Power, what we're doing about just working in the grid. And so what we're seeing from customers is help us accelerate that in every industry. And you can see everything represented at the top of our wall. So even manufacturing, how do I get into the production line? Am I able to see exactly what's in my work cell? Creating a security policy and unifying that across multiple plants, multiple geographies globally. So this digitization piece, it's really been, we've seen that's picking up, kind of coming out of the pandemic, but then it's been driven on this electrification element and this digitization, and that is why our booth always looks like this.
It's always this busy.
Customers are saying, and think about it from an IT perspective. I'm being asked to provide more services to my operational side of the house. How can you help me standardize security? How can you make sure that we're not being, we're not under threat of attack? How do I manage this globally? I've got fewer people. I've got a much more complicated operation. That's what we're providing to the customer set. You can be that standard in your firm to help use technology, use Cisco as a way of solving a lot of these challenges that we just see in our little cartoon characters that you've got up on the wall. So that's what we're up to.
Amazing. And just one final question for you, Richard, before we head back to the studio. This is your baby. You've created this. So tell me a bit about this storytelling. What are you excited about most at the booth here?
So we've been doing this for a while in the IoT area, and a little of the secret sauce, what kind of works for us here, is what we're trying to do is get the guest engaged in a technical conversation. That's what we're trying to do in the space. And so we've done this many, many times, and we've tweaked it many times, and what we do is we place a little bit of the architecture on the wall, right? It works as a teaching tool. You could, working with our guests, walking them through a scenario, and then what we want is the guest to start talking about, all right, exactly what's the challenge that we have? What's my network, how's it peculiar versus off your diagram? We then pull the products in, and then we've got stations where we use the tools where we talk about managing that. So IoT operations dashboard, for example, or CyberVision, or DNAC. That's what we do.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Richard. And with that, we're going to head straight back to the studio. Back to you, Rob.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Nish, and thank you, Richard. Richard, we have so much fun using him. I know he can't hear me right now, but he is a fantastic presenter, and he truly does oversee everything you're seeing along that wall. The storytelling, the devices, it's a lot to keep up with, but I can see from the show and tell they have over there, this is a great place to go visit. So if you're physically here, it's a great way to really get your head wrapped around what they're providing. We're going to go to a video right now, and then when we get back in the video, we're going to have a conversation that Cedric's leading, Scottish Power. I believe is who he's got in the hot seat. But with that, let's take a look at the video right now.
The industrial environment presents a number of challenges. Assets are remote and highly distributed, like traffic intersections, trains, remote energy sources. They're often moving, making them difficult to connect to, and they require the same level of security as on-premises assets. Cisco IoT Operations Dashboard addresses these challenges and the need for secure operations at scale. It is a cloud-based dashboard with a set of services designed to onboard and manage network devices, provide alarm and troubleshooting, and enable secure equipment access to solve issues in the field. One of the largest issues customers face is a lack of visibility into the details of what's connected. We solve this with the integration of our IoT Operations Dashboard, CyberVision, and Secure Equipment Access. With Cisco, customers see all the assets associated with their IoT infrastructure. In addition to seeing everything that's connected, we provide operators vulnerability risk scores for each asset and identify at-risk software that needs updating. Let's look at a real-world example. City traffic management systems have thousands of intersections, each responsible for monitoring and moving pedestrians and vehicles. Each intersection has traffic controllers, cameras, and signal devices. There's an issue with a camera at one of these intersections. IoT Operations Dashboard with the Secure Equipment Access enables customers to access the traffic cabinet and all third-party systems at this intersection. Their technician uses Cisco Secure Equipment Access, align the credentials with the correct system, and troubleshoot the problem without having to dispatch a crew to the site. With Cisco, the customer completely eliminated the time and cost associated with a truck roll. Only Cisco enables customers to connect devices, manage at scale, and deploy end-to-end security.
Hello there, everyone. I am here back in the studio. I was out and about with our camera team, but it's great to be here. It's great to be here with two wonderful guests. I'm going to introduce them in a second, but sustainability is a big part for Cisco. We've heard a lot during the keynote. We have a sustainability zone here, and we have a few use cases there, and renewable energy is one of them. And I'm super pleased to have Chris and Samuel with us. Chris is a lead cyber engineer at Scottish Power, and Chris is with us here at Cisco. So hey guys, how are you doing? How has Cisco Live been so far for you guys?
Oh, it's hectic. There's just so much going on, so much to see, and I think my step count's maybe 30,000 steps for today alone.
Wow, okay, that's a lot. What is your, do you have any idea of your step count?
It's fantastic to go back in person and meet a customer and partner.
Great. Yeah. We're truly all in here at Cisco Live, right? But anyway, so what I know from you, Chris, is that you are constructing wind farms at a large scale, right?
Yeah.
So can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so obviously the whole world, we all know about the environmental crisis. We really need to make the transition to clean energy. And Scottish Power Renewables, we're part of the Iberdrola group. We're really focused on making sure that we achieve that goal. By 2025, we hope to have 52 terawatts of renewable generation. And in context, the UK on a normal day will consume about 40 terawatts. So by 2025, we should be able to power a country the size of UK.
Wow. Okay, wow, that's massive. So if I think about wind turbines and large scale and so on, like what is required for you to construct those farms?
We construct in countries all around the world, so we may be constructing a wind farm in France, Germany, Belgium. We've got projects going on in Japan, Poland, all around the world, the United States. And it means bringing together, you're working in the middle of the ocean, you use specialist vessels to actually construct the wind farm. You've got to prefabricate everything and build all the components in modules on shore. You take out the foundation, put the foundation on the seabed, erect a tower onto which the generator is installed, and then install the turbine blades onto the generator. So these are vast scales. A wind turbine is maybe 200 meters tall.
Yeah.
Lots of very heavy, dangerous work in a very hard environment.
So you're constructing these wind farms, it's in remote areas as well, and so how does Cisco come into this story?
So within each wind farm, within a wind turbine itself, each wind turbine may have 4 Cisco switches in the turbine itself. Over the whole wind farm, that could be 500 Cisco switches just joining the wind turbine together. We then have Cisco routers to take the backhaul back to our corporate data centers and control centers. All of the operations are done remotely, so we're absolutely critically dependent on getting the communication so we can operate and maintain the wind farm. As I mentioned, there's a lot of vessels involved in constructing, operating and maintaining the wind farm, so we need the communications to them, and we're using the ultra-reliable wireless backhaul products to connect those vessels so that people have everything they need, from telephone calls to being able to maintain the wind farm, to being able to go to their cabin at night and watch Netflix or use Wi-Fi.
Great, well thank you, Chris. I want to go over to you, Samuel. How does this relate to what we're announcing here at Cisco Live EMEA in Cisco Live EMEA in Amsterdam? Yes, I got that.
Thank you. Well, you heard from Chris, and what we see on the market right now is we have all those enterprise customers that have been using Cisco for many years. And we realize that the network of those customers doesn't end in the enterprise building and to the campus or data center. They need to connect things that are outside. They need to connect the manufacturing floor. They need to connect the offshore wind farm, like Chris mentioned, and that's what he's doing. So, when we talk about bringing IT to simplicity and simplicity to IT at Cisco, that's what we're trying to do. Well, we also bring simplicity to OT network, industrial network. And that's really what we are trying to do today at Cisco Live, is announcing a set of new products to be able to simplify the work of our customer like Chris at Scottish Power.
Great. Well, Samuel, Chris, thank you so much for joining me here at Cisco Live in the studio. We're going to throw it over right now to the iTalk with Snorri and Larissa. So enjoy.
Good morning. Welcome. Man, it's good to be back at Cisco Live, and it's good to be back here with all of you, and it's good to be back and meet a lot of people. So, basically, Larissa and I are going to take you through our innovations. We're going to take you through some of the changes that we made, and we're also going to show you some real demos of what we can do. And I just lost the slides here. Here we are. Now, thank you very much. Brilliant. So Larissa and I are going to show you our innovations. We're going to show you some live demos. And you know, a lot has changed in the world. We've shifted from commuting to the home office. We've gone from face-to-face working to working from our laptops. And we've been accustomed to the flexibility. And now we're bringing people back into the office part of the time, and we have hybrid work. And hybrid work is different, and it's harder than what we did before. And new challenges has emerged. And we need to solve for that with a mix of remote and in-person employees. And we also see that the user expectations, the consumer expectations has changed. The experience and our customer experience is changing. Hybrid work is not just about picking the right technology. It's about the people. It's about building the culture. It's building the purpose of organizations. It's really about who we are as companies, as organizations, and finally, who we are as human beings. And for this, IT cannot stand alone. We need to solve these challenges in partnership between IT, HR, and facilities management. And we're going to show some of those things today. And hybrid work is not only about collaboration either. So what happens when people come back into the office and 90% of meetings have a remote participant? Is your network ready to support that? And very tabloid put, back at Cisco in Oslo, we used to have one Cisco office. Now we have 500 small Cisco offices around. How do you make sure that our information and your information stays secure? How do you make sure that you can do fleet management and have the latest software upgrades? Software, network, devices need to work seamlessly together. And Cisco is solving for that environment. Today, we're going to tell you how. We're all reimagining the hybrid workspace. We purpose-built new WebEx suite for flexible workstyles. And then my great friend and colleague Larissa Horton is going to come on stage, and she's going to talk about how we empower customer experience organizations and with solutions that are secure and manageable at scale. But let's start with hybrid workspaces. Hybrid work requires our customers and partners to reimagining the workspace. When you work from home, it's important to look good. You know, getting in front of you here today, I picked out a good jacket, a nice clean shirt, cool shoes and everything, right? I want it to look good. It's no different when you're at home. You want to make sure that that audio and video makes you look good and be perceived professional. You want to make sure that when you're in back-to-back meetings, that you feel better. And not only that, but you have the tools that will allow you to do more. And then when you are on the journey from the home office and into the office, the journey in between, you want a seamless experience on the go with the WebEx app, with headsets and everything, so that you are able to do the journey in between. And when you get into the office, you need to get into an office that has the better experience than what you have at home. That at least the coffee is better than what you have at home, and that the gear is great, because you can't mandate people back. Companies that have tried to mandate have not succeeded. You need to create the office as a magnet to come back to work on the right things in the office, to have the right tools in the office, so that you create and get that pull into the office as well. So you need to have a magnet, not mandate. And let's do a trial and take a walkthrough of a morning when you're coming into the office. So we're getting into the lobby. So I've made a lobby over here. Let me walk over. Here I have a Desk Pro. And when I come into the office, here is a nice map of the building. This actually happens to be the building in Oslo. I come in, and you know what? I need a place to work for half an hour. So what I can do is I can say there are available rooms. I'll go to Room Finder. At Room Finder, I say, OK, help me find a room that's available for half an hour for just me, for this type of meeting. And then you will see that I get a lot of rooms up here as well that are available. So for today, let's say I pick A14 Alpha. That's a great room. When I pick that, I see where it is on the map. I see it's available. I actually get room occupancy. There are 0 people in there now. I can look at the air quality, temperature, humidity, all of those type of statistics. And you know what? Let's reserve that room now. I would like to hold it for the time it takes to get there. So now you see it went blue. It's mine for the next 3 minutes. Good thing, it's a very, very short walk because it's up here. So here I am in room A14. Here I have a beautiful Desk Pro. And when you have the Desk Pro, we have hot desking capabilities as well. And what I can do is I take my phone, I just go here, I select the QR code, and what happens is that when I select the QR code, I actually makes this room mine. It's now pairing with the WebEx app. It's downloading my personal settings, and I can actually now reserve it for some period of time. So I asked for half an hour, but let's be greedy and say 7 hours and 49 minutes. I want this to be mine. I will then book the room, and you see now that it's booked in my name. And what happened, you also see that all of my meetings were coming up here. So now I'm paired, and you see all of my meetings today. And also when I dial out, the ones that are receiving that call will see that it's Snorri calling, not B14 Alpha. That was the name of this room. I took a shared room and made it personal. And we also have the same capabilities now on the phone. This is an 8875. And for the 8800s, we also get hot desking capabilities for those. So I just mentioned that in my meetings today, there are multiple platforms, which is something that we all have in common. We reached out to 3,800 of you. 3,800 different logos, and we said, how many meeting platforms do you use in your organization? The feedback we got was 85% of you use 2 or more meeting platforms, 2 or more. There are actually just as many using 4 meeting platforms as there is people using 1. So interoperability is table stakes. At Cisco, you can join meetings on Google, on Zoom, on Microsoft, and on WebEx back to back to back to back without having to reboot or reconfigure the device, just like I demonstrated here. But in the fall, we also announced that Cisco devices can run native MTR. With that, you can get the best of Microsoft Teams rooms and native WebEx and the best of WebEx inclusive and rich meetings as well. Let's see that in action. So over here, I have a Microsoft Teams Rooms device. This is running now Microsoft Teams Rooms first. You can see the well-known user interface. And one of the things that would be important to us is to make sure we have all of the AI, machine learning, advanced capabilities. So I can still swipe in from the right here. You see I can do all of the camera controls. I can do the microphone settings. I can do optimize for my voice. I can filter out voice, etc., etc. So we have all of those things. You also see here that my first meeting here is a Microsoft Teams meeting. And the second one is actually a WebEx meeting as well. So let's dive in and show you, and I'm going to show and demonstrate some of the capabilities. So let me just place a Microsoft Teams Rooms call. And here we are up, and Here we have the team back in Oslo, where we have basically dialed into them. And one of the things I really want to demonstrate for you is the power of our AI platform that's work also in a Microsoft Teams Rooms environment with frames. So if you could turn on frames there in Oslo, please. Thank you. So now you see frames, and you can see that we have all of them with 3 individual frames. All of a sudden, they are much more present. We broke down the barrier between people remote and people in the office. And if we have, Ryan, you move around, you stand up, right? We will automatically be able to frame this like that. If he walks over to Anne-Marie, you will see that we will then optimize this and get this into 2 frames and optimize it, and this is dynamically done. This is things that we add to this in a Microsoft Teams Rooms environment. Thank you very much. I will basically hang up. So that was the Microsoft Teams Rooms call. Worked beautifully. Then the next one here is from the same user interface. Let's do a WebEx call as well. And I will show you some of the capabilities we have with WebEx and when we have with Suite. So we are dialing in here now, and we're back in Oslo. So here you see them. Great to see you. Thank you very much for joining. And they're celebrating Cisco Live as well. They love doing demos, right? That's in our DNA, so that's where we have the balloons. But let's actually do a small Slido poll. So what you see here is that we've integrated into this call, we've actually integrated a Slido poll that comes actually with the suite that will allow us to go out, ask questions, and get feedback. So here we have, I can edit response. So what do we think? What is great product demonstrations, or the world of solutions, or coffee, you know, and stroopwafel. I think I'll do the first. We'll send in that. Wow, 100% think that great demonstrations are the best thing. So thank you very much. There we are. Hang up. That was a great call back to Oslo. But what you just saw there was that we were able to run both native MTR, and we were able to run WebEx with full-featured layer, including Slido. So if we talk about the capabilities you've just seen, we have those. Whether you are joining from a laptop with one and using our headset or USB cameras, or for one of our collaboration devices, we've got you covered, no matter where you're working, from home, in the office, and the journey in between. So now, let's talk about WebEx Suite and how WebEx Suite enables Workstyles from anywhere. And you saw me using Slido there as part of the demo, because we need this, because not all ways of working are created equal. A 10-person board meeting is very, very different than a 10-person group meeting. The stakes are higher. You can't afford uninvited guests and people to eavesdrop. How do you engage your staff? It's very, very different in a small group than if you have a large all-hands where you have 1,000 participants. So how do you engage 1,000 people and virtual attendees at once? And then you have high-stakes events like Cisco Live here today, which requires solutions for both in-person and virtual events. So what we have with Suite is that Suite supports interaction while working from anywhere. You get calling, you get meetings and messaging. All of that in one powerful app. You can get Slido questioning and polling. You can host large-scale hybrid events, and not at least to be able to ideate and co-create with pervasive whiteboarding that goes across our app, our devices, and also bring your own devices. And send messages asynchronously that I think is super powerful with tools like Vidcast. So the WebEx Suite makes hybrid work easier. But by using the phone that's already in your pocket, we can actually add that with another feature we have and another service we had called WebEx Go, where you can actually easily manage your business and personal phone lines in your personal devices. And recently, we announced that WebEx Go is now available in the UK. It's already in the US, and we're going to roll it out to other locations throughout Europe in the coming months. So to talk more about that, I'm going to invite my good friend and colleague, Larissa Horton, on stage to talk about and demonstrate this. Give her a big round of applause.
Thank you, Snorri. All right, so I am so excited about this feature. We are so excited to expand it to the UK. I really want to quickly show you guys exactly what we have here. So here is my native dialer. As you notice, this is not an app. Native dialer on the OS. And I can quickly switch between my personal line and my business line. Okay, same phone. Not only that, if I go into my contacts, I can go and look for each contact, whether this is a contact for my business, or if it was a personal contact, it would also identify the personal contact. When I'm actually in a phone call, every incoming call will let me know whether it is a business call or a personal call. If it is my mom calling, I will probably pick up that phone. If it is my boss calling, I will probably pick up that phone. Here we see we have an incoming call, and it has actually been tagged with W for work. And when I go and pick up that call, you're going to notice I just did a quick answer. We're able to actually have this ring alongside, oh, I think I picked it up too quickly here, the entire device ecosystem. And you can see there's a toast that just showed up. I'm able to actually take that experience, elevate it all the way into the application if I want to use any of the application features. When this phone rings, I did it too quickly, you will have your desk phones also ring, your applications ring, and even the devices that Snorri was just talking about will also ring. WebEx calling works across the entire ecosystem of devices down to your personal phone. No need to carry two phones. That is the best part of this entire experience, while still having a managed line. Not only that, while I am on the call, you'll notice my presence up there has a phone icon. When I'm using my personal device, if I'm using a secondary phone, it will not tell my entire ecosystem, my coworkers, that I'm actually on a call. In this case, it is fully connected, so it's aware that you are on a work call no matter where you take it. So I want to take this experience and actually elevate it. I can quickly pull the call from the mobile device into the application. So here I've now moved the call. Once I'm in the application, I can elevate the call. So here I'm actually elevating into a video call. Get a better experience no matter where I'm working from, directly from the application. All right, thank you. So that's just one of my favorite features about WebEx calling, but we're going to keep on going here. I'm going to end. Okay, so every month we deliver net new features in WebEx calling. One of the latest set of features that I'm excited about is our group call management. This enables a wide range of capabilities for teams of people who actually support calls, your call center. So today we're going to have Shane actually walk us through those capabilities. Shane?
Yep, thanks, Larissa. Group call management has been really, really well received by our customers, and it's helping organizations to supercharge their business call queues. Agents can take calls on any of the devices that Larissa has mentioned, and admins can get access to detailed analytics through our single pane of glass administration portal Control Hub. So right here, I'm in my calling analytics. I can see along the top, I've got KPIs that show me exactly how my call queues are performing over time and give me the key statistics associated with them. I can look at performance historically in lots of detail, all the way down through all of my different call queues, and also across my different call queue agents. So I can see which agents are taking the most calls and which call queues might need a little bit more help. We can also look at live call stats, and these are updated in real time. Usually. We can look at live call queue stats through Control Hub and see what's going on with our call queues at any time. And right now I can see that there's one active call on the call queue, and that's right down there in the world of solutions. So if you want to check out this functionality, please join us down there for a live demo in person. All of this data is very useful in Control Hub, but it can also be exported via our reporting capabilities. We've added reporting capabilities so you can export daily, weekly, monthly stats and reports on your call queues and your auto attendance alongside all of the other reports. And all of this data is also available via our APIs. Larissa?
Thanks, Shane. The best part about this is all included in your WebEx calling seat. It's free. Basically get a free call center in your existing calling seat. What we have recognized in the industry is this need is coming up for many, many different teams. And it's not a full-blown contact center. So we want to make sure that you're getting that enhancement in that same license. Speaking of contact centers, customer experience is top of mind for all of the C-suite that I talked to today. Many customers are looking for that better experience. It's actually creating that brand loyalty when you have a better experience. So we really wanted to talk through that overall transformation. So what we're seeing is this transformation from the left to the right. We are seeing a shift from overall expectations and the overall experience that they expect from each of the businesses. Once they have a great experience with one business, they expect all other businesses to catch up. This raises the bar across all customer experiences. Consumers expect businesses to know them, to be proactive, and to be able to remember them every time they come back for more. The reality is, this is a challenge many businesses are having trouble with, especially with the existing budgets that they have. So this is where WebEx really comes into play. We are here to help you simplify this complex world. WebEx is focused on enabling a unique and connected journey across all of the different experiences that you support. So let me show you a typical journey. First off, your customer is going to make a purchase. And by the way, they can do this across many different channels. As you can see here, we have all the channels on the left. After you make a purchase, you'll deliver that service or product. Maybe they need some help when they're using the product, they get some support. And if you keep them happy, they'll be coming back for more. But this is just one customer who chose one set of interactions across these different channels. You have many different customers, all of them choosing their own path. They can decide when they want to engage, how they want to engage. All of this is going to be unique to each and every one of them. Additionally, you need to meet your customers where they are at scale. So how do you do this? You need to be able to take all of your human interactions, learn from them, digitize them, so you can now scale to the range of customers across your entire ecosystem. To create this connected experience, we take the whole power of WebEx and bring it all together. With WebEx Connect, we can support all of your digital experiences. With our brand new WebEx Contact Center, we support the agents to be able to deliver that customer experience through the entire journey. And last but not least, we put all of this on top of the WebEx platform. So all of our investments across AI, analytics, the entire ecosystem of connectivity into the devices are also leveraged in our contact center experience. To see this all in action, we have Carlos up here who's going to walk us through a customer demo. We tried to make sure this is action-packed for you guys to see all of the products live. So here you see the mobile device of a customer. And as we start off, the customer just got a notification saying, hey, we delivered your package. But I just checked my door, package is not there. This is a problem. So I'm going to ask for some status, because there's clearly something wrong if I'm being told it's available and I don't see it in my home. And so as I request more information and status, I'm going to have it show up. First, it's going to verify what was my order number here. I provide my information, and now they can go and retrieve all of the information from their systems. By the way, as you can see here, this is a virtual agent. This is not a human agent. We're doing a proactive experience from WebEx Connect. So it says, well, you know what? It looks like it's actually been delivered. So if there's something wrong, we're going to have to escalate that to a live agent. On one platform, we're able to handle all of these virtual to live agent experiences. Now that we're connecting to a live agent, we're going to switch over and show you the brand new WebEx Contact Center. So here you have the agent experience. Agent is now available. And as this incoming customer comes in, you're able to see the entire history that the customer has already engaged in. So no need to repeat yourself and the situation that you're in. No need to annoy them further to have them repeat themselves. I pick up the customer, and I have all of the context of what's going on. From there, I can go and look across systems. In this case, I'm going to see exactly what's happening in the back-end systems. Was this delivery actually made? And I can go and check and see, well, we actually have proof that the delivery was made. We even have the picture. So I'm going to take this picture and I'm going to send it over to the customer to show, like, look, no, this is done. The delivery was made. So we're going to send that over to the customer. We're going to wait for the customer to respond to see what's going on, what's happening, why is this not showing up? And as our customer is responding on another device, you'll see here that the agent is going to have that all in one place. So from virtual to live agent, not my house. There is our problem. It was delivered to the wrong house. So now the agent has to look at what options do they have available. Well, this is a very complex problem. We've lost a package at the wrong house. I actually need to escalate for some help. This is where having the entirety of the WebEx platform is so critical. We actually combine our CPaaS, CCaaS, and UCaaS solution. So now I can actually escalate directly from the same agent desktop to go and ask for help from a subject matter expert to then resolve this issue. And not only that, I'm able to pass the entire context over to this expert, to someone who works on other back-end systems. No need to switch tools, no need to train on different tools, all from one place. I can go and escalate and resolve the customer issue. And this really speeds up the overall experience for that customer, making it very seamless across the different channels, from virtual to live, all the way to the expert. Thank you, Carlos. All right. But our connected experiences do not stop there. In the keynote, and actually Snorri also mentioned, we talked about this entire experience that we provide as WebEx and as Cisco. And so next, I really want to walk through the power of Cisco and specifically focusing on our security, manageability, and where networking also comes into place. Remember, we mentioned that hybrid work is actually harder than what it was pre-pandemic. Why is that? Well, we've heard many customers now talk about, I came into the office and I had a worse experience. Well, why is it worse? Pre-pandemic, those networks were not ready for all of the media that was coming onto the network. Nobody was turning video on top of having a share. And now every single person is used to turning video on. And not only that, as you expand that network, you now have to secure it in a very different way. You guys heard from the keynote our Cisco Secure Cloud, and really looking at how do you secure across every single employee, no matter where they work. And so we've really looked across all of these experiences and the expectations of those employees in terms of how do you bring them back and deliver that great experience. We've learned a lot over the last couple of years. And we're really making this entire hybrid work solution a reality for our customers. That has been something that we have been really trying to understand every aspect of that challenge. And with that, we looked across all of Cisco and how do we bring together the best of our assets. With our new hybrid work cross-architecture offer, we're making it even easier to even buy this solution together. Whether it is networking, collaboration, or security, how all of those three work together with the different buying centers that Snorri mentioned, facilities, HR, the entire IT team, not just in collaboration, but all of IT. How do we make it easier for you to drive a hybrid work solution for your entire corporation? So with this new offer, we've looked at all of the use cases, we've looked at different devices that you can incorporate into the entire experience, and we bring it together. Now I'm just going to walk through a couple of features in this area. We've mentioned Control Hub a couple of times. This is our one admin experience to really understand the quality of experience, the adoption, and overall what your end users are seeing, whether they are working from home or in the office. You can see end-to-end exactly what that experience looks like. It is our single pane of glass to help manage. Not only that, we've worked very closely with ThousandEyes, which is included in this offer, to be able to understand that network path. Very often, when we are trying to troubleshoot an issue, and this came up time and time again for board meetings, we're trying to find out very quickly, what's the problem? Is it the network? Is it the device? Is it the application? Where are all these issues? And now, with this integration, not only are you able to have this directly integrated into Control Hub, but you can quickly step up into the full ThousandEyes experience, and again, troubleshoot very quickly exactly where in that network path you actually have the challenge, and quickly resolve it. We aren't stopping there. We talked a little bit about sustainability in the keynote. We're really excited to bring all of this directly into Control Hub. We know this is top of mind for many companies. Everyone wants to look at, what is my carbon footprint? How do I reduce it? This is top of mind for us as well. We are looking at how do we help you understand what your carbon footprint is, what energy you're using across all your devices, and how do we make that better? Things like turning on office hours to make sure that you can actually reduce the overall utilization. We do this at scale around the world. We know that it is important to look at privacy, security, and data sovereignty. We've recently released data centers specific to the EU across Frankfurt and Amsterdam. Really excited to continue to support the needs of the EU businesses. All of this, as you can see, is really bringing together everything that Cisco has to offer across different business units. We are not trying to solve this problem in isolation. We are trying to solve this with all of the strength of Cisco, with obviously all of the strength of collaboration also coming together. So in closing, I really hope you guys are able to see that we are trying to solve this problem for all of the real challenges that we are hearing from you, our customers, and our partners. But it doesn't stop here. I encourage you to join the other iTalks on hybrid work, visit the World of Solutions. We have many great demos that go into each of the specific features that we talked about here today. On behalf of me and Snorri, thank you so much for attending today. Hope you enjoy the rest of Cisco Live.
All right, guys. Hey, welcome back to our live show as we're coming to you from Cisco Live in Amsterdam. My name is Rob Boyd, and we have got so much going on. Of course, as usual, a couple of quick housekeeping items. Don't forget to communicate with us at Cisco hashtag # for my old friends, hashtag Cisco Live EMEA. Everything will be on demand, including the conversation I'm about to have. This is exciting. I didn't know I was going to get a chance to do this until just recently. But please welcome Dave Malik to our studio set. How are you doing, sir?
Excellent.
So this is fun. I didn't know I'd get a chance to talk with a Cisco fellow. You're in CX. A lot of interesting things going on here, and I'm always glad to get your perspective. But I wonder if you could first set, just to understand what a Cisco fellow is, maybe, and specifically your version of a Cisco fellow and what you're involved in, because you've been with Cisco for almost as long as Cisco's been Cisco. But do you mind introducing your role in that fashion?
Absolutely. Yeah, I've been with Cisco 20 plus years.
Wow.
And I'm in CX Americas. I drive the technology and architecture direction for the organization. And we're working with the largest enterprise and service provider customers in the transformation journeys as they're really moving everything into the digital era.
So it's really, and maybe it's overly obvious when we talk about it being as part of Cisco CX, but you are focused, it's an interesting and healthy contradiction to what Cisco is maybe primarily known for, I think of gear and software and things. So what are you doing differently, and when you focus on the customer experience, how are you approaching that? What's important right now?
Yeah, it's a very good question. A couple of things around solutions are extremely important to our clients.
Yeah.
And driving business outcomes as well. Most importantly, as customers are buying and procuring and implementing and designing their infrastructures, they're getting more and more complex as well. So we're bringing simplicity into the picture of our solutions going out and that are driving business impact, but more importantly, working with our partners and then integrating third-party solutions as well. So we're not actually building platforms, that's the engineering teams. We're actually architecting, solutioning, delivering, and making sure our customers can derive value from these systems that are driving their businesses.
Where does that begin to change shape? Because it feels like, I mean, yes, it's always an important time to take care of customers, but it does feel like the environment has shifted in a major way over the last few years. And in a good way, it's accelerated some things that we all really care about. At the same time, it's also accelerated probably some pain for customers, because you mentioned solutions, which is purposefully to be contrasted with that of product. It's about, which means that you're approaching it from a focus on the customer, what is their desired outcome.
That's correct.
And so, but how do you go about doing that? You must have some type of an open loop with customers that you then are executing on to a certain extent, and that balance between leading them to water and then asking them to drink. I don't know.
No, excellent question. It's like, where do you start? You really start with a problem statement, where they're heading to solve. And more importantly, then we deliver use cases. Every problem is tied to a use case or multiple use cases. And then we decompose those use cases with solutioning, frameworks, and architectures. And then eventually, you put the products behind how to deliver those solutions, whether it is Cisco and plus our third party. But it really starts with a problem set. And depending how diverse the problem set is, it will require various different types of solutions and success motions and adoption motions, which is what we also drive as well, to making sure our customers having a delightful experience on what they purchase from Cisco it's actually working for them.
Yeah.
But more importantly, they're realizing value.
That sounds easy in theory only. I don't even know if it sounds easy in theory, to be honest. I kind of think I said that wrong. But you mentioned something to me when we were in preparation for this about service as code, if I'm remembering that correctly.
That's correct.
I apologize for being direct on that as the statement, but I want to understand why that's an important phraseology, and what does that mean?
Yeah, if we look at the term infrastructure as code, it's been in the industry for over a decade, component by component, and Cisco and other suppliers are exposing, programmability APIs.
Yeah.
We're in an API-first economy.
Yeah.
But our customers don't think product by product. They think about delivering services to their endpoints, or their consumers, or their operators. So when you're looking at a service that is end-to-end, it can go across multiple domains. Campus, branch, data set, or WAN, because typically services are rendered. Look at hybrid work as a classic example. You may have a branch office user or a home user going over an SD-WAN infrastructure and accessing an application that sits in the data set or in the public cloud. So you have multiple domains. And they may be using different types of services. So how do we measure and implement that service end-to-end? But more importantly, as we live in a hyper-distributed economy, scale is becoming super important, specifically with IoT devices.
Yeah.
In order to do anything at scale, it has to be automated and orchestrated. And now what we're doing is we're codifying a lot of these services. A popular one happens to be segmentation, which is a boardroom conversation. How do we drive security?
Yeah.
And imagine running those segments from a security perspective across domains. If you did it one by one, it would take you months.
Right.
But more importantly, if you're codifying it and it's software driven, then we can do large-scale automation to have 100% precision, as an example. So we're taking infrastructure code to the next level and codifying an entire service for our service providers and our enterprise customers.
Yeah. Okay, so what I love is, and I apologize because we're going to have to run as we go into the show, but there's a foundational level of, we've talked about security being foundational to everything we do, but you were emphasizing the importance of observability kind of being that foundational element that becomes very, very critical. So I love what you guys are doing, and I appreciate the chance to speak with you as well. Hey guys, yeah, I'll go to you. Sorry, you were chasing me there back in the studio. Either way, I want to thank Dave Malik for taking the time to speak with us and talk a little bit about what direction's going. We could talk much longer, but I want to throw it over to Cedric right now in Studio B, where he's got a guest.
Yes, Rob, thank you so much. I'm still here at Cisco Live. We're still all in, and I'm really excited about this topic. We're going to talk a little bit more about our networking academy, and I'm so excited to be joined by Guy Dietrich, who is our Senior Vice President and Chief Innovation Officer. Guy, how are you?
I'm very well, Cedric, thank you.
How is it to be here at Cisco Live in EMEA?
It's so nice to be back. It's been 3 years, and to be able to come back and see all of the old friends and make all of the old acquaintances and make new ones as well, it's just spectacular.
Absolutely. So yesterday we heard Wendy talking about the skills gap and so on, and there were some announcements in the keynotes. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so Networking Academy is celebrating its 25th year. This is the program that originally was started to train up that first generation of networking specialists that could work on Cisco equipment, that could install it, maintain it, and innovate with it. Well, after 25 years, we've trained up 17.5 million students globally in 190 different countries. As part of our 25th anniversary, we have just announced that we're going to be aiming to train another 25 million students over the next 10 years. And as part of that, we're going to be training 10 million over the next 10 years right here in EMEA.
Great, because I love this, because I was part of Networking Academy as part of my university degree. Yeah. So I did actually some cybersecurity courses on there. And also what's really great is that to celebrate this 25th year anniversary, we're having roadshows, we're having a yearbook as well. But if we think a little bit further, we at Cisco, we're investing in technology, right? How do the initiatives that we do with NetAcad, how do they complement those investments?
That's a great question, Cedric. I run a program also called Country Digital Acceleration, or CDA. Mm-hmm. And CDA makes investments in technologies to help countries accelerate their national digital agendas. And right alongside those investments in technology, we make NetAcad investments, we make investments in education. Because if all you're doing is putting money into technology without training up, upskilling, reskilling that intellectual capital right alongside of it, you're throwing money down a technology black hole. You've got to have the people like yourself that went through Networking Academy, trained up and prepared to carry the maintenance the installation and the innovation around those technologies forward.
So you need technology, you need to invest in technology, but it's so important, as you said, to then invest in people as well who can then actually maintain that technology. So this is awesome. At Cisco, we care so much about our customers, about our partners, about our communities. We really want to empower an inclusive future for all. So how do we link that back, what you just mentioned, to our Cisco's brand and our purpose, and so on?
Well, you know, what Wendy referenced yesterday, the skills gap, what she's referencing is a much larger issue, which is the digital divide. Right now, 45% of the world is not connected. So you and I are a member of the privileged class, the connected class. We have access to healthcare, access to education. And you know, at Cisco, we believe that being connected is a fundamental human right. It's directly linked to our purpose, to power an inclusive future for all. People believe that access to healthcare is a fundamental human right. Access to education is a fundamental human right. The way you're going to get access to healthcare and education moving forward, along with government services and everything else, is to be connected. So that is our charge. And in order for us to have those people come on and be really productive individuals in the digital age, they have to be trained up. So in combination of investments in technology, investments in education, we are fulfilling our purpose on the ground every single day.
Yeah, great. And we're truly the bridge to possible, right? Like, that's what we're going for. It's super busy over here. I heard people clapping as well while you're doing that, so we're all behind you, Guy. Thank you so much for being here. We're going to throw it over to a video with Jonathan Davidson and Steve.
Hi everyone, I am hanging out here in Studio B with the intriguing Jonathan Davidson. You will always be known as the intriguing Jonathan Davidson from now on. Just so you know, thanks to Liz and Tony, you're done, you're set. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing great. It's great to be here with you, Steve. And I can tell you, the intriguing thing, for those who didn't see the keynote, that's how Liz introduced me. And unfortunately, Liz has given me lots of nicknames that have stuck, and I don't know how to feel about it, honestly.
Intriguing is good, though, and you even said yesterday, it's like, I'm not sure anybody's called me intriguing before, but I like it. We don't normally get that. The inspirational, the exciting, the wonderful, the intriguing.
The intriguing.
I think that's perfect. Well, welcome to Amsterdam. Thank you. As Executive VP and General Manager of Cisco Networking, I loved what I heard from you yesterday in the opening keynote. For me, it was so concrete. I think you've given the quote of the show so far. You said that we are creating a big, cozy blanket of unified experiences. I think I've heard you re-quoted 30 times in the past 24 hours, at least half of them by me. You shared so many great announcements under that big, cozy blanket. Give us a quick recap of the things that you announced in your section of the keynote.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for that. And this takes a village, of course, to be able to come up with not only the technology, so I get to represent all this great work from a lot of great engineering teams over many, many moons. My communications leader actually came up with the big cozy blanket analogy, so kudos to Stephen for that.
Credit where credit is due.
Exactly. But it's true. That's really what our customers want. They want those unified experiences. So there's a few things that we announced. One, last summer at Cisco Live in the US, we talked about how we were extending the Meraki dashboard to go and include Secure Connect. So you can have a simple SASE solution attached to what many of our customers love, the Meraki dashboard. And so now we actually extended that and said, okay, no matter what SD-WAN solution you're using, if you're using our Viptela SD-WAN solution, you too can have access to this wonderful Secure Connect solution. And so that's going into early release now and will be GA in just a few months. So really excited about that. And it creates those unified experiences. How do I get consistency regardless of what type of technology I'm using inside of Cisco to connect my users and things to each other? You can now do that securely. So very exciting. We also talked about how we're continuing to invest in our cloud monitored Catalyst, and we're going to be moving more and more to a cloud managed Catalyst portfolio. We have seen tremendous feedback, a lot of positive feedback on what we're doing there. And then the last big thing, new thing that we announced was how we're extending our IoT operations dashboard to include visibility into all those devices that are on premise. So you can now do security assessments with that as well, so you can feel more secure. And I can tell you, when I go and I talk to our IoT customers, they are so excited about our IoT portfolio and what it means for them.
The story is so strong. Because our operations have got to scale so much more efficiently, right? We have to create that agility you were talking about. You mentioned we're a first mover for industrial transformation. You talked about connecting everything, drones, machinery, and so on. That speed, I think, is so quick at this point, incorporating the security part of it as well. I think you said yesterday the world was just waking up to smartphones 10 years ago. Imagine what we're going to look like 10 years from now. What are you seeing here at the show and in your own work that's really leading us to that inevitable future and that security embed that you just mentioned?
Yeah, well, you know, having connectivity without security really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So that clearly resonates with everyone here at the show. But the Vincenzo, who actually was on the stage with me from Enel, I think he laid it out really well. The security, he's viewing the whole platform for how he's delivering power as his platform, and he knows that needs to be secure as well. What he also shared with me was some outstanding, hard to believe statistics that just in Italy, there's 440,000 substations providing energy just in Italy alone. There's also the EU government is putting billions of dollars into upgrading and digitalizing all of that infrastructure across all of Europe. And so a lot of customers and partners here at the show, they want our help. They need our help on how to go and make those transitions. And so we're really excited about what's happening and the opportunity in front of our customers to go through this and how we could potentially help them is driving a lot of really powerful conversations here.
Now, it was such a great conversation. I love what Vincenzo said. I love what you were talking about with Ford, right? 100-year-old car company. Incredible transition. The vehicle is no longer just to get from point A to point B. Yeah. It's such a part of our lives and it all relies on the network, right? I think that's so important. So I want to ask you one more important thing. You mentioned yesterday 3 billion around the planet remain unconnected, underserved. You talked about Cisco Silicon One being all in on simplifying IT across hybrid work to get us to that point. What are a couple of the ways that Cisco is transforming IT experiences right now?
Wow, there's quite a few. One, so first, when you're talking about what can we do, I view that as our day job at Cisco is to go and help bring connectivity to those 3 billion people that are either underserved or unconnected. And so we need to do that by making technology simpler to access, more cost-effective to lower the total cost of operations. We need to be able to do that. And that's our day job. We have a lot of engineers. We're spending billions of dollars in R&D to go and make that happen. But also, when you think about what we're doing to actually get that technology out in the world, this is where Network Academy comes in.
Yes.
And we have to enable people to upskill, to better themselves, so that we can go and actually take this technology out into the planet. And that's something that's really exciting. I've shared this with others before, but my wife spent 2 years in the Peace Corps, living in a hut in Mali, Africa, so she knows what it's like to not have access to information. Now back then, there was access to books and libraries, because there really was not a whole lot of prevalent internet going on back in the day. But if you fast forward that to today, we need to enable people to go and connect into this digital ecosystem so they can get access to great things like data and education. They can communicate with people that might be far away. And I can tell you, just bringing it to those in the US, I'm the executive sponsor for the Native American Network, ERO, at Cisco. And so I've had an opportunity to meet a lot of people who are Native Americans. And in talking to one of the advocates, they explained how they were writing letters to their grandmother, and I'm like, oh, what a lost art form. How great that is that you're writing letters to your grandmother. And she goes, no, like there's no other way to communicate with my grandmother. There's no phone, there's no internet. And so, and that's in the United States. So people, when they think about this, they think about, oh, it must be a third world country somewhere that doesn't have access to this. It's everywhere. And we have such a critical role that we do play and we can play to go and help close the digital divide.
Fantastic. Great, great, great story as well. Jonathan, thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be able to sit down and get a few minutes with you in your busy, busy environment here at the show. So thanks for stopping into the studio.
Great to be here. Thank you.
Thanks to all of you for joining us. Man, I really enjoyed that conversation with Jonathan. He is such a great advocate for Cisco and such a great voice for the company. You know, Cedric, it's really all about technology here at Cisco Live, which is fantastic. It's about sustainability, it's about net zero goals, it's about making hybrid work better, but ultimately behind every single bit of it, it's about the people, right? Cisco Absolutely. Is a human-first company. We are dedicated to positively impacting 1 billion people by 2025. So what I want to do is meet a few of those fabulous people right now, and let's watch them make that target a reality today and every day. Check it out.
Welcome to all of you to Cisco Live EMEA. When we come together, we can achieve incredible things. Together, we are building an inclusive and sustainable future for all. And I know that we are all in.
We are all about technology. We're the world's best technology company. Great. But the technology we produce here at Cisco, it only makes sense if it also supports and empowers the people who use it. Your people at home, your people at the office, your people anywhere, and the people here at Cisco Live this week here in Amsterdam. And I want to go find some of those people. Come on with me. Let's go. How many Cisco Lives have you done up until this point?
I've been to about 14.
You're almost a triple net vet here at this point. You realize that, right?
Yeah, well.
Congratulations.
This is my first Cisco Live.
This is not your first Cisco Live.
It's my first Cisco Live.
Isabella, it's your first Cisco Live? Oh, that's so great. Where are you from?
Yeah, I'm from Paris.
I could tell by the accent. Paris as well?
Paris, France, yes.
One of my favorite places in the world. How many Cisco Lives have each of you been to?
It's the fourth.
This is your fourth one?
Yeah.
And?
Fourth one as well.
This is my first.
This is your first Cisco Live? Yes. What made you want to come to the show this year?
Actually, I was encouraged, I was told by my company, by my friends, that this is a very exciting opportunity for engineers, for developers, for anybody who likes technology.
What are you looking most forward to here at the show this week?
For Cisco ACI.
Yeah.
Yeah, and DNA.
For the community, for the people here. For me, I'm waiting for the breakout sessions, but the show here is pretty nice.
You never have the chance to get so much information.
It's the connections you can have. You can't have those anywhere else. It's getting here in person, connecting with people, like-minded network engineers, people in the same IT fields, pushing the boundaries of what tech can do today.
What's your thought so far?
It's been amazing. This is the first day and so many days to come, and it's exciting.
I love that so much. I hope we will see you many, many times throughout the course of the week. Do me a favor, come back and visit us over here in the studio.
Okay, yes, I will, definitely, I will.
Welcome to the show. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
What a pleasure to talk with you.
Thank you, absolutely.
Thank you. Oh, that last gentleman, I loved him so much. I just wanted to like take him home and or have him here in the studio with us the entire time. He's just delightful. You talked to some amazing people as well out here, right, Cedric?
I did. You could take me home if you wanted to.
Well, all right, we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, I did. It was great. It's just great to see like how much fun people are having here at Cisco Live. I can hear people clapping all over the time. But you know what? I want to know what Nish and Rob are up to. So where are you guys?
Hello.
Are they lost?
Oh, hey guys. No, we're not lost at all. In fact, we should be coming into your view here in just a moment. If we, this, you mind if I do this? We'll just look
Go
over
for it,
here.
please.
I think we'd be over your right shoulder, I believe, based on where you are in the studio.
Guys.
Oh, there we go. Just had to get around the.
Friends.
Just get around the lift. Look at that. Oh, look at that. You look so little. I feel like we. Yeah, we could just go. Oh, I could squish them. All right.
Squish them. They look so tiny.
So tiny. I
Hey,
see
Cedric.
Cedric.
Hey, Steve.
Hey guys.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, guys. So the air is better up here, as it turns out. Are we talking to you? Yeah. Oh, okay, good.
So, Rob, tell me, because we've just been walking and talking, and you had
Yeah.
a funny story earlier to tell me about your walk-in.
Oh, well, it was it was kind of a question and such. So, in my walk over here this morning, it was reminded as we were walking here, it was dark as we're coming here early this morning, and I stepped off and just barely missed getting run over by this convoy of bicycles that I didn't really hear coming, and it just dawned on me that maybe that's just something I'm not used to. What did you ask me?
Because I asked you if you were walking through the middle of a cycle lane, and you said, yes, I think so. And I thought, it's not that unsurprising to hear.
Well, see, that's the idea, is that cycle lanes. I'm not used to cycle lanes. I'm sure, Cedric, you're probably very used to cycle lanes.
I am. Yeah, I love cycling, Rob. But I can definitely see that happening. Like I'm just having the image in front of me of you on a cycle lane, and it just makes me laugh.
I have to jump in on this as well. Every time I'm in Amsterdam, this is just my special gift. I feel like I have to look left and right about 37 times when I cross the block.
Right.
I've got the pedestrians, then the cycles, and first line of cars, second set of pedestrians, another line of cars, another set of bicycles, and I'm usually dead by the time I reach the other side. It's not pretty.
Steve, but what you do, what I run into as well, is the whole notion of, okay, are we in a place where they drive on the right side of the road or the left side of the road? Because when we're in the London area where Cedric and Nish are, I have all my instincts are just wrong
That's what
for
happens
the which
to me
way
here.
to turn.
I'm looking the wrong way, going one way, and then
So
looking the wrong way.
that happens to you in America?
Yeah, because we're on the other side of the road.
Or
in the
even
UK.
here.
Yeah.
This is the most fascinating conversation I think we've ever had here on set in this show.
call,
Guys,
Steve. Good
here's
call.
what I want to do. I want to get your perspective. We're down low. We're in mixed with everybody. What does it look like from all the way up here on the top ramp? Give us the big picture view.
Nish, I'll let you start.
Okay, well, we have so much going on here. We're at the hub. So you can see we've obviously gone to our Cisco TV studio. That's where our wonderful co-hosts and crew are. Along from that, we have the Cisco Insider area. We've taken you there yesterday. We had an interview with the lead of Cisco Insider and our advocates program and our user research and user groups. We're opposite the DevNet zone, so that's where Cisco's community of developers is hanging out. Obviously, we've got the Cisco Secure booth. We focused on security today. Lots of great coffee there if you haven't been there. And then if you just take a look down here, the Cisco store. Rob, this is one of your favorite parts.
Well, yeah, no, there were several things I was wondering about, which I was just curious if the dressing rooms were fully enclosed, because I was realized there's kind of an area. It is. There's nothing there whatsoever. But yeah, it's a good view. It's nice to be above the melee. Studio, we'll go back to you.
Oh, thank you so much, Rob, Nish. I appreciate it. Keep getting those great perspectives from out there. You know what, Cedric? You have spent almost the entire day over in the world of solutions. We've got like a minute and change left in the broadcast. Not even that. Give me a 10-second hit. Favorite thing you saw today?
Favorite thing I saw today?
Yep.
That's a good question. Collaboration, right?
Collaboration.
Yeah, just that desk mini, I want to have one.
Huge. I love that.
All
right.
right. In my kitchen.
I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take back over for the end of it. On behalf of our entire Cisco TV team, we want to thank you so much for joining us here on the live stream. Keep interacting with us using hashtag Cisco Live EMEA. We are going to meet you right back here at the RAI tomorrow morning. We hope that you have a great night. Do not leave us behind 24 hours a day, all the way up through the closing keynote. You keep talking to us. We will keep talking to you. Take great care, everybody. We will see you soon. Bye-bye. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be tuning into the broadcast all over the world. Welcome back to Cisco Live 2023 Amsterdam. We are so happy to have all of you with us here on the stream. My name is Steve Moulter. I am one of your 4 Cisco Live hosts, coming to you from the beautiful Rij